feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive, bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive, bring me back to life.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, liar,
Rocket League fans around the world. Welcome to North America for the first playoff Saturday on the road to Paris. The road to Boston was incredible. We had a fantastic time. Congratulations to the Gentlemates, reigning major champions. You're going to have to prove it all again here later in the season. You want to show us how good you are. We are here. We are back. We had a crazy Friday yesterday, and we are T-minus 28 minutes and 32 seconds until we have next to new kicking it off against Shopify Rebellion on the road, trying to become regional champions here in North America for the first time in the second split. I'm Wavepunk. We got Jordan. We got Herc. We got Gibbs. Gibbs, how you feeling today? It's a good day to watch some Rocket League.
Yeah, it was a great day yesterday. A lot of upsets that people did not expect. So this top 8 is going to get spicy today. And again, everyone's at 0 points, at least according for the Paris Major, which is what it's all about. So I want to see some lower bracket runs by maybe some unexpected names.
We've already gotten some unexpected names so far this weekend here, Herc, with some big surprises, some big upsets, some teams that we thought would be here, not here today.
Oh yeah, if you guys did not watch yesterday, you missed out on a lot, but don't worry, we're gonna catch you up. But Team 1, keep that name in the back of your mind because they crushed a lot of hearts yesterday. They did. It's an incredible time. Jorby, we've had a great season so far, and we're only halfway through. And if the first half's anything to go off of, oh my goodness, I'm excited for the second half.
Yeah, 100%. I think that, we got really excited about North America online and maybe left a little bit out there in Boston, but I'm still kind of excited to see where the rest of the chips fall today, considering what happened yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. We're right there in that orange bar in the middle of the screen right now, open number 4. If you just tuned in for the first time to the Rlcs, welcome. You picked a great time to start watching the best esport in the world. We're making our way to Paris, where we're going to have the best teams in the world clash for the title of Paris Major Champion. All of this is trying to accumulate points on the road to the World Championship at the end of the season, folks. If you want to be there, if you want to be in the building while the best teams play in Paris, I'd highly recommend it. What an experience it's going to be. Scan that QR code on your screen. You could be there when we make history here in a few months. But Boston was pretty cool, Gibbs. Let's talk about how that went down. Congratulations to the Gentlemates. I don't think anybody had them winning the tournament, but it was less unexpected than the last time the Gentlemates won a major.
Yeah, we finally had a world championship where Europe didn't go to a grand finals. Everyone's like, oh, maybe it's time that Europe's, the worst region. No, it's back to an all-European grand final. And not only that, it wasn't even KC, your number 1 European seed. It was Vitality versus Mates, and Mates coming out on top. This is after their EU Open 3 win versus KC. So then they kind of elevated into that top 4 conversation, but I think people still didn't expect it. And they had a tough road too. They had to take down Energy as well, and then obviously taking down Falcons, 2 Champions Field matches. And then finally, we got to that final where it was all NAS all day.
You see him down there. It was incredible. Yeah, took out Vitality, took out the Falcons, took out Energy on the road here, Jorby. This was quite the performance, not just from NAS, but from the whole team.
This was the first goal of the series. This was just unlike anything we've ever seen from an individual player in a grand final. We thought Zen and Dusseldorf was going to be hard to top, and then NAS just went and put two cherries on top of that cake. He just looked so good. And it was so hard for Vitality to even fight. They did call a timeout a little later in the series after NAS scored about 5, 6 to 11 million goals. And they started fighting back. You started seeing a little bit. Zed was doing everything in this game, but they just couldn't get things consistent. They couldn't get it going. When Vitality could score, it was not often. It was a struggle. Gentlemates, not just NAS on offense, but on defense, were rock solid. Vitality were able to punch through a couple of times, but end of the day, it was Boston, Massachusetts, and you just weren't beating this man.
The whole distance here. I mean, we did see Vitality. It wasn't a 4-0 sweep here, Herc. I mean, Vitality, a strong performance. Honestly, I think one of the surprises for me of Boston was how good Vitality looked. There was so many question marks coming in around them and around Zen on this season. Zen's been so strong, but could he get back into championship form? We thought we were going to see a better performance from them here in the finals, at least go to Game 7. But Game 6, I mean, they gave them a really good fight here in the grand finals. NAS was too much in this.
Oh yeah, no, NAS truly, I think, and I had said it back then too, this was very reminiscent of when we saw Zen's very first World Championship win. It just felt natural, it felt right. This was complete flow state for the entire team. I honestly couldn't have been happier with his performance. If anything, all he did was set a very high bar for himself and everybody around the world.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you like had people make predictions before Boston, be like, look, there's gonna be a player who will have the best grand finals performance ever in an RLCS land. Like, let's make a prediction. Who is it gonna be? If people made a list of 20 players, Nas wouldn't have even cracked that list. I don't think anybody could have ever expected that he had the kind of series that he would have. And I mean, man, what a way to do it. Just insane stuff from Nas.
I don't know. I feel like, okay, to be fair, I feel like Nas has been definitely on the radar. If you'd asked me about Boston in particular, I'd say absolutely yes.
Yeah, but all the goals,
Nas was definitely on his
performance, under the radar,
He's
underrated,
new-gen
whatever.
Jordan.
That doesn't mean that he's going to like absolutely score 13 million goals in the grand final. Like,
It was only 12.
It does.
Never would have seen it.
He also
Never would have seen it
wearing
coming.
pink, so
And also, like, your top 6 obviously would have been probably like in that conversation, or like Falcons players because their offense is always so great, and then probably KC players because you just expect them to be in like every final. But yeah, you would probably have to go a little bit down. But also, that was Nas like after last season where everyone was like, he has no ice, he is not clutch. And then finally, they get that LCQ win to get to the World Championship, and that's where Nas began to elevate and become this great player. And now, you know, best player in the world at the major. So we'll see if he can continue that, though. That was a one-time performance. It was the greatest performance ever, but he's got to do it again in Split 2.
one time.
Well, I'm saying, you know, like, that was one time it happened. Now I need to see it again, Nas.
We'll
I need
see.
to see it.
I'm not saying Nas
so
wasn't a great player. It's just if you had to pick somebody to score, who's going to score all the goals, I don't think anybody
I think
has.
Nas would
I don't
be
think
in
they
my
have Nas on that list.
top 10.
Top 10. I mean, hey, especially now, especially after we're getting to watch these goals, folks. Let's take a look at the Nas top 5. The best 5 goals, I think, from the grand finals, I think. This is just the best 5 goals of the 12 he scored to set the record. The attitude was incredible here, Jorby, but the goals, maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, you know, we could do a top 5 emotes, but instead we like watching what he did on the pitch. And of course, Nas, he sets up. He knocks it down as well. He does it all. Everything. It just had a little bit of everything with this kid in Boston. Beautiful follow-up there at the end. No chance to save it.
Oh my gosh. And then I think he started adding the fakes into the mix. The fake kickoff into the catch, into the backboard double down. It's disgusting. He had every single version of a play you could think of in his back pocket.
Well, let's talk about resource management, because Rocket League, that's what it's all about. And it's all about getting those resources. The flip reset here by Nas, he will go off the ceiling. He's got a flip. He's got the resource. He waits to the very last moment, and most people are just going to shoot that to the top right corner, but instead he goes to the side of the ball and just redirects it in.
Hey, you like that play? Let's watch it again. Different situation, same situation. Oh, but off the ceiling this time. Let's get the reset off the ball this time. Again, Wade, perfect placement. Oh my goodness, the wall play's disgusting.
I mean, yeah. You think like top middle at the best, but top right, geez. Number 1 though. It's the first shot of the grand final. He opened things up with a bang!
Ugh.
I just need to see it one more time, please. Put it up to the ceiling. You trying to bump me? How about I just put the ball in your net? Oh, and the double commit. Y'all thought the shot was coming.
And this is what we
the
talk
accurate
about.
representation of what that entire final looked like, by the way.
Yeah.
Those top 3 plays, he has a flip reset on all 3. He uses them differently on every single one of those plays to score a goal. It was fantastic.
Yeah, which is part of what makes him such a deadly player and what led him to those 12 goals. And honestly, the whole grand finals was kind of a waste of time after that first goal. We could have just done that one goal and just done the best of one golden goal. It would have been fine to save ourselves some time. Incredible performance from them. They won't be playing today, though. The Gentlemates will be playing next week in European Open number 4. So make sure you tune in there to see that one. Let's talk about our weekend so far. This is actually day 2 of competition. We had the group stages yesterday. 16 of the best teams in North America competed to make it into the bracket we have today. Let's talk through those groups because we had some exciting upsets, some exciting results here. Group A, expected this one to be a cakewalk for the boys in Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. They are not here anymore, Herc.
No, They're not. It was honestly like, it was such a flat performance, and that sounds so harsh, but in reality, that's what it was. It were either on a very, very high, and they were taking people down 3-1, 5-2, whatever, or they were falling to what felt like the most random teams on earth. So I'm not gonna call TI random by any means, but some of these were.
Well, I mean, it's either the Immigrants that are random or M80 that's random. So the two teams they lost to.
I feel like
I'm gonna say
TI is the better one
Speed.
of
You're the most
two.
random team on earth here.
Speed, who are you?
Well, and what made it feel really random too is we talk about round 2 here. Take a look at some of the highlights there. The Immigrants there going up against Strictly Business, coming off of their win over Gen G. Expect them to be the favorites in that match. Not even. They actually dropped that one to Strictly Business, and Strictly Business now in the upper bracket today. Excited to see them there. But M80 versus SSG. This was an exciting kind of plot developing match here for North America. 2 squads we had question marks after roster changes. Excited to watch this one unfold.
And I tell you what, M80 looked really good in this series. It went the distance and space. It looked like they might do it. M80 are one of those teams we're definitely going to be talking a little bit more about. But man, it was so close. Here's the end of game 5, right at the end. A really poor shot. You got no height on it. That's how that one ended. That's tough.
I was dreaming about that last night.
Oh man, I had nightmares about that, but I didn't have nightmares about Aqua though. He looked fantastic on this squad, and it was great to see Relating Wave as well. Back to a top 6 finish. We saw this match. It was 4 Europeans, only 2 Americans on the field. And sometimes this is what happens. Europe starts taking over other regions, but Strictly Business getting that top 6 finish so far with 2 lives left still.
Yep, and then of course, you talk about the 2 lives left. Gen G unfortunately used all of theirs. None left to go. It was AWD, Gen G that kind of set the tone for Gen G. You thought they were going to be able to keep up the pace. They did, though. That one ended in a 3-1, but it was their match against M80 later on that kind of set them down. But of course, we ran it back. It was Kraken Seas next to New Esports, the 3-0 sweep back-to-back for next to New to qualify them into today.
Yeah, Eris had a really great series. You see that shot right there? That's not even the only one from that side that he had. It was excellent. And next to New are probably one of the teams that played as well as they did that we weren't really talking about because of everything else that happened in this bracket. First of all, Gen G really coming into their own, losing to the Immigrants to start was just a head scratcher. One that you definitely thought that they should be able to take care of. We talk about Gen G being 5th in those season point rankings. This was supposed to be the group they should be able to just get out of. They were going to avoid Space Station. They had it, but then they lost. Yeah. And like, it just really disappointing run from Gen G, but other teams rose up and looked really good in this group. And I think that is the key for me.
Yeah, and Gen G, I mean, they had that first loss, the very first series against the Immigrants. Okay, cool. It's series number 1. We always can adjust back, and then they come up against AWD in round 2. Handle them no problem. Okay, cool. Maybe it was a fluke. This is the moment we get to find out whether it was a fluke or not, and it was flat. It was flat for them. There was some overtimes. It was close, but they lost all the close games. And back and forth, you see even here at the very end of game 3, a sweep here from M80 over Gen G to send M80 through and knock Gen G out of the tournament.
And then next to New as well, like coming out, we're like, all right, this is a tough matchup. You did lose to M80, but now you have to go through this lower bracket. They made it through the first round, going up against the Immigrants, who also took down Gen G. So you're expecting a good showing out of them, but instead, like next to New, just calm, cool, and collected. They just got the job done. An easy 3-0 for them. They looked comfortable on the field. They only had, none of the games actually were 1-goal games. It was a 2-goal game, 2-goal game, and a 3-goal game. So they took care of business. Next to New, they're into the top 8 with a brand new org as well. So congrats to all 3 of those players.
We're going to see them a little bit later on today. They're kicking things off here in 15 minutes against Shopify Rebellion. Congratulations on making the big day. You get the big dogs now, folks. Let's talk about Group B. Maybe a little bit more expected results on this side of things, but still, even over here, a surprise upset with Virtus Pro not making it out of the groups. Neither Dignitas making it out of the groups there. You can see in those lower semifinals. The first round about as expected. Honestly, probably the biggest upset in round number 1 was Dignitas getting Virtus.pro in 4, not going to 5, seeing Virtus.pro not get a win, not get 2 wins in that series. But otherwise, a competitive series. Round 1 was pretty much what we expected. Here in round to number 2, though, let's talk about those upper semifinals and the lower quarterfinals here. Herc, Dignitas going up against FUT. FUT is one of the biggest, hottest stories in North America right now.
Yes, they are. All eyes for a moment were on NRG and Shopify Rebellion, but a classic 3-0 sweep between the two. But what was going on the other end of the field was a very unexpected 3-0. Cheese, Chronic, and Justin have now come together and formed almost like a dark horse super team that made Dignitas look just almost absent at times. This team looked so disconnected. They couldn't find their footing. This OT loss really did it in for them, because that was kind of the beginning of where you could just almost feel the mental frustration just take over.
And then there's the other team that next to new, I think that not a lot of us are talking about, but every time we had them on stream, they were looking very good. Matt against Virtus.pro later will have quite the gut punch of a goal to end it. But Rlcs coming over from Brazil in South America, where he was placing in top 4 pretty consistently over the years. He comes in and he has a great Friday in his debut here in, or at least in the top 6 of getting into North America. Put credit on Justice's name too. Man, got a ton of dunks there. One looked really great.
Yeah, one I was a little expected because it went to 5 against Fellas that they might have a little bit harder time later, but we'll get to that in a bit. First, we have VP kind of cleaning up after their first loss, playing Team Freedom here, and they got the job done. It is what we expected out of them, because again, these guys were at the last major. We expect them to contend for one of those spots, but then as we get into those final 2 games, the problem was, because you lost to Dignitas early, Virtus.pro, you got to play the loser of Rebellion and NRG, and that's always going to be a difficult match.
Yeah, Team 1, such a story here in open number 4. Their best result previously to this, they made it to like top 9-ish area and then got reverse swept out of the tournament. There in that lower quarterfinal we just watched, they were on the brink of being reverse swept out again by Sai, who's on the Fellows. He was on the team that reverse swept them out previously. They managed to avoid the reverse sweep this time and then go into the lower semifinals, get the sweep. Dignitas was trying to rally in that lower semifinal, and I was sitting there in the back of my mind, I was like, imagine if they avoid one reverse sweep and then somehow get reverse sweeped out in the next match. Oh, that'd be disgusting. But no, they hold on here in the lower semifinals. They get the sweep over Dignitas, and they're through to our playoff Saturday bracket. We'll see them play here in a little bit. Shopify Rebellion also taking on Virtus.pro there in those lower semifinals, finishing them off just fine. So quite a day of action here.
What happened to VP, man? I like, we're talking about org debuff with this team now. Ever since Virtus.pro signed them, they have not looked the same at all. And like, it's kind of frustrating because some of these other teams do look good. Like the M80s, all the ones we just talked about look really solid. So you think, okay, here we go, NA Depth. Let's go, Virtus.pro. Show us what you got. And you put up a stinker, man. Like, put that one in the horse trough. Gee.
Yeah, it feels like split one. Like the MVP for a lot of people, or at least the player that was really looking great, was Talk, right? Everyone was talking about him, obviously, you know. That's what I'm here for.
Couldn't just walk past it.
Okay. We haven't really seen that from him so far. We didn't see it at Boston. We didn't see it at all yesterday. And it feels like this team lives and dies by if Talk can get 3 of the top 5 plays, right? And we just have not seen that. So they have to find a different level with all 3 members here, but it wasn't working out. At the same time, look at that pinch by one. One dominated versus Dignitas as well. It wasn't even close. That's a series that Dignitas is supposed to win, and they got destroyed 8-3. So congratulations to Team 1 making a top 8 run. I'm very excited to see these new faces here.
Excited to see how they perform today. This is the bracket we have for today and tomorrow. We're going to play the upper round 1s and the lower round 1s. So those matches you see on the left side of your screen, that's going to be our schedule for today. We'll see one take on M80. Strictly Business, we kind of breezed past them, but what a performance from them coming through the upper bracket. They'll be taking on FUT. FUT undefeated so far in open number 4. Can Strictly Business give them their first loss there? And RG going to take on Space Station Gaming here. Lots of fun stuff. Yesterday was fantastic. We saw a few of them in those highlight packages just now. but let's feature them more officially here. These are your top plays presented by Progressive from Friday here. Let's go with number 5.
Yeah, wait, Funk, winter might be over, but I'm going to take it because it's springtime. It doesn't matter. Frosty's still here. Look at this. Flip, reset, into the dunk, off the crossbar. This is what you love to see. Oh, what a shot. And the quick flip reset on it.
On the train of Gibbs puns, all right, there was something that brought some life back into me, and it was this kid. It's the flick forward into your net. It's the flip reset flick, actually, into your net. You saw the indicator go off, and then it's just full power ahead.
Camera flashes all over this highlight reel, but Eris loves a classic corner double touch off of the pass from his teammate Panda. I mean, Eris had such a great day on Friday. Just sometimes he can take over a lobby, and he absolutely did there.
The difference between good players and great players in Rocket League is consistency. Don't blink. It's not the same play twice. He did it 2 times in the same game. Eris hits this side corner tap again. Disgusting angle. It'd be the best goal of your life if you scored it. He did it twice in one series.
That's game 3 overtime. The underdogs need to close out Dignitas, and Matt right off of it. The pinch, the Cookseer pinch. Let's get some camera flashes on that one. What a shot by him, and he doesn't even move his car after. He knows it is in. And Wayfunk, you could say he's a pinch pro.
You could say that. You could say that, folks. And you could become a pinch pro as well with our new bracket rivalry event happening live in Rocket League right now. Go choose a title and cheer on your team. Actually, you're helping this duo. Whichever title you pick. You see from Musty and Eust there, you can pick the pinch pro title, and then that will help them in their bracket. Right now, they're going up against Kronovi and Wajay there. If they win, the way that this works is you score goals wearing that title. The team that's title scores the most goals advances in the bracket, and the 2 teams that advance the furthest in the bracket play each other in real life, not with your help, with them actually on the field in Paris. So
Wait,
what
you
an event it'll
crazy
be, folks.
stat from
What's the
this
stat?
already?
Yeah.
Gaspao and Fury have already surpassed 1 million.
Yeah,
In
I don't
24
see how
hours.
anyone's beaten all the French are here.
Yeah,
and
it might be them versus
yeah.
Kate up at Fairy Peak.
It's going to be a French
probably gonna
final, it
happen,
feels
but-
like, yeah. But
Hey, I got my goal maxing title on. I'm out there doing my part. We'll see if we can get them over there, folks. One event, that's the thing that's happening in Rocket League right now. Go and enjoy the event, folks. It's been a crazy day. We got 7 minutes here before we get next to new versus Shopify. And we've been talking about this new wave here, Herc, of players. I mean, just in that match, there's a number of new faces coming in here. There's a lot of new roster moves as well. I mean, how are we feeling about kind of the new landscape here in North America right now?
I think if you're an NA fan, you're definitely feeling really good about it. I've got 2 players in my back pocket that I'm really stoked for. Obviously, number 1 for me is Bora, the addition to Dignitas. I think he's really starting to kind of figure himself out there. I think it's a great place to start your career, even with his 2 teammates, 5UP and Evo. But on the flip side of things, one player in particular, and I've had so much fun watching him, has been Mech. And Mech, I think, to Noli has been the most perfect setup for his career, because when we found him originally, he was this very all over crazy kid on stream. He was very OG Noli Day vibes, and I was like, you know what, you found your mini me Noli, enjoy. So we'll see how his career continues on.
I do feel like maybe NA fans might just need to be a little bit patient, though, as well. We have all this new talent, but I think none of them are necessarily there yet, outside of probably that old Space Station roster that began this new wave of talent. And we see Space Station obviously bringing back Scribbles, now Zach as well. So Reveal and Zach, they're together with Diaz. Space Station is probably those 3 leaders, out of this whole group of new talent, to really have a chance to make some waves on the international level as of right now. I think in a year or maybe 2, we're going to see most of NA filled with these guys, but it is so difficult, in this open era, over these last 2 years, in any region, to have new faces come in. We haven't seen a lot in Europe. We've seen Drawley come in, but besides that, there hasn't been much. It's been the same old faces. So I think everyone, while there is a lot of new talent throughout North America, they have to be patient about when these guys actually make their moves into the international competition.
Well, and I think next to new is actually right along that lines in the conversation of what you're saying, Gibbs, of players that have been around for a while, but You know, you talk about Percy, Eris, and Panda. First of all, Eris was in Rocket League Rival Series. Okay, he's been playing for a very long time. Or did I say Eris? I meant Percy. Sorry. Eris came around after we opened the circuit, so that was Percy. But he's still playing, and Percy looked pretty good yesterday. Panda, he's been playing since 2022, hasn't really gotten to this point, like to a consistent playoff berth, so an RLCS Saturday. So while it might be somewhat new territory for him, Eris and Percy have made plenty of top 8s in North America over the years. So this new talent is also dealing with guys that have been grinding for half a decade and still finding ways to even get their highest success that they've ever had.
Yeah, plus it's so hard because this region has been dominated for what feels like 5 years by like NRG and whoever first killer has on his team, right? It's always those are your top 2 seeds. So it really comes down to this new wave of talent just has to send in resumes to first killer, it seems like, to have a chance to be on one of these top 2 teams. But it's like, you just got to be patient and you just got to play your game. Like I do feel like with all this new wave of talent, a lot of them have the mechanical ability, but sometimes that gets a little bit too much and then their positional play kind of goes out the window. Like I saw Talk in Boston a couple times. Obviously, it's his first land. It's like nerves are going to be there. There's been times when they're lost on the field. Like I've seen that with Bora on Dig as well, where their positional play is not necessarily up to the level of these veterans yet, but I think they will get there, like as they learn to when to use your mechanical ability and when to just position correctly. I think players like Nolly are a great example of that. These young guns can learn a lot from these old guys that are still hanging around making these top 8s.
I mean, you look at FUT Esports, right? I mean, there's no young guns on that team. Those are 3 veteran players, but I like how you described it, Herc, of like a dark horse super team. Like it is this maybe this is the next best thing, and it is. I agree with Gibbs. Like North America for years has just been NRG, first killers roster, and then everybody else shuffling around beneath to try and figure out to find some combination of alchemy that'll work to take down these 2 titans here. And it is, you kind of need, it seems like, a blend of the new cracked out mechanical players and the seasoned, positionally minded players. That somewhere in there's the blending. You think back to the old Gen G roster when the Chronic was a brand new player and you had Abjack and Noli on there, right? There was something genius about that lineup. Maybe we'll see some of that with some of these new rosters here, folks. So I'm excited to see them get together. I'm excited to see which of these teams are able to emerge. I mean, I'm looking at teams like N2N, you know, with Rlcs, Justice, and Matt. It's like, who knows? Who knows how often? It's the first day of RLCS that we're like really talking about those players in a pre-show. It might be the first of many. And that's the coolest part about seeing the years turn over like this, seeing the players turn over like this, Gibbs.
Yeah, like I feel like we talk about, again, that patience, but at the same time, you have to know, like, all right, it's open 4, and for these players that are making their first top 8 in a while, or maybe their first top 8 ever, this might be that opportunity, right? And you kind of just have to take it and hope for the best, but it is going to be hard, right? These guys are going to be underdogs until they're not, but by that point, you know, they're going to be around for a while. So there are times when it's like, all right, there's only 3 opens. If you get a juicy bracket, if you can make that run in one of them, maybe make a grand finals, then you could get enough points to slip into a major spot where that's where you gain all the experience, because you get to scrim these international teams, you get to scrim Europe and see how they play, but also then playing like on a LAN stage is completely different, and you learn so much even in a loss. So that's why like a VP, like I think, yeah, they didn't do that great, but they had a tough group and they will learn from that as long as they can make it back out.
As long as they can make it back out, so they have to look to open number 5 to make it back out again here, folks. We'll see what happens. Let's start talking about the match in front of us here. The players are getting ready to get onto the field, and if you want to watch from the perspective of the sidelines here, kind of see the whole field at the same time, check out twitch.tv/RLEsports. You can check out the crowd cam. This is a great way to introduce Rocket League to people who maybe aren't as familiar with playing it, but who do like to watch sports. This will be a more familiar viewing environment for them. Great way to consume Rocket League esports. The prize pool for the second half of the season is inflated, which makes it sound like it's a bad thing. It's good. It's bigger. It's better than ever, folks. 18 points on the line for first place, 12 there for second, a 6-point gap there in the grand finals, as well as a $21,000 to the team that takes home the title of Open Champion here. 8 teams remain. We're to play through our upper round 1s and our lower round 1s there and set ourselves up for Championship Sunday, where we'll take care of the quarterfinal, semis, and grand finals. These are the 4 matches we're going to play through today. Space Station versus NRG will cap off the today at the end there as our title match. FUT Esports versus Strictly Business. Low-key, the match I'm most excited for in the day. Let's start it off, though, with some new faces here. Panda, Percy, and Eris. Not new to Rocket League, but new to playoff Saturday here on this roster next to new. Taking on First Killer's newest, hottest roster here in Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, and I liked a little bit of what I saw from Rebellion yesterday outside of the NRG match. Kofor looked a lot more comfortable, and he looked a lot more downfield, which is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Space Station Kofor out there. I think we did get a little bit of that yesterday, so we're still kind of in the, but can you beat NRG consistently camp for Rebellion? So this is obviously the first in a long line. They did play next to new in Swiss Group B to qualify for the top 16. Rebellion 3-0'd next to new. I don't have the individual score lines, but I imagine with Rebellion's offense, it
I do.
wasn't that pretty. Oh, do you?
I do, Jorby, and I want to give some credit to next to new because they also played them back in Open 3, and they got 3-0'd by Rebellion as well. But 5 of those games out of the 6 were 1-goal games. Ooh. They lost in Swiss. They lost game 1 3-2. Then it was 5-3. Then it was 3-2 in that final game 3. So next to new, while they're not on the level of Rebellion, they're keeping these games close. They haven't won any of them, which is a problem, but at least they're keeping them close. So I think there is a chance.
I will say, I'm just looking back at it here, Next to New as an organization has been involved with Rocket League since 2024. Their placement there, 65th, 96th. And that was in NA Open Qualifier number 4 for Rlcs 2024. They've had a few 64th. They've had a few 57th to 72th. They had a 73rd to 104th. They had a 17th to 22nd though. And then Open number 1 picked up the new roster here. Look at them, top 8 already, and looking to make it better. Let's see how they do today, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'll let you know who we think is going to win as well. Gibbs, who's your pick?
I mean, come on, it's First Killer, right? I'm going to pick them. They are huge favorites. They haven't even lost a game to this team. I think Next to New can make this a little bit interesting, but I'll give Next to New 2 games for fun.
Ooh,
Two games for fun?
For fun.
Okay, cool. Okay, wow. Okay, so then he's going to game 6. Hark, who you got?
I got Shopify Rebellion. However, I do have a pop-off performance from Eris on the way. So
okay,
keep your eyes
okay. I love it. Jorby?
No, First Killer don't lose these. Give me Rebellion all day.
It is. I think First Killer's match to win. As much as I love seeing Percy out here, Alpine Esports in the building, it is clearly going to be a Shopify Rebellion's match to lose here, and a fan favorite as well. Can they get it done? Can Next to New continue the Cinderella run here as the underdogs they are? I'm excited for it, folks. It's playoff Saturday for the greatest esport in the world. Let's continue on with fantastic gameplay in North America on the road to crowning a team regional champion, folks. Shopify Rebellion versus Next to New.
Well, what a story this could be for Next to New as they try to take down what many expect to be the clear number 2 in North America, Shopify Rebellion. Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. Let's kick off the top 8.
Let's do it, Stacks. I love this. I get to cast a little First Killer action. Don't mention who makes these rotations for the online shows, but here we go. Let's go. First Killer, we'll see what he's got, but Next to New has been a solid team after they picked up Eris, like after Open 1. They've only lost to like the top 8 type teams, so we'll talk more about that probably between games. But Next to New, a small underdog here, or a big underdog, but I think they have a chance to make some magic happen.
Yeah, this is the former SEAL team from last split. Was their coach Wolvie's coaching debut. He'd been a manager for a couple of years before that with several different teams. So he's been together with Panda and this now Next to New squad since then. So this is wrapped around the boards. LJ high off the back wall, and Eris will send it away right down Main Street, only as far as Kofor. Eris gonna take a shot on though, and First Killer back for the save. Expect a lot of offense here in this particular matchup. Both these teams combined for almost 6 goals a game between them. And the defense has been solid on either side, but they just take so many shots. They generate so many opportunities. Rebellion has here. First Killer tried to read that off of Percy, but Eris will again finish off the defensive effort.
And speaking of those offensive performances, you expect Rebellion to be higher than Next to New, but no, Next to New, 3 goals per game, tied for number 2 through the group stage. While Rebellion
One of
was
these
just
teams had to
below.
play NRG.
Yeah, that's fair, but we're just looking at the numbers, trying to tell a tale here, so we'll see how it goes. But Rebellion, yes, we know that they have great offensive performances. We see Kofor going off the ceiling here with no boost. We'll open up the door for LJ to just booming against the backboard. Maybe expected a little bit more out of that, trying to find First Killer, who was waiting around for a pass, but nothing done yet. And Next to You does clear it out pretty comfortably as well.
Talking about, of course, the teams, you can only play who's in front of you, to everybody's credit. When you look at Next to New, though, you've got the two leading goal scorers in the tournament, Eris and Panda. As LJ will pop this one out, Kofor grab the corner boost. He'll be there to challenge Panda as he's got the flip reset. Kofor trying to track that and does so against Percy. Eris to follow. That's wide. LJ strafing across to make sure. And now he'll go to work and try to slow play this, and Panda's all over him.
Yeah, so far Next to New, when they are on defense, they're getting the ball out very quickly and playing a lot on the orange part of the field, which is unexpected. You would expect them to have to play a lot of defense against this team. Now Percy's up early here, going to try the double tap pass down to Panda, but a little bit too strong. It goes to the corner.
Another shot on this one, sent away by Percy. You would expect the team, especially one with Kofor on it, to be a very physical, very intimidating team. Try to overwhelm a team with physicality, demos, bumps. This has been more like a team led by non-violent Panda. They're the number 16 team in demos per game. Talking about Shopify Rebellion. They just have not needed that or used that in their path through here as LJ through the air from midfield does it on his own. And that's how Rebellion opens the scoring.
The solo play, Panda goes up just a little bit too late. Naris has no boost in the tank, so he cannot reach the play. Panda just had to do a little bit more against LJ to allow Aris a chance to get back with zero boost, but he could not get it done. And so far, we've seen Rebellion not go for passing plays. This time it works out by LJ just doing it by himself.
Here goes Kofor, trying to create some more. There's a demo from LJ taking out Eris. And he'll spawn right on ball side, and he's scrambling around looking for any boost. Has to use what little he has to challenge that ball. Got it to Percy downfield with a minute and a half remaining. Trying to go under Kofor, but First Killer, final boss at the end. And Rebellion shut him down once again.
But Next to New again, getting some pressure here. The pass goes out to Panda, who's got a chance to get it to Aris, but LJ is there on defense yet again, and Kofor will take it by himself. He's got First Killer in the middle, but he gets demoed out by Next to New. So Next to New doing a great job on defense to get this ball away from the blue side incredibly quickly throughout this game, but they just have no offensive pressure yet with volley shots.
Percy's up quickly for this. Panda was looking for the midfield boost. It was not there for him. So now it's going to fall to Eris at midfield to keep this attack alive. 45 seconds remaining. Still needing a goal to equal what LJ accomplished earlier. First Killer looking for some insurance. Not finding any. What can LJ do now? Nothing against Eris, but more time coming off the clock now. And that is right now the biggest enemy for Next to New. Percy right through LJ. Panda's there, and so is First Killer. Eris the follow. Far down and in.
Next to New sends all three members at this play, a 50 into another 50, and Aris is there to clean it up. Kofor cannot get up in time. What a shot location there by Aris, the new member of this team after Open 1, making some noise in this first game. And I said these games were going to be close, a lot of one-goal games between them. And here we go, 20 on the clock, all tied up.
Well executed kickoff to get First Killer the ball, but it ends up back with Panda. LJ's there. Oh, Eris tried the redirect. Now First Killer, back the other way. They set the house, and they don't get burned just yet as Percy the save. Kofor, no! LJ denied by Percy. First Killer, no time on the clock. Percy will spike it down, and we go to overtime, like everybody expected.
Here we go, kickoff. Couldn't matter here. LJ's got plenty of time with this ball. Percy up early to get around LJ, but he goes off the ceiling, going for the shot. Cannot get the last touch, but Rebellion is pressuring Percy, trying to get this clear out. Panda's trying to disrupt First Killer, but he got the boost. First Killer versus Aris out to Kofor, just a little bit too wide. We got a neutral game here in the midfield.
Oh, Percy flip reset around LJ. Kofor's there. Doesn't have control though, and LJ booms that away. That's a big time touch to really bail his team out. Now Kofor, throw it across. LJ's over there, but couldn't fully commit. And Percy will move it away towards Eris.
Bump.
You can tell next to New, I mean, they are trying to be very aggressive, but that could be very costly as First Killer almost dunked that one in.
But Rebellion, again, they keep going for these chances by themselves. There's never a follow-up. We talked about this all split one. We talked about it like at the Boston Major. Every single one of their plays feels like it's just one member trying to do everything, and then there's no follow-up. They need to find that midfield pass when they're on offense. There it is.
Pass over to Kofer. Give and go back to First Killer, but no shot really comes from it as Eris got there very quickly. LJ for the win, denied by Panda. And now Kofer will have a go. And here we go again. More individual efforts, all shut down. Percy, though, gave this away to First Killer, and Panda's there to save next to New.
But next to New, all they can do is just boom the ball downfield. They had no boost. They just have to get rid of it. But Percy has a chance here to get the pass out. No one's available. Aris with 100 boost will meet First Killer in the air. Panda, the pass by First Killer, he actually beats him out, but Aris will get the clear out. Can next to New get anything going on the offensive side? They've had to play a lot of defense lately, so they don't have enough boost for the follow-up. But Percy's been that man in the midfield trying to push things forward. Just doesn't work out there.
Well, the only time next to New broke through against Rebellion is when they had to send everybody with time not on their side. And they do it again. Percy against LJ. Eris got to get up quickly. He does so to stop Kofer's effort. Can he get to the wall? He can. Still available as Percy pops that back out to the corner. Very dangerous there defensively from next to New. Panda, Percy, ball game! Great pass, nice shot, good game!
After Kofer tries to do everything, First Killer he was the third man. He's going for absolutely nothing there. Panda with a very easy flip reset pass. And First Killer kind of gifts that game to next to New after next to New had to play a ton of defense in that overtime. And we talked about it 6 games in a row for Rebellion, but they were all very close. And next to New has finally broken that wall. And they get their first one at the most important time.
The 11th shot of the match for next to New gives them game 1 over Shopify Rebellion. As you said, when it matters most, as we look back at how it all unfolded. Eris, the equalizer. And then Percy, the game winner. Next to New, here to try and ruin the entire split, perhaps, for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, I love this too. These first opens are so great because everyone's on the same level. Yes, everyone expects Rebellion to make it to the major, but if next to New does the unthinkable, it's going to open up the door for even more teams as well. And next to New, man, they just held out. It was a lot of solo plays by Rebellion trying to score goals. They did get one off of LJ. But besides that, it's been the same old story since Split 1. There's just no follow-up. There's no infield passes. I think I counted maybe 3 offensive passes for Rebellion that entire match. They have to do more. They've had space. They've had time, but they don't look for each other. They just go to attack the net, maybe hoping for a juicy rebound, but next to New is not giving them those.
Again, you consider the context of the numbers, and, you know, it is what it is, but they're up against the #1 assist team in next to New. 9 assists across the board for each of the players, but there's one. There's the pass you were looking for. It is First Killer to Kofer, 14 seconds in.
Nice little fake on Percy, and literally First Killer, while he gave away game 1, he just beat all 3 members on next to New to get that pass out. That is what you need to see from Rebellion, is use the individual performances to open up the passing lanes. First Killer did it beautifully there.
Well, Percy had Kofer all over him as he tried to generate something following the kickoff. Now First Killer for himself. Why not? Oh my gosh! Are you kidding?
The First Killer was angry. He's angry after that game. Well, look at that brilliant double tap angle there. Percy couldn't do anything about it. And yes, sometimes you need to do it all yourself. Both goals, honestly, First Killer's show, and we're not even half a minute through.
And First Killer took game 1 personally. Kofer to the heavens. Try to get through Panda. He has Eris around him. Turnabout is fair play. Try to get past First Killer. Percy diving onto this. double commit out of next to new, and that leaves Panda in a real awkward spot. All they can do is slow down Kofer, and it's at least enough for now.
See if next new can get out of their half. Right now, nothing too threatening. LJ will be there for the save. Panda gonna try for those double tap corner shots. Doesn't work out. Kofer will get the big clear. Now, First Killer's got a little bit of open net, a little bit of a weak pass to Kofer, but they are starting to look for one another on the opposite side.
Sent on further by Eris. Now Percy has LJ in his way, and it's Kofer to clear once again. Only as far as Panda, but LJ can just run onto a free ball, and all he's done is throw it up towards that angle over the backboard. Now Kofer and First Killer. Who's going to take charge? It'll be Kofer. Awkward ball there that Eris couldn't turn on. He needed to go back for that midfield boost. Otherwise, could have been a real great opportunity there for next to new. This goes all the way back to Percy. Things have settled down a little bit, but they're still having a lot of possession on the blue half of the field here. And next to new, just unable to break out into that kind of full send attack that got them the equalizer in game one.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of midfield challenges that are mostly going to Rebellion or at least going neutral. So next new's got to find a way out. And we see Percy a couple times trying to lead that charge. Right here he's trying again, but he lands on Kofer, so he just literally cannot drive. So Rebellion gets another big clear.
First Killer off of Eris. Here goes Percy. Plenty of RLCS experience to go around with him. Panda can't stay with the play. First Killer, he can. Met by Eris. Kofer comes in to help as well. Everybody jumbled up in the corner except Panda, who's waiting in midfield to challenge this. Unfortunately for him, it's gone right to Kofer. LJ over across, trying to stretch out the defense, but First Killer didn't keep the play alive on the opposite side, so now Panda has it in midfield. What can he create? We've talked so much about his talent over the years, waiting for him to have this golden opportunity. Will he squander it now, or will he make the most of it? Certainly has done so in game one. They have the advantage over Rebellion, but they find themselves looking up after a masterclass out of First Killer in the first minute.
Yeah, but this last minute or so, it's been a lot of next to new slowly going into the orange half. No good quality chances yet. Panda's going to try and do it by himself. He goes for the fake this time. Percy goes for the shot, but Rebellion is there to make the save. But I like the idea. Panda, again, just throwing it on net, just trying to make Rebellion jump. But LJ, zero boost, controlling it down, and First Killer will get the clear. So they still haven't had that ultimate chance yet, besides one solo play by Panda. Here we go. First Killer to LJ for the double tap. Doesn't have the angle, but First Killer got that corner boost. So next to new, limited boost. Kofer's going to get a free shot on net. He throws it a bit high. LJ cannot get the follow-up.
And even though they don't score with the 2-goal advantage, more time off the clock makes the task even tougher. Percy needs one more. Instead, he'll go downfield looking for boost. He'll find absolutely none of it, as everybody from Rebellion beat him to it, but that ball is allowed to go right to Eris. Got the demo. Percy, can he get down on it in time? No. And Panda has to stay back at midfield again and range all the way back to collect this ball.
That was the quality chance I was waiting for next to do, but Eris just kind of threw it off the floor and didn't get a quality shot on it. When you're the underdog, you got to convert on those, especially late in this game.
Panda with 30. Percy towards the crossbar. First Killer's got the save. Eris now infield pass right to Percy, now to Eris, and LJ read the whole play like a book. A very slow developing play that it was, and an easier stop as First Killer makes that save, and that should just about extinguish any hope for next to new here in game two, as First Killer just plays keep away now from N2N, and that's gonna do it for game number two. It's a big time answer out of Shopify Rebellion, especially out of First Killer, who dominates the first minute, and it holds up against the underdogs. We're all tied up through two.
I want to credit LJ as well. His defensive performance so far this match has been exceptional. We also saw last week in Swiss, the 2-0 round between these two teams. It was late in the final game, game 3, where LJ made an incredible save to keep that a 3-0 match. So LJ has been really playing well on the defensive side, even though he's known more for his offensive performances. So I want to credit him a bit. 4 saves in that game as well, but really it came down to that first half minute where First Killer beats all 3 members for a pass, and then kind of just beats all 3 members by himself for his double tap shot as well.
I think important for Kofor to get off to an early start in that game as well. We've seen him kind of peel back the curtain a little bit. He's been in and out of the lobby between pre-game and now during the match. Just constantly switching things around or just having to hop out and hop back in. And, you know, that can have an effect on a player. If there's something that the vibes are just a little bit off, you never really know what effect that's going to have on different players. So to see him get that early goal, granted, a lot of the credit goes to First Killer there, but to see him get that early goal, just see the ball going in the net, that's got to be a big rush and could be the sign of things turning around for Kofor and for Rebellion as we get now into Game 3 at DFH.
It's a big one for Next to New. Again, your underdogs and Rebellion, they just got to win. But a lot of that momentum was in the first half minute. So you got to kind of remember that like, Rebellion's not doing a lot on the offensive side. Next to New has a chance.
Oh.
Powers through. He's been the tip of the spear for this team throughout this match, and he shows it here.
Somewhere, Wavepunk just doing a cartwheel in his head, watching Percy go right through the defense. And just as Kofor scored very early in Game 2, it's Next to New who have their first lead of this series. Remember, their only lead, so to speak, came with the overtime winner at the end of Game 1. Percy couldn't get the redirect there from Panda's speed. And Shopify Rebellion, a little out of sorts there defensively, but it's worked out.
Yeah, Rebellion's got to watch out for Percy. Percy's been that guy, like in the midfield, winning some challenges, trying to make some plays happen, and then obviously he gets that goal. We'll see if he can keep up his good performance through these first 2.5 games, but Rebellion still, that offense is not really clicking outside of First Killer for, back-to-back goals. So can Next to New hold on to this lead? Can they add to it here with Panda shots? There it is with the demo again. Percy, the tip of the spear, does it again against First Killer, demos him out, and Panda gets the goal.
And I love that Percy initially jumped and that froze First Killer. And at that point, after they've called for the fake, he is dead to rights. Just a missile right on the way in. And now Percy could get to this too, but he opts for the midfield boost first. Still got around First Killer, and Kofor making the hairline save just across the crossbar.
But Next to New has some new life here, playing a lot on the orange side of the field as well. First Killer, no boost, will wave dash into the wall. Try and get some momentum, but he gets disrupted. Aris will take it by himself. Going to be Kofor in the air. He gets it around one now. LJ's kind of alone against Panda plus Percy. But again, makes another great play there to get the clear.
First Killer, flip reset, just bangs off the crossbar. Follow-up is denied by both Aris and Panda. And Kofor's just got to bring it all the way back to First Killer, and then he's deleted. Aris, crossbar, down and set out by Kofor. Oh, it was a golden opportunity and just not converted by the slimmest of margins.
That was so tough too. He ran out of boost. He just couldn't get enough height on it to allow that ball to drop below the crossbar. But I love the demo play coming out. First Killer had a lot of space. Could have went for the aerial dribble, but instead he gets knocked out. And that's what they got to do. You got to get in the face of First Killer time and time again.
Oh, Panda and Aris, same ball, same place, and that put him in no man's land, deep in Rebellion territory. But this is right down the tracks, all aboard the Panda Express.
Can we talk about Percy again? There was a double commit by his teammates. He is left alone. First Killer is hunted for a demo, so Percy goes up early, wins the challenge out to his teammate. Percy's on fire.
Yeah, it's been a monster. First Killer, though, 2 demos and the midfield boost. Looking for contact again, and then Panda with a huge win at midfield. Percy, open, no, LJ shut the door on him. Boy, what a wild sequence for Next to New coming off that kickoff. They have Shopify Rebellion dancing right now.
3-goal lead. They got to hold on to this. Percy gets bumped, but the ball is not in. Aris will get the clear. LJ trying to dive in, but a little bit too late. First Killer by himself. Going to get it out to LJ with the shot. The bounce to the top left, and Rebellion is not dead yet.
Our First Killer almost did it himself on the trip down the field that precedes this little goal replay.
Oh,
but then he kicks out to LJ. Little bouncer. First Killer putting in a lot of work here for Rebellion, back within 2.
That was such a smart play. Percy wanted to go into the back wall, but kind of fell off it, and First Killer just lands on top of him, so he cannot jump again to make the save. So well done to First Killer. It really feels like it's been like First Killer versus Percy in a lot of these plays, and we'll see if that continues.
Harris got around LJ. Percy coming in to help against Kofer, but it's First Killer now. Infield pass to Kofer. Denied, cut out by Panda. Got there ahead of LJ. Here's Percy. Flip reset. Bang, bang!
Percy! What in the world did you have this morning for breakfast? Look at this double tap. He's going head to head versus First Killer and showing him up right now. Percy, my man.
4-1. It is only one game, but what a performance from Next to New in this series. The overtime winner in game 1. Starting to run away with it now in game 3. And you wonder, will there be a timeout from the Violent Panda and Shopify Rebellion? Harris already up to the ceiling, but that pass is not going to find him. You can tell, though, they are brimming with confidence now as Percy dives in against LJ. Can't get that on target. The passing just, it has been there at times, Gibbs, but not nearly enough to be a threat here to erase a 3-goal deficit at this point.
Yeah, they scored what? 2 goals in game 1. That was in overtime. They only scored 2 goals in game 2 because of First Killer, but it just feels like the offense is really not clicking. First Killer does get one late here, so this one is definitely not over. And this is all LJ, just again beating all 3 members. Next to you has to be very careful about these double commits, especially when you have a 3-goal lead. Don't send everyone at the ball. Make them beat you on the goal line.
At times, it feels like they don't know when to peel it back. They've been playing almost the entire game like they're down 2 goals. This goes to the backboard, and Kofer will guide it across to the corner. Percy, good job delaying Rebellion, but here goes First Killer. Percy's going to turn on this very quickly. Has Kofer with no boost in the net, and he still made the save. Harris denied by LJ right at the last. And now Percy thrown to the back wall again. And Shopify Rebellion hanging on by a thread to just a sliver of hope. They've got to get out of their own defensive end. They got to do it very quickly, and Kofer has nothing to work with. Skied it up for LJ. It's at least going forward. First Killer gets a boost down to the other side, but they don't have possession. And Panda, that last touch is good enough to keep it away. So too does Percy. And Next to New are halfway to top 6.
Well done. That last final minute basically felt like they just kept the ball in the orange half, just waste as much clock. You don't have to go for the scoring opportunity, just keep them pinned. And that's exactly what Next to New did, like after that mistake. And we do get a timeout called by Rebellion here, where they have to figure out this offense right now. But Next to New, again, they have all that momentum, so Rebellion's also calling it to just try and kill that momentum right here, right now.
Team that averages just over 10 shots a game has been true to form here in Next to New. 11 shots per game so far in this series, with the 13 that came through in this one. 10 combined from Panda and Percy, who each scored twice in game 3 to give Next to New this 2-1 lead and bring about this timeout by First Killer and Shopify Rebellion. And I put the emphasis there on First Killer, Gibbs, because yes, as good as LJ was, I think in that last game, I think he was very strong. First Killer has been the only one I feel like who has been on the entire 3 games so far.
Yeah, but this roster, it feels like we're still waiting to see Kofer be unlocked, right? And it just has not happened. That was all split 1 as well. It just feels like it hasn't worked. And I think a lot of people call back to, like, Kofer on his previous teams was that front man, going for demos and doing all of that. And he hasn't been given that opportunity on this squad. We don't know if that is a team decision, a player decision, or whatever, but it just feels like he was at his best when he is that tip of the spear, kind of what Percy's doing for Next to New, but it just, he feels flat at times, and it just has not been working. But for Next, like, we've seen these guys Next to New, they've been like gatekeepers for top 8. They had 3 opens in split 1 where they finished 9th through 12th. 2 of those opens, they had Aris on the team. They lost to quality teams in all of these. They went through Swiss back in Open 2, 3-0. They got a 9th place finish. They lost to Gen G and Space Station. Then Open 3, they went 3-1 in Swiss, only losing to Space Station. They got 9th. They lost to Energy and Rebellion. They've only lost to these quality teams. Finally, in Open 4, they lost to Dignitas in Swiss, plus Rebellion, and they've lost to M80. So those 2 losses, maybe a little bit on the weaker side, but for the most part, these guys are not losing to their peers. They're usually losing to teams above them. And now, this could finally be that moment for N2N to take out one of these top-level teams and show that they're here and they're fighting for one of these major spots.
Oh, Percy tried to slow play going around first killer, and he's having none of it. Let's see what happens for Rebellion out of their timeout. It's a long road back if they drop this game coming out of it. First killer, no, and Panda's there to make sure LJ doesn't have the follow-up. Really curious what this does for N2N too, Gibbs. You know,
yeah.
If there's any change out of them, and we talked about how aggressive they were and kind of over-committing, double-committing, sometimes triple-committing, that is going to cost you against a Shopify Rebellion team that is playing up to their potential. But as you said, we haven't seen it.
Yeah, I do feel like N2N, the one thing they do have to clean up are those double commits on defense. They've had a few times when they're sending too many like at the ball when they don't really need to. Now, to be fair, like Rebellions, they don't have that follow-up right now, so it hasn't cost them too often. But if a Rebellion finds that follow-up or finds that midfield passing, then N2N will be in trouble. Percy again upfield though here, trying to cherry pick a bit. A pass to Aris and they get the goal. Percy yet again is upfield hunting against first killer and wins another ball.
This just threads the needle around everybody for Aris, right on the nose. And into the 2nd minute. It took N2N a little longer than the previous game, but they're all over Shopify Rebellion. Panda opts to leave the midfield boost on his effort here. And Kofer's there to cut it out. LJ and Percy take each other out. Kofer looking for the flip reset and just couldn't guide that anywhere towards the net. First killer will try now. Try to get that out towards Kofer. Does not work out. Aris with nothing in the tank, no problem. Panda will come take over. Here we go. From the skies, right at Kofer, easy stop.
Percy will float up early, and Aris has to follow up with him. Now, first killer's got a lot of space because of that. See what he can do. Going for the little ground play into the pass, into the demo, but no one follows up the shot. LJ had to wait for Aris. Aris will get the clear. Panda, a little bit of an aerial fake. He goes back and follows up his own touch, but Kofer will clear it away.
Good first touch by Kofer, too, with Percy diving down on him. That kicks right out to LJ, and Percy stuffs that right back whence it came. Now Percy trying to get around first killer. Easier said than done, especially today. LJ with first killer running forward, and Aris with the win of the century, and Panda's on the doorstep.
And Rebellion is like, we're going to send all 3. We have a 3-on-1, but Aris, the backflip 50 challenge goes right to
Panda. Win it that much.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good. And right there, a little bit of luck on the side for N2N to get another goal here. And that felt like almost a 2-goal swing because it was a 3-on-1. If Aris does not make that play, Rebellion is scoring. But N2N could be going up 3-1. They're up 2 halfway through this game.
Panda in the corner, met by LJ. Here goes Aris. He's got Percy. Aris calling his own number, and first killer there for the stop above the bar. Percy, though, dance around 1. Go for the stop. Panda, oh, great slow play to let Kofer go on by. Got the pass away. Percy, high. Aris, follow. It's off the bar. Still available, but LJ is going to get there first.
Aris, a few times today, he's hit that crossbar. He's not a fan of it right now. Panda, though, by himself through LJ. Aris follows up. N2N is on fire.
They don't even need to send the house. 2's enough. Panda did all the work. Aris, the janitor, his 3rd goal of the series. He's got 3 assists. It is a pretty equal scoreline for everybody on N2N. Aris 3-3, Percy 3-2, and Aris adds another. They're just running away with this.
These offensive challenges are just not going wrong. They're just not going wrong for these guys right now. They're winning everything. The ball is just falling into the net. It feels like we're playing Heat Seeker for Next to New here. The ball is just attracted to that net, and Next to New is dominating Rebellion.
And it's wide open here. Aris continues. Stop the count.
And this is on a timeout for Rebellion. They don't have it anymore. Next to New is coming off a Rebellion timeout and going up 5 with 1:47 on the clock. They could run this score up even more.
Unbelievable. This game, nothing but Aris. That could finally go Rebellion's way. Doesn't matter. Panda's there. He'll boom it away. Right at Kofer. And Panda won that too. Percy, 2-on-1 against first killer. The shot's on, and LJ makes the save, falling into his net. This is just a treat to watch. The team playing with no intimidation whatsoever. And they're taking the supposed favorite. And a heavy favorite when you remember the whole desk. 75-25 in chat. All Next to New have done after we didn't even talk about them on First Touch the other day. All they've done is just give the business to everybody in their way.
And how fitting, you know, it's March. It's madness right now. These brackets are being blown wide open, so we'll see. But the job isn't done. This is still Rebellion. This is still first killer, even though you're about to go up 3-1. Next to You they have to remain focused, because if they don't, you know, a Rebellion, if they find that offensive form, watch out. But Next to You, everything went right for them in this game.
What can LJ create here? It's been a while since we've talked about a quality Rebellion threat. First killer can't convert here. He's been everywhere, but also he's hit just about every part of the frame that you can, except the net itself. LJ up ahead. Aris will cut that out. Even the pre-jumps aren't working for Shopify Rebellion. Next to New will spike it down, and what an emphatic statement. Rebellion takes a timeout, and Next to New drops 4 on their heads, or 5 rather, without conceding.
And Kofer again leaving the match, change a car again. I think he's done that every single game.
He has.
I haven't been keeping track of what cars he's using, but just not feeling it right now. And it's a brand new day, Stacks. It's a brand new split, and these points are at a premium. If you can make these runs, these big upsets, Next to New will be in the running for one of these major spots, and Rebellion will have to be looking for more. But we play best of 7 for a reason, Stacks. It doesn't end when someone goes up 3 games, so Next to New has to find it one more time.
1,046 score for Aris. I mean, normally, okay, somebody scores a lot of goals, and you think, okay, so they scored goals. Okay, cool. He also had 5 saves. He had 5 of the 7 saves for Next to New in that game. Now, granted, the opportunities for Rebellion were not, you know, you're not exactly trying to keep Zen out of your net. At the same time, you go 4 for 6, you have an assist, and you make 5 saves. Just an out-of-body experience from Aris in Game 4, and Next to New is next to match point now.
Oh,
On Parc de Paris. You know, their announcement graphic when they signed CL had a very clever use of Panda and Aris's names, the road to Paris. They continue on now. Can they punch their ticket to Sunday by taking down Rebellion? Here we go.
and we've been talking a lot about Percy, and I was going to mention that Aris was the player on Friday, but here we go. We're opening up the score for Rebellion. First killer gets one quickly, and this is all LJ by himself, just setting up the first killer. No boost, does not matter. LJ with the bump to get that pass out, and these are the passes we need to see from Rebellion if they want to get back in this match. An offensive pass has been like at a premium, but they finally get one there to open up the scoring. But Aris was the MVP of Friday for these guys, and he was a little quiet in the first games. It was the Percy show, but he showed up in that game 4, and they're all clicking right now. But Rebellion, don't count them out.
Panda and Eris, 13 and 12 goals respectively on Friday, and Eris has only added 5 more to that incredible tally. He's got the tournament lead right now in total scoring, as Panda's that one get around him. First killer, Kofor tried to run interference, and Percy had to dive in very quickly and did so. Who's gonna turn on this? Nobody. Eris will boom it away, and first killer will delay at least, try to let Kofor take over. That's a good win by Panda. Eris now left it for Percy, and Kofor got there in time.
Just in time for Kofor there. Now LJ's gonna go up. He gets beat out. The aerial bump play happens, but there's no shot available because of the disruption. Kofor will get the clear. Limited boost, gonna try and do it himself to open up a rebound for first killer or LJ. LJ will keep it in. First killer, limited boost. Can't get it middle. Or sorry, that was Kofor, but first killer again trying to follow it up, but just not enough boost in the tank right now for Rebellion on those offensive tries.
Tried to pinch that with Percy, and it went awry. So now Panda to Percy. That connection's there.
Another good challenge.
Another good win. My gosh, the 50 game has been incredible. Oh, here's LJ though. Flip reset. Try to guide it down around Panda, and does!
LJ with space, getting it done. The awkward shot confuses the defense. Panda didn't know which way to turn. He jumps early, cannot get enough boost to fly to that top right corner. LJ, perfect placement. And Rebellion is charging ahead in this game, trying to stay alive.
LJ and first killer both with a goal and an assist. Welcome to the series. First killer spikes it down. LJ had to put in a lot of work just to try and get up over that ball. Now Percy will pop it away, but they've got no boost anywhere. It's only Eris with anything in the tank. He'll have to use it to generate some offense and give his teammates time to get boosted up. This is certainly not going to get through. And Kofor's danced around Percy, but Panda's right there. LJ at the back as well.
It's going to come down to for next.
Oh.
Going to have to try and get physical unless Rebellion does it to themselves with the team bump there. Opens up the door. Panda's got a quality shot attempt. Kofor, big save to hold this lead to 2.
What a great job recovering by Shopify Rebellion. That could have been catastrophic. First killer gonna take his time on this ball and try to get around Percy. He's the outlet though for LJ. Up ahead, Kofor. First killer still there, still a threat, but not on that side of the field. Well done defensively by Next to New, keeping it within 2.
First killer trying to stall out. He wanted to avoid the bump the entire time, but because of that, he has no boost. He can't get momentum back to actually make the save. You see him park there, and Eris finally does actually get a small bump, and it opens up the door for Percy, and Next to New want to finish it here. They're only down 1 with 2 to go.
That was designed to go back to LJ, and it just went by him. Opportunity for Next to New, but first killer's got it away. Only as far as Percy, and he gets bumped out of the play. So now Kofor's got free reign to do whatever he wants, and Eris will make the stop. Good opportunity there for Next to New. It's gone by the wayside, though.
And Rebellion are starting to look for each other on the offensive side. Next to New has to be careful with these plays, but they do get the clear with another great challenge. First killer will just have to throw it into the midfield, and we got a little bit of a neutral state right now.
Eris now skying another one up. Percy's there. Got it angled down, and LJ is all over it. Kofor beats 2. It is only Eris to beat, and Eris makes the stop.
Yeah, Kofor just couldn't get around it. He wanted the bump like at the end or a quality shot, but just didn't have enough in the tank to get it done. But he's got another attempt here against who will get the challenge down. He takes the back corner boost as well, so he's got boost. He's got time in the air. Can he beat everyone on the team? And a big save, but LJ with the rebound to get the lead back to 2.
And Kofor, I think, did just a little bit extra at the end here after the flip reset. Knocked Panda out of the way. No way to recover. LJ there, as Next to New got caught with only 1 at the back again, and this time they got burned.
Yeah, that's a great play by Kofor. Because of that back corner boost that he took, like it allowed him to go for another attempt, but also meant that Next to New did not have a lot of boost in the tank, so it was a little bit more awkward for them. And now Rebellion just got to hold out for 40 more seconds. Next to New has to send everything.
That's how they got their equalizer in game 1. Beat 2 in the air here, but LJ's there ahead of Percy, as Panda at least keeps Next to New alive, but on life support here in game 5. Kofer gonna pop that up and thinking first killer might jump for it. He stayed back, very wisely not sending the house with the 2-goal lead. They realize that Next to New has to be the one to press the game at them, and it's not gonna happen. Percy needs to get one downfield very quickly now to have any hope. Eris denied by LJ, and we will go to Neo Tokyo as Shopify Rebellion stays alive in Parc de Paris.
And Stacks, you know better than most. What's the hardest game to win when you're in a best of set or a best of match? It's the last. That is the hardest game to win in any sporting event. It is so difficult to close out any team, especially when you're the underdog as well, because all the pressure is on you to finally get that job done. It's a lot easier to win that third game compared to that fourth game. Next to you, it's going to have to level up one more time in this match. They have 2 more tries at it, while Rebellion, they're starting to find that vision on the offensive side. They're starting to go for a little bit more passing. So, can they keep it going? Neo Tokyo is next. You know if they win that Rebellion are huge favorites going into Champions Field.
Yeah, the nerves would start to pop up again for sure. And, you know, if you're Next to New, again, they do have the benefit of their timeout. We'll see if Wolvie, he would have to use it if we go to Game 7. You can't take it with you into the next Open. So, be curious to see how the teams respond coming out of this very short break, though, going into Game 6. Because when I look at Game 4 versus Game 5, I see Next to New, they got away with some things. They had a lot of challenges go their way in Game 4. Game 5, none of that happened. Physical play from Shopify Rebellion has been huge in this comeback effort.
Yeah, you talked about them like never demoing throughout all of the group stage, but First Killer's been hunting a lot, and he's trying to disrupt Next to New on their rotation to get them a little bit awkward. And then it opens up the door for Kofer. He's been getting a lot more space on the opposite side. Again, another corner boost taken for him, so he's going to keep that pressure up.
Eris didn't have the corner boost spawn for him, and he took out LJ for stealing in the midfield from him. But after all that, it's First Killer with the stop. Anda delaying as much as he can. Go for a second touch. Didn't really get that to a scoring position, though with First Killer, just about anything's a scoring position. Panda beaten by LJ, but nobody's over there, so Percy's got all day to get boost and ball, and buy his teammates time to get more of the same.
Percy upfield again, but he gets beat out this time. A little counterattack here by Rebellion. Kofer will throw it up high. Eris will get the follow-up, though, and clear it out. Again, Percy, always that first man there when there is a counterattack opportunity, but First Killer playing it slow. You get the job done and get the clear.
That is critical that came back to Eris as far as it did. Allowed him to go grab the boost and the ball in stride. First Killer setting it up for LJ, but that's gone wayward out to the corner. More possession, though, for Shopify Rebellion, trying to wear down Next to New. They've been caught quite a bit without a lot of boost. LJ, flip, reset. Percy's got to get it away with First Killer with a full tank bearing down on him.
Yeah, Panda finally got his own corner boost, but that's been the game plan for Rebellion. They've taken a lot of those back corner boosts when they're on offense, and it just means that Next to New, like all 3 members are at 40 or below, and you can't do a lot for a counterattack on that. First Killer by himself gets the pass down to LJ, and there was just not enough boost for any of the members of the team. Percy finally gets 100 there, but it's a little bit too late. He's out of position, so First Killer can get that ball across to LJ to open up the scoring.
After Game 1, First Killer said, fine, I'll do it myself, and LJ has decided to help out as well as the series has gone on. Give him 5 goals now in the series for LJ. Has a couple assists as well. He's helped out First Killer immensely. Waiting to see if Kofer can kind of pick it up on the offensive end. Didn't make contact there. This will drop down, and First Killer's got this in the corner. There's the demo on FK, and this will just go all the way back to Eris, who's got all the time in the world.
Next to do, though, finally getting the ball on the orange side of the field so they get some boost control back. It allows them to open up this game just a bit more, and it comes down to their challenge game again, in that midfield. But LG gets the demo, so Eris is the only one back. He makes the play. Panda He's alone. He's got a little bit of space. He beats first killer, but a big save by LJ to keep it out.
Wow. Another little soft shot. Pounded down, and that denied Percy the rebound opportunity. Rebound control so critical because Next to New have scored on second and third chance opportunities all series long. Gopher has that go back to first killer. Panda, the center, nobody there. Percy will try now, take his turn, and LJ couldn't get to it, and it's just in.
Next to New finally gets a chance to play some offense, and they keep the ball in deep for so long, and Percy just hitting the angles. He went to physics class, and he gets the shot. No one back for Rebellion, and we're all tied up.
That just seemed like it was impossible that they were going to concede a goal there, but they did. And here we go. Eris has Percy waiting for a pass that's never going to get there, but now Panda. Full tank of boost, infield pass, Percy's drive gives Next to New the lead, and they've turned Neo Tokyo on its head.
And this is just a midfield pass. He's on the X, basically. Percy with the shot. There's two defenders. Kofer, it's got to make that save. I'm not sure where he was going there, but Percy with the perfect placement on it confuses him, and Next to New, out of nowhere, have taken the lead.
Kofer is there to score again. First killer set him up, and Kofer knocks it down as they continue to exchange haymakers.
Percy just can't get there because first killer bumps him out of the way. First killer doing first killer things, putting this team on his back yet again.
Panda with the follow through. Still caught a deflection on the way by, though. Now first killer trying to create. Has he done it again? Oh, it's real dangerous. Panda and Percy stuck together. LJ shot denied by Percy.
LJ is going to loiter upfield, just get a redirect into the corner, allow first killer to get a chance on this ball. First killer just waiting for that corner boost. You can see the timer now with the new update, and he does grab both of them to boost Starve out Next to New. Aris will get the clear, though, anyway, but no real counterattack just yet for Next to New.
Oh, first killer, great win. LJ's there and just put nothing on the shot. Missed opportunity for Rebellion. Now Kofer will try. He's got Panda in front of him. Going at Eris. There's the initial save. First killer for the lead, and Percy says no.
And Percy gets the clear plus the boost. Well, first goes up early, though.
Oh, what a save!
Eris, incredible save. Can he get another? He cannot. LJ finds the bottom left corner. The pre-jump by first killer to set this up from Kofer. Eris does his very best, but it's not enough. Rebellion take the lead.
He got a piece of it, and just for a fleeting millisecond, it thought, wait a minute, there's no way. Oh, there was no way. 27 seconds now. Panda's gonna grab the midfield boost, but watch LJ go over top of him. And that deflects off of Panda into a scoring spot, and first killer just denied by the recovering Panda. Down to 14 seconds now. And Next to New has to move. Panda just kind of ridden to the back wall by Kofer, actually made the save. And now Eris couldn't beat two. Down to 3 seconds. Panda's got to collect this with no momentum. Has to watch that boost spawn behind him. And now Panda can't keep this alive. Shopify Rebellion send us to first a timeout, I'm sure, and then to Champions Field.
Man, what a game there. It was so close back and forth. Turned into a kickoff for Rebellion to tie it back up, but it really was the boost control. They were taking the corner boost time and time again versus Next to New to not allow them to get out of their own half, to not allow those midfield challenges to happen. But I'm not seeing a timeout just yet, Stacks. Next to New.
Yeah. Okay. I'm here for it. But, you know, talking about the differences, though, between games 4 and game 5, and now that's continued into game 6, is very simply that Next to New have not generated the volume of scoring chances that they did the entire rest of the series. You look at the shot totals game by game, 11, 9, 13, 12. Great. That's when they went up 3-1. These last two games, 7 shots apiece. And while, okay, 7 isn't that much less than 9, I get it. They also lost the game that they only had 9 shots. So when they're not able to just bombard the Rebellion net, when they're not able to get these rebound opportunities and keep the pressure on Rebellion, they can't generate a lead, they can't hold a lead, and that's where Rebellion have done a great job of limiting those opportunities, controlling possession in the defensive end, and not getting overwhelmed by these underdogs.
Here we go. The momentum swings back to Rebellion Champions Field. They were big favorites coming into this match, and I feel like they have to be big favorites in this final game, but it is only 5 minutes. Can N2N do the impossible and take them down?
Eris has tried to steal the show. He is left waiting for a pass that never got there as he ran forward. Now first killer redirects that one wide, and Eris is all over it. What a great read. And he's on this ball too. Eris is locked in as he set up Percy. Going to the backboard now, and Panda's all alone. Had to get a touch on that just to slow down first killer, and then first killer very wisely opting to steal the boost from him. They're gonna try to starve out N2N here. LJ shot denied by Panda, and he can grab that boost in stride.
First killer, though, is still around in these corners, trying to disrupt everything he possibly can. Now Kofer's turn. We'll get the pass out to first killer, but Panda's there to meet it. Percy also jumped, but he does follow it up.
Kind of a soft goal that N2N had scored, or that Rebellion had conceded to tie game 6 the first time, or to get within 1. This Kofer has that blocked by Eris. Good to see that mentally they did not fold. They've brought it all the way back to Champions Field. Here's Kofer sending one high and wide. Try to stretch the defense again. Make them waste their boost. Starve them out some more. Battle around that corner boost. Won by Percy for the moment. He's got the boost as well. Now Kofer going to work. Try to change directions. And it's not going to happen, so it comes all the way back to FK.
Yeah, the flipper set just took a little too long to develop, so N2N just immediately challenges. But first killer now has an opportunity with space. Tries for the pass. It gets disrupted.
No.
LJ had a shot off the crossbar. Couldn't get it below it. Percy will get the clear. N2N needs to find a way to keep this ball in the orange side, but first killer will deny it yet again.
First killer hard off the ceiling, and LJ shot is high again. Kofer will sky it up. Panda's there, and he'll have it out to that corner. Percy using just about everything he got from that last little penny in front to make that stop. And now LJ has his eyes set on the goal. Panda says no, and Eris will send it out further. Big defensive stop from N2N.
Not only that, but Eris had no boost, but he positions perfectly on the rebound to get the clear, to give him space, to allow them to get some boost and some breathing room, because Rebellion has been on offense this entire game.
Percy's gonna watch first killer take a shot. He's got that red all the way. Had time to get the boost, and now Panda. Perfect timing. But that goes right to first killer. Eris all alone at the back. And that corner boost spawned right for, I believe, first killer, who took it. So Kofer now will have to climb up the wall and send this away on the other side as we remain scoreless past the midway point of game 7.
2 minutes left.
Oh, Eris, Percy, oh, what a stop!
Oh, so incredibly close there. They finally get a scoring opportunity. They almost make it work. Panda will keep it in, but LJ's got a full boost tank. We'll just throw it deep, allow his teammates to try and get back and collect some boost.
First killer, high bouncer. LJ trying to get it over towards him. LJ will have to take it himself, and Eris will leave that boost for Panda. Panda's gonna have to use it very quickly here. Didn't have a lot of momentum started behind this play, but now he can pop it up with the flip reset. Percy's there to take charge. N2N have done a great job not double committing here in game 7. They haven't put themselves out of position much, if at all. Will they be rewarded for it? LJ tried to dribble, and Panda shut it down.
Kofer's got an opportunity. A bump play comes out by LJ, but Eris is also on the goal line, so makes that happen. Another bump play coming out by Rebellion. They're starting to get physical, maybe not a demo, but the bumps are coming out. And first killer doing it as well. But N2N does get the ball out. Eris maybe over to Percy to Panda, but they can't get it out of that corner, and Kofer will get a big clear. Less than a minute left. We're entering that golden goal territory.
And next strike could very well be the one that wins it. Could belong to first killer, but Percy's up there with a hand in his face. LJ, nothing in the tank, same for Percy. Panda's got all of it, so does Kofer. Those two are destined to collide, and they do here. Panda the better of the two.
First killer's got a lot of space. He opts to pass to Kofer with no boost. Eris We'll get a bit of a clear. First Killer trying to meet him in the air. We'll get another good midfield pass to Kofer. So playing pretty well. That Panda, though, to Percy. Kofer, again, in that midfield. Being a nuisance.
Oh, Eris thought about it, turned back and made the save with time winding down. Overtime is looming unless someone can run onto one. First Killer,
Pass.
Cooper for the win, denied. Panda, can he stop LJ? No! LJ wins it for Rebellion.
LJ, the hero, First Killer, the pass in, the great save, but LJ goes up and hits the shot when it matters most. It might not have been pretty this whole series, but Rebellion find a way to move on.
A gritty performance from next to new, but when the dust settles,
Whoa.
an incredible comeback from Shopify Rebellion. And it ends with bookended overtimes, one going either way. What a great performance at 0 seconds as well. You thought, all right, there was the save, that's it. But LJ, right place, right time. What a series.
Oh, and what could have been for next to new. They were so incredibly close, and it does come down to just one goal difference for Rebellion. LJ, the hero of the match.
Well, that does it for our first match of the day. What a tough act to follow. One's in the chat. They're up next against M80 as the RLCS rolls on.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
And we start off playoff Saturday with a bang. Exciting games here going back and forth all the way to Game 7. A buzzer beater on Champions Field to put Shopify Rebellion forward in the bracket. I'm joined by former world champ and coach Shopify Rebellion, Violent Panda. Good to see you, sir. Congratulations on the win. Walk me through that match from your perspective. Like, what went wrong and then what ultimately went right here?
Yeah, no, I got you. I mean, it was a lot of stress and nerves, I'm gonna be honest. Like, we've been approaching the game differently the last 3 weeks compared to the last split, in the way we want to play and the way we want to move around on pitch and everything. We've taken a different approach. Scrims have been good, everything's been good, and the same happened against Energy yesterday, where just in the pressure, you know, we fell back to old habits. Even though we didn't follow the game plan and we didn't work together as well. And the same thing happened here at the start of the series, you know, like the nerves got involved. And it's, you know, like it's just gonna take repetitions and like doing what we do now, the new thing that we're trying to approach. Repetitions, working on it and getting our nerves in order, and we'll be good. And then, you know, halfway through the series we did that and we started playing a lot better.
I see. I was going to ask you about like what you've been doing on the off since Boston, but it sounds like you've been adjusting to this new play style. Have the boys liked that? Have they adapted to it quickly? Has it been difficult to pick up this new play style?
No, it's been good. Like the guys are they like playing. I'm not gonna say what it is, but like more playing this way.
Sure.
Obviously not gonna say, but they like playing this way, and it's been good for us. We just, like I said, it just needs repetitions and need practice more, working on stuff in terms of like, you know, getting in the right mindset for these kind of games, like everything, and we'll be good. Like the boys are feeling good, we're looking good, the scrims have been great, so I think we'll be good.
I gotcha. Well, hey, tomorrow you get the loser of Strictly Business versus FUT. You'll get the opportunity to get another rep in here with the new playstyle. Thoughts on the new FUT roster? Are you a believer?
Yeah, FUT's a good team. I think they'll be a good team this split.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll get to see you guys play tomorrow. Congratulations on the win. That was a close one there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
All right, that is Violent Panda here for Shopify Rebellion, who do survive to play on Championship Sunday through the lower bracket. Looking to make a crazy run here to that grand final, see if they can get back there again. And Gibbs, I mean, hey, you said that next to normal would get, or next to new. Goodness, here we go.
Here we go again.
You said they were to get 2 games. They got 3 and nearly got the 4th one.
Yeah, again, these guys have played twice in Open 3 and Open 4. 5 of those games were 1-goal games, but Rebellion did win them all. So it was just a matter of time until next to new could figure something out, and they absolutely did. Early on, Percy was absolutely lights out on the offensive part of the field. He was beating First Killer in head-to-head matchups time and time again. And then obviously we saw that game with Stacks where it was like 5-0 in Game 4. We're like, this might be over, but again, the hardest thing to win is that 4th game.
Yeah, when you get a team backed up against the wall like this, then you see what they're truly made of. And here we saw what Shopify Rebellion is made of. I mean, just that never say die mentality. First Killer refused to lose. LJ really picked it up as well at the end. I think he had maybe 5 goals in the last 2 or 3 games himself. In an incredible comeback effort. And again, they capitalized when Next to New ran out of gas, and it was good enough. Oh,
yeah,
hello.
Absolutely. I mean, it was, they barely ran out of gas there. I mean, I don't even necessarily call it out of gas. I feel like Shopify just leveled up the pressure just for a moment there at the end. It was such a close Game 7. Even that final scoring drive, there was so many great saves from Next to New on the goal line there, Gibbs. It was just that final shot finally finds its way through.
Yeah, it was just really rough. It felt like Next to New just couldn't get their own boost for a long time in those last few games. It feels like First Killer was really focusing in on grabbing those corner boosts, and it was working out incredibly well for them. Next to New, though, they tried to hold out as long as they possibly could. It came down to a 0-second goal, just, you know, 1 bounce away from taking down Rebellion and getting those precious points and a top 6 spot.
They make the win here, which means they earn more points on that road to Paris, folks. Don't forget to get your tickets if you want to be in the building when history is made. Fantastic opportunity for Rocket League fans across the world. We got 3 more matches today, and we're going to stay in that lower bracket here. Excited to see that Strictly Business versus FUT matchup that's coming up a little bit later on. The loser of that will play against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. But before that, another elimination match and another Cinderella story that might come to an early end or might continue. The clock doesn't have to strike midnight just now, and it's all up to Team 1. Can they take on the boys from M80? Both these teams, honestly, Stacks, here coming into today with something to prove.
Yeah, I think that this M80 team, I've been very critical of them because, you know, they are kind of the embodiment of Jekyll and Hyde. You know, they can look so great during the first part of a series. And then if we get to games 4, 5, and 6, everybody just kind of settles back in, and they're just another team. And then you look on the other side, and you see 1, and you've got a bunch of guys that are looking for their kind of big breakthrough moment. And Fisher win, yeah. I'd be surprised if this doesn't go the distance because I think something's got to give. I just don't know in what direction.
It's going to be interesting. I feel like both these guys, I think, coming into this matchup, like looking at the brackets, right? Yeah, this is the match we want. No one wants to have Rebellion, right? So these guys are happy where they're at, and it just comes down to who shows up, who gets those points. I feel like Nolly yesterday, he had some bad moments. He had some great moments as well, and he was the hero on that team by the end of it. So I think with his experience, you kind of have to favor him, but it's a brand new day, so who knows? I feel like Life and Mech, we're warming up a little bit more. But at the same time, 1, out of nowhere, destroyed Dignitas. I don't think anyone expected that. Because also, they lost to him last week as well, 3-1. And then they come out and just perform so exceptionally well. So you can't count them out either. I truly feel like it's a coin flip. But honestly, I couldn't tell you how many games. Because I feel like this could go 4-0s very easily on both sides because of nerves. So who knows?
I agree. I think this is either a back and forth Game 7 low-scoring series, or it's a blowout in one direction. Both teams have shown that they have the firepower to take it to their team, and this is the first time these two teams and organizations are playing each other. Likely, there have been players on either side who have played each other in the past, but these specific rosters, it's the first time we're seeing them clash here. So a new blend of styles. We'll see how it goes. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the Progressive Fan Vote. We'll make our picks up here on the desk. Gibbs, I'm fascinated. Who you got?
I feel like M80 on paper has the better players and they have more experience, but also when they played Dignitas, none of that mattered anyway. I'm still going to go M80, but I'm not incredibly confident in this pick. But I do think just because of on paper, like I think Life and Mech are really performing exceptionally well, and then Nolly has looked fantastic as well. So I'm going to go M80.
Okay. The Stacks, who you got?
Yeah, I apologize. The internet's still on dial-up here in Maine. I got M80 here just because one hadn't beat anybody until they beat Dignitas. With all respect to like whippersnappers, you got to beat somebody first. I look at M80 and I go, all right, they almost beat Space Station. I'll at least give them credit there. And then they ended Gen G's run. So I got to go with M80 here. I think that Mech is going to absolutely go nuts.
Look, even if it's just on name value, M80 is clearly the favorite in this matchup, and one is the underdog Cinderella story, and we love giving as much power as we can to newcomers here, so I'm going to give them the perfect sweep. We're going to cast or curse M80 on this one. Give me M80 up here. This is clearly their match to lose. There's no chance that they drop it to 1. And imagine if they did, what a story it would be. We almost saw next to New do it in the last matchup here. This one, though, interesting. They're not quite as one-sided a favorite. Chat agrees with us here. 66% in favor of M80. Let's see how it goes out there on the pitch. Shopify already got the job done earlier today. Who gets to join them there in those lower bracket quarterfinals and survive to play on Championship Sunday? It's 1 on one side, 80 on the other. Which number's better? Let's find out together here. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Second match of the day, M80 trying to punch a tier above their weight class, get even farther than top 6. Standing in their way is an international roster here, Matt, Rlcs, and Justice. Gonna try to get it done against them here as we start our second best of 7 of the day, game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Really stoked for this one. Like we've all been saying for so long, this is where like a lot of these new storylines are starting to unfold in front of our eyes, and Of course, a lot of these young guns are teaming up with what we consider the veterans of the RLCS, and so far, a lot of these roster moves are proving to be doing exactly what both teams were hoping for, finding success in these main events.
Now, for Rlcs coming over from South America, had a lot of top 4 placements over the last few years, even a couple of top 2 ones. Teammates were getting poached. That helped him get those top 4s. He was never the one to get poached. Comes over to North America to play in CRL and also joined this team with Matt and Justice. And, well, they couldn't have really started any better. For the first open here in the Paris, or on the road to Paris, excuse me. Justice had played in Europe before, long time ago. His last regional event was the whole way back in 21-22 in Europe. And it's not until 2024 you see him pop up in qualifiers. And this is the highest placement he's been in either region in multiple years.
Yeah, this is, like I said, it's a new era for a lot of these people, and I mean, even for somebody like Noli, right, who's been here for so long, it's been a while since we've seen him find success. I believe one of the last major times was that RLCS Fall Major back with Gen G, and so he's just been kind of trying to find his own. He does still compete in the CRL alongside the RLCS, but Mech and Life along him have found some of the best play style, success in play style that we've seen for a long time. Then, of course, getting picked up by M80. They've looked incredible so far, but scoreless nonetheless. Nobody's been able to find anything quite in the first 2 minutes here. It's been a fairly patient game, not too much risk, but Matt will be the one to change that.
Nice shot placement from Matt. Life was coming back. It bounces away from him. Life was just hoping that he would actually get some favorable bounce, something he could play. Instead, he's forced to wait for the shot after some extended pressure from M80. One, find a way to get them on the counterattack. He talked about Life and Mech, I have a lot of eyes on them, talking about that North American next generation. They played a really close series yesterday against Space Station, one of the better looking teams. So you wonder how high M80's ceiling can be. One, are going to make it difficult to start. Still, M80 have good pressure. Mech tries to trip one up. Matt didn't have any boost, going for the bump as well, but Justice gets in the air. It's not over. High touch from Noli and a really good recovery and clear there from Justice.
And of course, on the flip side of things, Matt was kind of that standout for me. He's a really big initiator for this one roster. And there he is again. They had that pinch in a more golden goal scenario before, but seeing him hit it back is just almost like a foot down statement of, hey, you're not safe either. Couple shots coming through. Better saves and a big transition out here for Team 1.
Kind of hesitant there, one word. And when that ball would get coughed out, Rlcs, all of his boosts. Justice nowhere near this play, going for the bump. Mech wanting the pass. They didn't get either there. Life off the ceiling, kick it away. M80 continue to find themselves in the orange half. The trouble is the consistent quality opportunities. One having that one counter earlier, only 4 shots on net for them, but 8 shots for M80 in 4 minutes of gameplay. And they've lost possession again here. Matt leaves it, and he runs into his teammate. Rlcs kind of ran into Matt. No play there for One.
The cool thing about One is so far the MO has kind of been that one goal has been all they get. They kind of go for the NRG style, although flip side of things, M80 is completely opposite to that. They are a high shooting team, and they finally find something here. It's a big flick from Life to set up Mech, the two working together as a duo to tie things up here in game 1.
Yeah, they got about 2/3 of One frozen on the back wall, thanks to some harassment from first man there in the corner to set that over before that flip pass ever happened. They finally break through. Life with a 2-on-1. Really looking for demos and bumps a lot in game number 1. hasn't been too successful, but you are keeping cameras on a swivel if you're one. He only has to connect on one of those, and even just being in the area is enough to warp the rotation. One, hold on defense for now. Rlcs breaking on the 50-50. Life steals the boost. Justice, patient, gets the ball. Dangerous in regulation. Mech got his wheels stuck on the post. Life protects the rock, but that's straight back down. He's got the read. Mech with a beautiful double commit follow-up. We got overtime here in game one.
Big overtime too, just necessarily because of how close things have been so far off the kickoff. Life gonna boom this one upfield and almost immediately gets it sent back. You see Noli playing the patient game out in the corner. Ultimately, it's Mech to Justice. But the good thing about one has been their patience, and a lot of the times that's where these younger teams start to fall through the cracks against some of the more veteran rosters.
Mech going straight for the demo. No midfield boost for Noli. It will spawn on its way back. M80 kick it up again. Great read from Rlcs. Had to use all of his boost to do it. Justice goes for the bump. There's enough to trip Mech up. Now they're in trouble. Matt at the give and go with Justice. Noli finds a way and misses the ball.
There's Mech, tried to get under one. Great nose down from Rlcs, although possession's still not handed to them. It is M80 on the breakout here. They want to follow it. But a big clear booms them and sends them home. They try to return it, but again, this first minute, it's just so back and forth. Jorby, nobody wants to play any solo play risks at the moment because they're respecting how strong M80 is on defense right now.
Still one have the midfield line. Not too scary of a look for M80. Mech, couple nice 50s. Life trying to help out. Like he almost phased through their cars. Didn't actually contact anyone. Oh, Matt couldn't get a handle of the ball. A little bit more pressure. Hard touch, hard to handle, but you saw M80 not pressing immediately, holding the midfield line down, making sure they could keep possession, keep pressure up, shading off of an attempted bump. Life hits the 50. He had already turned off the play, but still trying to create a path for Mech. And now this might be the opening. Noli, nice 50, but Life is behind the play, behind Rlcs, who gets the save and the clear. Mech with the midfield boost will hold them down. Again, M80 refused to give up the midfield line. Here's a pass to Noli, and Rlcs will take it down, keeping them alive, but they still can't get the ball. Here's another one. Rlcs over it again. Ball's up high. Matt, barely any boost in the tank. This one should be it shortly, but Mech can't get there in time. Ball bounces too fast, too high. Midfield boost still belongs to M80, but one's defense holds the line. Rlcs, quick shot, and he takes over the lobby in overtime of game number one. Rlcs puts it in the net.
This is a full team effort too, because they had to dodge not only the bumps, not only the demos that were coming their way on their end of the field, but having that setup. I think it might have been Matt that was on the quick cheat up just to give some sense of security to force M80 to be, you know, on the attack, on the defense. They weren't quite sure where to end up going, and of course, Matt the one to keep them in. It is such an interesting roster, Jorby. This team, even getting outshot the way that they did, I believe this is what, 11 to like about 15 or so overall. What they take towards that M80 net at the moment is so high quality. You just have to respect it.
And Rlcs at the end there, you won't see, it was 2 critical touches he made on defense. And that was a beautiful freeze frame right there with this pop off, but got it done also on the counter-attack downfield. You shouted out Matt getting top honors there or in-game MVP. 5 saves for Matt, but those last 2 saves at the end for Rlcs, very good. Only kind of a question mark at the end. It looked like he had a couple of opportunities to end the game, and he was really trying to headhunt. Wasn't successful on a lot of those bump attempts that he kept trying to play ahead of the play, and really just one doing a great job avoiding those. So M80, you got great control, and you have decent mechs to hold the ball, but they're missing the finishing touch.
Yeah, that clutch factor is really what's separating the two right now. That is what has kept Moyne ahead of so many teams that they've played all throughout the weekend. And M80's no different than how they felt going up against the likes of NRG and, well, everybody else that followed through afterwards. Close one over the goal line here. Back in Life, leaving this one for Noli in that corner. One has done an incredible job of when that ball ends up in that pocket, they do tend to walk away with the possession or at least a small clear to help them out of their half.
Matt with a nice carry, an extra touch over one. Nobody ready. Justice far back on the play. Now he gets aggressive. Matt needs boost. He's got it. Off the ceiling, downfield. Rlcs in the air. Clean touch. Well, if he leaves it, maybe he thinks Justice can get there. They just gave up possession. Pass to Mech, and Mech slips through the last defender. M80 will score first.
This is such a good play too. It's all together, perfect communication. They play it up high. They know that it'll get everybody kind of worked themselves around with as far as one was concerned, and then just shooting low, nice and straight on target is what they were missing in that last game there. So props to them here.
Yeah, his car was at like an oblong angle there. Mech, he knew where the challenge was coming from. He just oriented his car at the perfect angle to get that redirect slip onto the left, or underneath on the left side. Really good stuff from Mech on the orientation there. Justice not going to get that ball. Weak pop. M80 finally get to see some dividends from the pressure that they had built in game number one. More of that here as we see them get advantage in the boost game, have advantage in the midfield. They take in more shots. Rlcs gets the save this time.
And the crazy thing between these two, Jorby, is, you know, the roads that they've had to get here today in the group stage, at least on paper. In theory, one has had, you know, the easier route, but as they're getting up against these harder teams like M80, for example, they are proving themselves stronger into this game too. They are still trailing by one in these first 2 minutes. Life down to Noli. Noli, no space, straight into the nose of Rlcs. This will throw possession back the other way.
The pop, Matt actually turned off that play. 50 kicks out thanks to Justice. Demo on the backside. Matt with a quick shot. Noli no boost. Mech gets his boost in the corner. Life will get a chance to get this out. Mech pushed that into him to get him a reset. That was cool. Wasn't going to do anything with it, but still cool.
The amount of times we've been able to see these moments where people are getting the resets and the flips and you didn't quite notice it until an indicator comes on now has been honestly really fun. It happens at the most random times that you didn't expect.
One, able to get that breakout. Good carry from Matt. Guys, these follow-up 50s. You think you're going to get a counter out of M80. It looks like they've given up the ball, but guys, he's so close to the play on the follow-up, and he somehow wrenches this away off the ceiling, forcing Noli up. Oh, Life. Good try on the demo. Avoid. Mech will pop this back over to the side. Noli's got no boost, though. Justice couldn't get back to the read. Matt's the last man back, and he gets all of that 50 there against Noli.
It's a really good challenge, too, from Rlcs. It kind of forces this ball to go up high. Justice was already waiting, ready to collect it. And for M80, that was the most boxed they've been in quite some time. Finally, a shot and a dunk comes through. It's Life to put M80 up by 2.
Life taking Justice out of the play, putting a lot more pressure on Rlcs and Matt to make that save. Looking on the wide cam there, but Rlcs pulled off. Either realizing he wasn't getting the touch, thinking Matt might have gotten that one, but you got a free shot if your Life took advantage of it. And this is what game one was looking like it would be with the control that M80 were showing. Not getting killed on counters this time, despite one putting some good tries on, and he's got a tipper there, giving it back to Matt, forces the 50, Justice up quickly. A good chance for one to get on the board, but the dunk goes lateral. No goal.
All right, Rlcs also didn't, come in on that play too, but respect to him. He knows that more opportunity is going to come through, but time is not on their side. Final minute and a shot down on target from Noli. Saved out by Justice. They try to do the pass off, but this is where M80 recognizes, you know, the position you're in. You're up 2-0. You really are just playing time at this point. It's one's game to try and come back in.
Mech, nice catch. Matt takes it away. Return to form, but great shot. Life drops his controller as this one comes out 128 kilometers per hour.
Oh my gosh, I mean, granted, it's not like insane as far, it was just the speed of what you saw on your screen was so gnarly, and 33 seconds left, they have the time. You gotta see what they take off the kickoff, a fake, a bump, Justice on the 1v1, 50 for life in his favor, Demo on out, keeps the time still in favor of M80.
Matt's had pretty good control this series so far. He breaks them out again. He's been the breakout from defense to offense. 4-1. Got him in the midfield now. Rlcs, not a ton of boost. Matt trying to kick an uncomfortable rebound, but just made it easier for life. Now Justice back to Matt with a full tank. The end of regulation. Mech gets there quickly. Rlcs pre-jumps to no man's land. And M80 take game number 2 to tie up the series.
Not too bad from them. Finally, something that was a little bit more of the expected performance that we were hoping for from this M80 team. Not so much, you know, just shooting out in the open, hoping for something to stick. This felt a little bit more intentional with the plays that they were doing, especially that first goal we got from M80, the one that was, I believe it was Life to Noli to Mech, or somehow Noli was the one in the middle, but that full team effort is more reminiscent of them when they're closer to that flow state.
M80 have had a lot of tough fights just in games. I keep thinking back to that Space Station series where they almost tied Game 5 up and just put the ball in the dirt at the end. So much potential behind this M80 roster. Trying to get it done here against a team that not a lot of people expected to perform well, but one have really showed up as one of the teams that no one was really talking about, of even being able to sniff a top 6, yet they're going toe-to-toe right now with M80, which is the team that more people definitely had their eyes on coming in.
I agree. I think, you know, a lot of the times when you are also going through not only a Swiss stage, but a group stage, almost virtually under the radar, because I feel like we even in the group stage, we weren't talking about them all that much until they got that one game off NRG in their series. Most eyes were not keeping on them, and now that all eyes are on them, they've managed to do well as far as, you know, keeping up with the pressure of that, especially coming into this one. But you are in the lower bracket, so it is one and done here for both of these teams. But one in particular, this has been the farthest that they've ever gone together. So we'll see how long this lasts. I mean, that first game looked pretty good. It's all about adaptation here, especially when your opponent starts to get a little bit more comfortable out on the pitch.
Well, Mech and Life, for sure. This is nothing but new territory for them, as Life picked things up in 2023 in pro play, and Mech 2024. In terms of everybody else who's in this top 6, they might as well be brand new right off the floor. So far with Noli in tow, look good enough. Got more to do here. As one want to knock on the door, and Noli slams it shut in the first seconds.
Not too bad. Another one up from Justice. He will play to the backboard. Nobody was there. It's the space for the double. You thought maybe there was a world where there would have been enough boost in the tank for, I think it's Mech that goes up on this one. Yeah, but it's just enough for Matt to play the angle, and one has their lead.
Yeah, it was an uncomfortable spot for Mech. That's a tough read to make. When you're coming back like that, he thinks under, it goes out. Made it easy for Matt to put that one in. Exactly how you want to start if you're one. Justice up to the ball quickly. As Matt and Rlcs kind of linked together there. Matt wanted to help Rlcs a little bit there. Very intentional. Pass just off the post. That one will for sure be in though, and a quick response here for M80.
Back-to-back, Snolly had carried it all the way down, floated it to Mech. I don't know if they necessarily anticipated the post bounce out, but the fact that he was in position, ready to read and go, is great for M80. So M80 on all fronts have all their bases covered here, and off kickoff, gonna try it again. Life.
Nice bump.
I was gonna say that bump takes him completely off any attempt of the shot.
And Rlcs. And another bump. Justice will get the game-leading goal. Rlcs going down the field after he bumped the kickoff that was looking like it's going to be a life for goal, a goal for life. Rlcs kicks him out of the play, kicks the last defender out of the play, and gets his team in the lead again here just in the opening minute.
That's also one of those few things. Okay, Noli. Okay. I was gonna say, one of the few things that happens to M80 is like sometimes somebody will challenge too early. It was Noli on that last play, and then he just completely makes up for it. The hindsightest delay to go against one on the kickoff and back to the even ground.
Well, I do think that kickoff before, the goal is to get it to life. You send two up, you get it to life, you get the free ball downfield, you get chaos on the other side. Rlcs, really the only play that would have worked there was him getting that bump. And he had just kicked him off of it. Everyone else was turning tail and running. Like you said, off the kickoff this time, felt more like one kind of mishandled that kickoff, and you let M80 sneak right back in. It's Matt looking for Justice. Mech lands right back on his 50. Wave dash, recovery, beautiful progression from Mech.
This is so just clean. Look at this, the recovery on it. He knows that Matt's gonna try and angle him. He's gotta do it just in time. It's timing that makes that play so beautiful. Leads straight back to M80. We're just trading shots for shots at this point.
Yeah, surely a 6 goal is about to happen here. We've had 5 and almost 2 minutes of gameplay. Rlcs double reset. Not gonna go anywhere with it. Noli sends the entire rotation back.
They were just trying to get pretty with it at this point. Clip for clip, nothing was there. Rlcs denied his attempt. It'll be big ups from Justice to the corner. No contact on this, just not enough boost even, but big clear from Mech should help M80 finally have something. Although I will say a lot of that left wall is like a sweet spot for M80. I think one is starting to recognize that and kind of anticipate it with a lot of these challenges and giving themselves that ball back a lot more frequently than not.
Again, another good carry from Matt. He's last back there. His team's rotating back into position. They were able to go get boost. Being able to buy time and get that much production off ball is good enough to play some good defense. We're actually kicking through this M80 midline. Something that's definitely plagued them most of this series. While they've found more success in the goals scored, they've been quick hits or counters down the field. Seen one build relentless pressure. M80 on the other hand, though, get the boost steal. Pass down to Noli. Rlcs right there off the weak shot. Again, has the space. Maybe lets that one go a little too early. Life coming up on the play. Unable to get the flick. Mech fakes it. And a huge hit down the field as Life chases it down, and M80 still dictate pace of play.
Mech's got another opportunity here, although it is no boost. Matt manages to take it back. They are playing their attack fairly low resourced, which is a good thing for one. Off the backboard. Matt was a little low and slow to trying to take in a shot on that. Instead, Mech forward, and just over a minute left to go right now. M80 are just allowing one to play their game, and unfortunately for one, it's a little readable right now.
And Rlcs came off the back wall, ground double to set it up. Now you can try to get some pressure. No corner boost is going to spawn for you. Life takes the midfield boost. That allows M80 to move back down the field. If you can't find the resources in the midfield, you'll never be able to hang on to it. M80 keep on making sure they have enough boost to do something with it. Justice leaves it hang. Shot down. Life has the save. Rebound off the post and knocked away. 30 seconds remain. One hunting for it. Justice gets a bump in net on Life. Mech has no boost. Noli around the other side, Life with a couple pads to his name, gets a huge clear here at the end of regulation.
This isn't going to stop the pressure either. It's still on 4-1, 13 seconds left on the clock. No bump, no demo on anybody from M80, which means they are sent racing back to their own half. Wasted time that one needs. It's a big clear up field. Matt, no connection. It's a bouncer in front of the net. Nobody seems to get a grip on the ball. He tried to leave it for Matt, but Matt's facing the wrong way. M80 find their second win of the series.
A little chaotic at the end, 4-1. Generated another opportunity at the end there, and it was just too little, too late. M80, hold on. Again, I think M80 just better at playing the game and controlling the pitch, controlling the boosts. It's what's really preventing one from being able to do more than they have, because you've seen Matt, great carries down the field, good at breaking them out of defense. Rlcs great at getting those extra touches that M80 aren't expecting, but M80 always have the resources to recover, and then Life had to make one stellar save. Outside of that, really just great coverage on the back wall and on their own half for M80. After those first two goals in the opening minute that one scored, they were completely shut down after that.
I think you kind of hit it like nail on the head. Right now, the biggest difference, between these two is that experience, right? Even though Life and Mech, for example, have maybe been closer onto the same levels of Justice, Matt, and the rest of one, having Noli and what he's been able to accomplish in his career sets them up a little bit more comfortably in situations like this, where you're going up against a team that theoretically actually has all the momentum in the world. It has been back-to-back-to-back wins for them to get to this point, pretty much. And for M80, this has become where, having that mental fortitude is really starting to set them apart out on the field.
And Life opens things up and shines a little light on the orange net. Great touch out from Noli. Look at that catch, gets back to it. He's got the space just to eke it by Matt. 8 seconds in, M80 continue the scoring.
I love the high game that M80 plays too, just because they know that they have so much control in the air. So a shot like that, off the nose of your car could go almost anywhere. And a team like one has to respect it. 1 goal lead still stands for now. Justice just off the mark. And here comes the follow-ups.
Beck didn't win that one at all. Rlcs won't get a good rebound to look at, but he will bump Mech. Nobody's there to keep going. Bit of confusion for one. It's happened a couple of times on offense. Going to be good for building pressure. M80 find the midfield again. Nice 50 back out to Mech. Justice didn't want to go. Justice had his car turned around there, and Mech is just making him pay for it. It looked like this 50 was going to be contested. Justice sees Mech, doesn't want to take the risk, and instead misses the read entirely, giving the goal to Mech.
That's where that hesitation comes in, and it's going to set them apart. M80 are way less likely to be hesitant against one, but those are the moments where, experience diff comes into play. 2-0 up. Matt's going to try and change that here off the backboard. Gets one in. It's a floater to remake and kind of forgive himself for what had just happened moments before.
Well, Matt finally gets a good try here. Mech gets faked out by a whifty. And Matt with a beautiful follow-up there off the reset. Great shot. Change of direction. Got a little bit of sugar on it. Now he's got the ball off the kickoff. Skips away from him. He ain't getting that one.
Here comes Mech. See what he can do with this one. It's a good 50 forward. Teammates lurking behind him, although they will all respect the touch from Matt. Noli had his quick cut there in a challenge and outmade, but ball still out to blue. Royals 1, Justice 2, and a bigger save from Noli. Keeps one at bay.
It's a good 50 attempts back to Justice. Decent initial set. Matt coming from the other side. Mech avoids him nicely. Really up quickly. Justice does take the aggressive 50 this time. And a huge miss from Life gives Matt a chance. Matt up high. 2 met him, but he got it through. Still, Life gets in the way and keeps the ball tight. No rebound for 1 to play with, and Justice forced to make a save.
You can feel the power on that shot too, and it's not gonna stop. They're gonna run it back here off the ceiling. He has another flip, uses one towards net. Matt and Justice gonna try and slow him down, but you can feel the pace of play is definitely ramped up here in the second half of this game number 4, excuse me. Another shot on net. Mech low boost, flips it back, tries to pass it off to Noli, but the boost in right direction allows Mech the moment to try and set himself up with life here. He knows he's there. It's a reset towards a shot. And half that game left, it's still that 1-goal lead.
Better resource grabs, 4-1. They're not as starved or as locked on the orange half as they have been in other games. They're getting downfield more often. They're able to challenge at the point of attack a little more often, have the resources. Justice squirrels the ball away. Weak shot from Rlcs. Noli wants to get there quickly, but no boost. Matt also no boost. Still, Mech has to handle an awkward ball. Justice squeezes it out, and Life will kill the attack and move it right back downfield with reset available. And great job to break him out.
Justice wanted to go over and find Matt, but unfortunately for them, one has to play a patient game. They understand that M80 are really trying to, get them uncomfortable, speed this up a bit. They're bobbing and weaving around one. Noli tries to make the center over to Mech. It's a little awkward. It was that bump and demo in the center there that slows M80 down.
Yeah, Matt had to avoid that demo to get that. Now he sends it downfield. It's a good try from him. Mech. Oh, and Justice dropped it down on wide cam. Don't know if he just flubbed it or if he was expecting a teammate. Either way, just over a minute. Matt landing quickly. One back in the same spot they were at the minute mark in game number 3. Trying to find the game-tying goal. So many 50-50s. Justice, wide angles denied. Matt with the boost, but he loses the 50 hard. And Life gets downfield. He gets the midfield boost. Rl is forced to stretch or really just wait. Life used all of his boost, and here come one again.
Another flip up to one. Justice a little slow there, so Mech's hand able to get a touch on that ball there. Noli's 50 keeps it out to the side. 37 seconds left, and a big clear could waste a little bit of time. It's not going to slow one down for now. Matt used everything in the tank to get this ball forward. That could have been one, but everybody was a little questionable on it. It was up to Matt on that, or excuse me, Justice on that last shot there, but that hesitation is what is really holding them back.
Mech out to the side. Justice can't force it out. Nothing available on the back wall. Mech's got it. Rlcs shakes it out, and Noli kicks it away. End of regulation. Justice flips it across. Matt's downfield. Lets it go to the wall. Kick hard. Noli had it red all day long. Ball touches the ground. M80 will have the series on match point. And here we go.
A lot of these 1-goal games too, right? Game 1, 2-1, 2-1, then 3-2, and then back to that 2-1 win for M80. Despite the crazy number of shots we've been getting, though, Jorby, it is a testament, to what both of these teams' defenses look like, right? They understand patience is definitely going to be a virtue. M80 against one, and one, vice versa, to M80. Unfortunately for them, M80's pop-off potential has just looked so much better.
I think really, to me, M80, especially in that game, that was the most pressure we saw one able to put on consistently. At their defense, Life especially. I know Noli gets credited with 5 saves and only a save apiece for Mech and Life in that game, but a lot of those dangerous balls where they were losing 50s in their own half, they're forced to go to the wall, forced to carry it out. Life did it 2 or 3 times in some very dangerous scenarios where easily one could have found it if he didn't have excellent control of the ball. And then Mech as well. Not necessarily just carrying the ball. Obviously, Mech is great at carrying the ball, but just nice little touches out to safety, into the corner, and the follow-ups as well. Really well-oiled machine on M80. Everyone feeling each other out. No one's tripping each other up. Everyone, like the comms look so clean on defense. And I really think that's causing trouble for one, because you are winning 50s. You are getting pressure, and you're even taking a couple of shots. But the structure on defense for M80 has been rock solid.
It's funny you talk about, how M80 has, not gotten tangled up with each other, and that's really what's keeping them apart. And then the few times we saw one just kind of deviate a little bit out of their standard version of rotation, right, and really mess with the M80's side, that's when they finally were getting, scarier, shot attempts on net. So if one can find a way to, it sounds so basic, but just to adapt a little bit, break out of the norm, don't allow M80 to go up the sidewall and have that high ground on you so often, maybe things are gonna look a little differently. But I mean, I am peeking over to the side, and in that timeout zone, you see Nick talking, and he's cooking. So I think he's already having them prepare for one to try and do something just a little different now that you're sitting on that match point.
I do think that one had good performance in terms of boost control and actually generating pressure in that last game. Now they're the ones missing that finishing touch. And maybe just a couple where we see maybe comms aren't on the same page when you have that pressure. You can't capitalize. But it was a lot better in that last game. If they have that same type of performance here, you can easily see them extend this series out one more game. But M80 have been a tough nut to crack right now as Life pops that up. Matt has to stretch. Noli beats him to the play. Life there quickly, and Justice forced to dive. Gets posted by his own net, but recovers quickly to get the clear.
Mech was so slow to that follow-up too, because I think he actually could have gotten it just before he'd recovered, and now they got to resort to the demos on the other end of the field. They're taking their shots at it, but they're wide, and it's a little bit of chaos for one to kind of just refine their footing here. Pass over to Mech, low boost, tries to take it to the low ground there, but is read and cleared out.
We've seen Matt have a couple of standout moments in the series, not just breaking them out, but also getting a great goal earlier. I think the two-headed attack of him and Rlcs has been where it's the best. As Matt and Rlcs link up here, but Mech gets in the way. Justice, that's not a good spot to be. You get punched, and Life getting across it, and only make sure he can't get back to it, as he had Justice pulling along by a string.
This is such a really good play too, because Noli recognized that Mech and Life were initially going to find each other way on the other end. It was his quick cut out in the midline to just throw himself straight back into that first man roll, ready to take that shot that allows M80 to just completely change how quickly they were going to make that attack. So props to them on this.
Yeah, Noli knew as soon as he pumped Justice that no help was coming, so he knew. I can just cut right here and make sure that he can't make it back. Now Rlcs and Noli fighting for it. It's the start to build some pressure. Justice picks up a second demo. Matt up high, looking for Mech, trying to take him out of the play. Rlcs was trying to pick it, but he could not find the ball. And Mech, Houdini, he gets out of a tough bind there and gets the ball out. Justice uses all the boost just to buy a little bit of time here. Just slapping themselves at the ball. Rlcs trying to deny Noli the touch. Instead, he denies himself the ball, and Justice somehow saves that. Matt will give this one up. He's got more boosts. Life coming into support. One get out of a bind there.
That half game left is where they're gonna really try and get it together, because like you said, it's getting sticky for them. Life tried to go for the bulk play, and the shot completely dodges it. Is the end of one. Another miss and another shot. It's these micro mistakes that is allowing M80 to just completely have their way with one.
I mean, Noli was just waiting for Justice, think I'm gonna 50 it. And then you see Justice, it is the little things. If he hangs onto that ball a little tighter, he can get his nose behind it, but you see it just slip away from him just a little bit. And Noli gets a clean dunk with low boost. Mech almost scores another goal there. And M80, just the better roster right now.
2:13 on the clock. We'll see what they can work with here. It's still that 2-0 lead is really powerful. Usually it's only taken one to be able to get a win against this roster, so favorable. Life 50 down, Mech up next. Leaves this one to Noli, although Noli's challenge throws it straight back into the hands of the opposition.
Life again, I mean, Life and Mech in particular are really proving problematic. Justice downfield, finds the bump, or at least threatens it. Justice finally righting the ship. He's been struggling the last few possessions, but he gets through Mech, gets through Noli, bumps him out of the way. Excellent return down the field.
Now that 1 goal differential back to kickoff. Let's see what we're gonna get here. Big demo. It was 2 up, 2 down. Mech's playing the slow time over 1. Can't quite get down. It's a shot up for Noli. It's a little wide on it.
Life back to Mech. Mech still getting harassed. That is almost insane. Good enough. 4-1 to get downfield. Here they are again, a minute left, down 1. The game-tying goal has escaped them for 3 straight games. Life and Noli. Life just might get it back. Justice. Low boost, gets the steal. A 50 out, but his team was spread wide. Matt's got nothing. He's small pad city. Makes the touch. Wasn't too threatening to ruin the handle. Rlcs got the 50, back to Justice. He's got boost. Eyes up Mech. Where's the way through? The ball keeps squirting away from him. Another one up high. Life calls Mech off. Life moving through himself. Justice gets the save as time continues to tick away here for 1.
30 left to go. Mech was gonna try and do it there. Just give them that extension that they really, really want. It's another shot sent out by Matt and Justice, both in net. Committing on that though defensively. It makes you worried if those follow-ups are gonna come in any quicker. But 15 to go. Justice 50 up. Mech just trying to keep this in their hands. All they gotta do is play it to the ground and it's out, but the ball is still in play, Rlcs. It's an awkward center over to Matt, but 2 on the clock. Another touch to 1, Rlcs. Off to the back. This one's gonna hit the ground. M80's done it. The patience plays off between the 3 and 1. Finally found their match.
Such a clean series for M80. He had a couple of gaps in the opening minute of game 1. And then after that, they were just unbeatable on defense. All 3 contributing to the bulwark for M80. And works out really well for them. Mech and Life both having some excellent clearances down the field. Mech was really hard to beat, really hard to even look at. He was swinging his camera around all game. They were trying to demo him. They were trying to make him uncomfortable. But Mech just looked like he'd been there before. A gritty series at 4-1. But nonetheless, M80 moving on in the tournament. We'll be back after this with some more Rocket League.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
my funeral. Take it now, I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as a bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral.
You know, when the game ended in overtime there for game number 1, I said to the other casters, strap in. We're in for a 7-game series here. M80 had other ideas. Walked away with the win in games 2 through 5, and they are through to Championship Sunday. I'm joined by the coach, Nick. Congratulations on the victory, Nick. Good to talk to you here. I want to ask you, you controlled the series the whole time, but they kept it pretty close there. Do you feel like you learned anything about Team 1 in this series?
They adjusted really well for how we prepared for them. So looking yesterday, we saw them be very disciplined as their second man. I think they actually have really good structure, especially for a North American team. We had to adjust. I think we kind of scammed game 3 and 4, to be honest. I don't think we're the better team. I think they created better quality chances. However, I think we're a team that naturally gives up a lot of chances that we're okay giving up. And we were able to execute a really mature performance and still get the results even when we weren't playing the best.
I love that you use the word mature there. I feel like that is the difference of like good teams and great teams in Rocket League is how do you find ways to win even when you're not playing your best? How do you stay consistent there? How do you find ways to scam out wins in a series where maybe you're not the better team that moment? But yeah, props to one of the performance they put up there. I want to talk to you. Like, this is the first time we've talked this season. Tell me about this M80 roster. How did you find these boys? How did this roster come together?
Well, we had to blow everything up after Regional 1, which wasn't great because of the super long break after the kickoff LAN. Nolly came out of retirement. Chronic is a close friend of Nolly's. I was just hyping him up constantly in our Discord calls, and I said, yeah, I want that, especially when I've been working with Mac since pretty much LCQ at this point and seeing him develop. And at that point, I think a lot of teams work well in pairs of 2. So you have me and Nolly trying to build out and help the 2 young guns, which is Life and Mac. And hopefully passing on our years of experience because we're like 7-8 years older than them at this point, which is it's a scary thought. Yeah, at 23, man, it's bad. But yeah, I mean, Nolly's been a perfect captain.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, you guys are looking fantastic. And you're through to Championship Sunday here. You're going to need that captain skills because tomorrow you're playing the loser of Space Station NRG. This is usually kind of a throwaway question of like, who do you want? But at this point, I kind of don't know. I want to get your answer. Like, do you want the reigning champs or do you want the new hotness with Zach back on the pitch there? You want Space Station or you want NRG?
I mean, you're going to have to beat one of them to win a regional either way, if not both. So it doesn't really matter. I think we had a really good performance against SSG. If anything, I think we kind of blew it just not being in those situations before, which they're young players. They're going to happen, right? Like, we were 2-1 up in that series. We went ahead in game 5. We should have pulled it back to an equalizer in game 4. Like, I don't think it really matters. NRG is always different on a Championship Sunday. SSG, it'll probably be the same. So we're going to have to play our best to beat either team.
Very, very true. Probably have to be either one of them either way. Well, good luck tomorrow. Congratulations on the win, Nick.
Thank you so much, guys.
All righty, that is M80 through in 5 games over Team 1. And you said it well, Jorby. Like, it doesn't actually matter who you play. You got to play both teams probably on Championship Sunday here.
Yeah, and you know, I don't like what he was saying as well about, you know, having to adjust. I like that they're not really like sitting on their heels because they were up 3-1. It'd be very easy to be like, all right, we got this. That's such a nice move by Mech. I was really impressed by Mech and Life in this series, not because like they wowed us with amazing offensive mechanics, solo plays, but it was their defense their defense and their structure was really, really good. Nick had said, you know, games 4 and 5, he felt like 1 were the better team. I did feel like 1 had more pressure, but they could not break through. They could not break through the defense of M80 at all. Their structure was so good. They were so good at calling each other off. Their comms were excellent. Everything they needed to go well in a game where the other team is building pressure on you consistently. They were the better team on their own back wall, and that was the difference in this series.
Yeah, and then game 5 as well, Nolly was really a playmaker there, like getting that pass for the game-winning goal, but also the play before that where he goes for the bump and then turns back around, pre-jumps into the pass, into the shot. Nolly really gave them an edge in that final game to close it out.
Yeah, they definitely in that final game were the better team, and they have advanced through Championship Sunday. We'll see them play tomorrow. There are the rest of the matches, folks. You see them sitting there waiting for the losers of those top matches. So let's keep it moving. Let's keep it rolling, folks. 2 big matches. These ones are win and move forward, lose and play tomorrow on your last life matches. Strictly Business versus FUT Esports. I've been waiting for this one since the beginning of the day because there's some big stories. There's a lot of energy around this FUT roster, and Strictly Business, though, came through calm, cooled, and collected, man, to take out the Immigrants in 4 games yesterday, 2 overtimes in that series as well to qualify and punch their ticket through here, and I love any roster that's got Related Wave on it here. I'm excited to see if FUT can keep that story going against a hot, at the moment, squad in Strictly Business.
It's all business, baby. Strictly Business coming out. They're like, oh, like Group of A is the group of life because of teams like Business here. But they show up, they're like, yeah, we got Gen G like in our quadrant. Didn't have to play them, but it didn't matter. They got the job done where they needed to, playing in a top 6 matchup, trying to get to a top 4 spot. Again, both these teams in the upper bracket, so they will have 2 lives going into this. But Related Wave, he's always lurking. He's always lurking, always finding a way to make these weekends.
He's always lurking around, but it's that teammate that doesn't have a camera on because he's so focused on the business here. Aqua, who had an incredible day yesterday, Jorby. If he has another performance like that, Cheese is going to have his hands full.
Yeah, Aqua and Eris. Like, Eris was having like a, oh, I'm back again kind of day yesterday. Aqua, similar, although Aqua is like, it's up, he's down, he's up again, and then he's down for a long time. Then he's up one time, down for a long time again. Now he's finally up once. But like, can you keep going? I don't know. FUT put together some really, really good results yesterday, and I'm honestly scared for anybody outside of NRG to play this FUT team right now. I think they look that good.
Yeah, it was so good for them too because they had, like, there's a lot of teams that are in the run-in for a major spot, and a FUT, like, in their quadrant of teams, 3 out of the 4 teams a lot of people have is like right on the bubble to make the major. Virtus Pro and Dignitas were in their quadrant, and FUT had to play Dignitas, 3-0'd them, and FUT is 15-0 throughout this tournament through the first 2 weeks, so they're looking fantastic. They're also putting up over 14 shots per game, over 3.5 goals per game. No one else is above 3. So FUT with this brand new roster is looking fantastic.
Let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. I'm kind of torn on this one, though. I got reasons to believe in both teams right now. I think that there's such an excellent vibe, like a vibe synergy here for this FUT roster that I think seeing them give these sorts of performances, we mentioned it yesterday, but like Chronic and Justin, both players that do better if the vibes on the team are light and are happy, if they're feeling good in and of themselves, and there's no one better maybe in the entire esport than Cheese to bring up the value, to bring up the mood of a team here. Jorby, does FUT got it? Do they continue on here, or does Strictly Business create the upset?
You know, there's a linear relationship between how often Chronic actually scores versus his vibes. And I think that it's no question. This team, Strictly Business, they're on the same level of everybody else FUT have swept in this tournament, or at best worse, or at the same. Freedom, Dignitas, right? During Swiss, they played, again, like the best team they beat was M80. 3-0. So that's actually a pretty good result considering how M80 looked, but everyone else was like Kraken Seas and then more Rocket League logos. So it's easily FUT for me here.
Okay. Gibbs.
Strictly Business last week, they did 3-0 VP though as well, so you can't count them out. These guys, all right, fair enough. But you can't count them out. They do look pretty good, but on the other side, FUT, again, they're 15-0 throughout this tournament. They have the best offense by far throughout. The honeymoon phase is a real thing. I'm going FUT.
Hey, look, the desk has yet to get any prediction wrong today, and I'm not going to be the one person up here that made an incorrect prediction, so I'm going to go with FUT with you guys as well. But man, Strictly Business and Relating Wave, Aqua out there, they're going to be trying. Aries going to be putting up his best numbers. I'm excited for this match. Everybody in chat believes in FUT on this one. You put Justin on a team, it's going to be a fan favorite out here, folks. Let's get into it. Find out who's playing tomorrow in the semifinals, who's playing tomorrow in the quarters. It's got a little bit longer road. Both these teams going to Championship Sunday, so nothing to lose, everything to gain in this matchup. The best case scenario, let's play some Rocket League. FUT Esports versus Strictly Business.
Nothing personal. It is strictly business as this squad tries to take down a FUT Esports squad that gave up 17 points to sign Chronic and Justin to make a second split run for the ages. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Here we go in the upper bracket.
So far, that swap has actually been worth it for this team, so it's just about figuring out how long that run continues on or if they've met their match. And of course, strictly business, they've got a whole story in their own right. Relating Wave coming back from the grave, flying in from EU. He's been making a name for himself all the way out here in NA for quite some time now, but we're gonna see if this is where it gets put a stop to. Pass over to Justin, Justin to Cheese, and the opening goal, just like that, goes to FUT.
It does. This is a team that, you know, we talked about how on First Touch earlier this week, Next to New got a lot of disrespect because we didn't talk about him. We talked about FUT, and they got no respect whatsoever, even though they signed what just looks like, talent-wise, an absolutely loaded roster, and they almost got a second goal here. And everybody was like, oh yeah, so they're like a B team. They're gonna be behind Gen G. I'm like, how are they behind Gen G? Well, that's played itself out this week, and it will continue to do so. Here's Cheese. Flip reset, off the post. Follow-up is in from Justin, and the beat goes on.
This is so classic from him too. Nice little solo play, reset forward, but Justin just perfect placement, and you should expect that from this FUT roster too. They do a great job of this. These three players can go solo when they would like, but it's the fact that they are always in preparation of that second touch being ready to go that keeps them so far ahead. Pass to Justin.
Where did Justin come from?
He just spawns in because he's in.
Again, you know, we said it in the first match. You can only play who's in front of you. As Aqua going down, taking on Justin. Justin the save. Cheese will recover and boom this downfield. Chronic was there for the outlet. You can only play who's in front of you, but neither of these teams have really beaten anybody until FUT ran into Dignitas and just completely laid waste to them at the end of the group stage yesterday. And as mentioned by Gibbs on the desk, FUT has not lost a game in this split. They go 9-0 in Swiss, 6-0 in the groups. There's Aqua up to the skies, and again sent away by Chronic, all the way back to Relating Wave. That's what this strictly business team has to contend with. You go from AWD and Immigrants to Justin, Chronic, and Cheese. Good luck. It's a bit of a step up.
Definitely, you got to continue to put respect on Cheese's name too, because I think a lot of people started to count him out way back in the day when he was the one that got initially taken off that Luminosity roster, and then the Gen G one, and it was just this whole, you know, mix of confusion of like, how strong is this player? But the longer he's been in the RLCS, he's only gotten better. I think this is his best roster combination yet to set him up for success. I mean, they've proved it here, not only in the first 2 minutes, but like you said, throughout this entire open, not dropping a game. So FUT really has been, you know, the dark horse to beat here in the open 4.
Aqua's effort just a little high. The follow-up denied. Now Aqua gonna take his time. Cheese affording him none of it. Chronic thought about it, he'll turn back. Cheese will take the corner boost, but it's Chronic the initial challenge and booming it all the way downfield off the win over Relating Wave. And that was as good an attack as Strictly Business have had this game, and it's yielded absolutely nothing. They'll try again. They got the demo on Chronic at the goal line, and still nothing near the mark. Justin wins that all the way to the back wall, and it's all for naught for Strictly Business.
Relating Wave trying to nosedive this one down, bounce straight into the hands of Justin, even on no boost, enough power to take that shot upfield. And FUT have been playing this one fairly close. So far, 2 has been the magic number for them, although for Strictly Business, they just need something, but they cannot get a grip on this ball. Whenever it falls into their hands, it's like somebody from FUT is already there ready to take it away, and it just, that pattern continues throughout the entirety of this first game 1.
Justin has this one tracked just ahead of Relating Wave, and now he can chase it in the air. looking to add to a 2-0 scoreline, get their 16th win of this tournament without any losses. Justin redirect back in front, but Cheese and Chronic have no boost. They both have to run back. Cheese makes the cut at midfield, and here we go. Final minute as FUT continues their impressive run here in this opening weekend of the Paris split. Chronic, slow play. Time is not on the side of strictly business, and FUT very keenly aware of that. Justin couldn't get the second touch, and now finally they can clear downfield. Aqua gonna have something here. He does, but it's wide.
It's just wide.
Oh, there it is.
Follow it though, and it is low enough to go on through, and I like that from him. He did kind of hold himself a little bit back. If he committed any more, he would have been too far forward. And just the timing on this one from Crispy to complete the play from Aqua, good sign for strictly business. But 36 seconds on the clock off the kickoff. You gotta give yourself some time. 2 forward, into the center, big clear, back downfield, puts FUT in favorable positioning with this time.
Justin now trying to delay. Relating Wave couldn't win it from him, but Aqua for Relating Wave. They've got Crispy over on the other side, but he backflipped. Realized probably he was beat by a mile by Cheese. Down to 12 seconds now. Justin gonna kill more time, and the goal would certainly be the icing on the cake, but Relating Wave denies him the opportunity. Down to 5 now, right at Cheese, off to the corner. There's still time. Aqua gonna call his own number, and it's swatted away by Cheese, and FUT hangs on for game 1.
Such a solid performance from FUT Esports. I mean, you can see it on Justin's face. If Justin is smiling, by the way, in a match, you should be afraid, because all that means is he feels good and chill and calm and collected. And same to Cheese. I mean, this roster as a whole is so fun. I think people definitely were sleeping on them just a tiny bit. Granted, they were kind of going under the radar, but it was that 3-0 sweep that really just turned all eyes back on them, and for good reasoning. What they're doing here against strictly business, these passing plays, this quick, clean cut, fluid moment style of themselves, this is what takes down the top teams in NA.
9 shots in the game for FUT Esports. Justin had 5 of them, converted 1, and that's all they needed. That was good enough for a 1-goal advantage over strictly business. And when you think about this matchup and what it means in the grand scheme of things, the winner is guaranteed 2 more points than the loser. The other side of that is the loser has to go down and play Shopify Rebellion. Good luck. So when you look at these 2 teams here, for FUT having to make up so much ground if they want to make it to Worlds without having to go through an LCQ, they absolutely must get to Paris, and 2 points can make a world of difference, and also having a shorter path to the finals on Championship Sunday. That's what's at stake for FUT Esports as they hold a 1-0 lead over strictly business.
If you're a FUT Esports fan of this roster, you are stoked for this matchup too, just because realistically, you know, strictly business haven't had too many challenges so far in this Open 4. This is one of the more difficult ones throughout this Group 4. It was the 3-1 over the Immigrants that really everybody was like, okay, maybe, you know, this is a worthy Open 4 for this team, but so far things are getting shut down here. It's very reminiscent of that game 1. Cheese again takes his time, has his flip, slows it down, and SB has them red.
The only team that's allowed fewer goals per game in this tournament is NRG, and FUT have added another to the tally. What a great pass from Justin. Just watch him feather this one down perfectly for Cheese.
He just was toying with Relating Wave for so long. Crispy had already gone up at that point. Relating Wave didn't quite know when was the right time to bite. And it's just so solid from Justin overall. The timing on that impeccable. 1-0 here in the first minute of play to FUT Esports. This one floats down. It was a demo in. It was a really solid attempt, but this one still does get kept out.
Oh, Aqua and Crispy not on the same page. Justin and Chronic are. Pass up ahead. Cheese had the side flip and then got demoed. And both attacks just kind of washed each other out there. Both teams will love an opportunity to make up for it. Cheese will get the first crack at it. For Chronic, pinned it to the wall. There's Justin, 2-0 again.
Those are the follow-ups. And Cheese was shaking his head, yes, because he knew that full team commit was about to come through right behind him, and it does. 2-0 here. And Strictly Business in the same position they were in game number 1, but now with a little bit more time to get back into things.
Chronic got it to the backboard, but Relating Wave is there to get a piece of it. Trying to bump Justin away from the wall. Now Relating Wave, infield pass for Aqua. His shot set away by Justin. And he'll find Chronic in rhythm to the midfield line. Here he goes again. Chronic trying to keep this central, and Relating Wave wins the battle.
Justin to take this. Good timing on it. I don't know how Aqua didn't play it. Jury could have gotten anything into it, but it's still another shot comes through. Cheese on the other end, just waiting for his turn here. Big demo from Chronic. I like that initiative to really just kind of throw Strictly Business out of the way in its entirety. As you approach that second half of the game here, FUT Esports looking very strong. If anything, stronger than they did in their game 1.
FUT came in averaging 6 demos a game through their group stage run. So they're playing true to form. Chronic beaten by Aqua, but Cheese is there to rotate back. A little decoy to leave that for Crispy, and then the demo on Relating Wave allows for an easy clear out. Brought back in by Aqua. Chronic can't save it out. Oh, what a play by Aqua.
This is one of the few moments where things get a little bit awkward there, but this is also just great mechanics from Aqua. The timing to dunk from the sky, straight onto the nose at Chronic. They're in this one. Strictly Business finally finding their way onto the board.
I was going to say the only team that had more demos per game in this tournament, and I say had, Gen G. I deserve hitting the ball a little more than the other team. Who knows? Crispy has Relating Wave central. Justin's in the way. Here's Aqua again, though, and Cheese beat him to the punch. And now they got numbers. Justin ahead of Crispy for the lead again. A 2-goal lead as Justin gets his third.
Such a big catch out. Starts with Cheese all the way up, and then Justin to complete. They're just throwing themselves a step ahead of Strictly Business. So Strictly Business doesn't even have the time to think once that ball is up in the air to get back. So FUT Esports playing it one step ahead, keeping themselves 2 goals in the lead.
Chronic does enough to keep Aqua out of his net. And grab the corner boost as well as Cheese takes over, trying to get ahead of Crispy. He's just got a touch on that to send it out to the corner. And now Cheese disrupting Crispy. Justin will change directions on him, and Aqua will pick up the pieces. Chronic had that go off the corner, right to Cheese. Another clear out past midfield. And here comes FUT again, looking to add to their impressive lead. Justin shot high. Cheese the follow. Everybody's there for Strictly Business.
In the corner, it's just a little bit of a fight for power on this one, but it does ultimately fall back to Strictly Business.
Oh my. Oh, what a save! Aqua barely kept Cheese off the highlight reel, and Relating Wave will make the save on Justin as well. The shots just keep on coming. Now 13 in the game for FUT Esports as Crispy tried to stop Chronic from getting to this ball, but he still perseveres, and we get it well into the final minute. And more possession, more time coming off the clock now, as Strictly Business has a lot they're up against. And Justin again shuts down Crispy. Cheese will keep this out of harm's way, and even better, he played it so close, didn't just boom it away and let Chronic kill a few more seconds.
Them playing that ball closer to just means that they understand that they are completely in control right now. There is nothing that Strictly Business has been able to do successfully, at least, to get this ball away, keep it glued to themselves. Relating Wave had it momentarily, all lost. Aqua's gonna try again, but with 5 seconds on the clock and one last shot attempt gone wayside, it is too little, too late. FUT Esports has such a clean game here in game 2. You're kind of left scratching your head going, what on earth could Strictly Business do to find any sort of momentum?
Call a timeout.
It's up
That's
to
about
them if
it.
they want it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting
Yeah,
for it.
they could, but it doesn't seem like they're going to, as they are Down 0-2 now to FUT Esports. Again, the loser is not out. The loser does have to play Shopify Rebellion, who maybe could copy some of Next to News homework if they need some advice. But certainly not out of it. But again, those 2 points could loom huge for a team like FUT trying to make up all those points as they continue their run, though. 17-0 so far this week, if you include the Swiss stage as well. Nobody has had an answer for Justin, Chronic, and Cheese, and especially Justin, who has his handprints all over everything FUT is doing right now. 3 goals, 2 assists, 2-2 for Cheese. Chronic yet to score, but he has been phenomenal defensively. He has been in the way of everything that Aqua has tried to do for sure. And, well, except one that got through for him. Now we go to DFH Stadium. There is no timeout here, Herc, and FUT could take a colossal lead here and almost walk their way to Championship Sunday from there.
Yeah, this is crazy. We're watching Strictly Business double down on the performance that they have been giving. They feel strong enough that adjustments are minimally needed, at least without the help of a timeout to kind of reset in between. Chronic tried to take this one out to mid, but this is, I will say, almost a new fire coming from Strictly Business as far as the opening stages of a game's concerned.
Crispy will play one high, but Relating Wave was all the way back, so this is still dangerous enough, but nobody else diving in. Everybody had boost, but they all stayed so far back, and the timing just doesn't work out at all for Strictly Business. At least they've all got, they've got a collective 300 boost as they try to counterattack here against FUT, but it's Cheese on the ball. Now Justin thrown at the wall, and Relating Wave had to climb up very quickly to make sure there was nothing clean coming off.
Puts it down and a big clear towards that backboard. It's a good read. Cheese over to Justin. Justin over to Chronic. Oh! The free jump full man play across the field to let them know who's in charge.
First goal of the day, and it's a doozy. Chronic, perfectly placed by Justin. The finish just as impressive.
That was an involvement from Chronic we haven't gotten in quite some time, so be afraid if you're Strictly Business. Justin tried to go for the solo here. Battle out in the mid. Chronic has his flip indicated down to jump.
Oh.
It's a great save, though.
Yeah, great play set up, too, by Justin and Chronic, who did end up tangled up with each other. Chronic making sure to grab the corner boost as Aqua dropped that down near the frame of the goal, but nobody there to put it in again. Aqua and Cheese cancel each other out, so Crispy has to range back, and he does so. Keeps possession long enough to deny Justin an easy opportunity, but it's FUT who strike first again. They have not trailed in this series, as Crispy will climb the wall and play back towards Relating Wave, who jumped, but Crispy had another touch to take it away. Oh, and if Cheese didn't backflip, that could have been a second goal, and it would have been catastrophic. But they are given a second lease on life here, but not for long. Chronic with his second.
You honestly don't even have to stress too much for Cheese, because ever since that 3-man pass and play in the air with Chronic is now more involved on the commit as far as third man, second man goes. So Justin and Chronic to put them up 2-0. It's a great play. It's a great placement. Overall, they are right where they want to be as far as goal participation. Having everybody involved in their, duo combinations is the perfect sign for FUT.
Imagine letting that guy go. Relating Wave, knocked out by Chronic. Does get the pass all the way across. Crispy's there. Looking for Aqua, who's a little slow to the play. Now Relating Wave dives in. They've got to get some kind of offense going here as that gets by Cheese. Chronic didn't have a lot to work with, but still got this all the way up to midfield. Justin the next touch, and here comes FUT again. There's a demo. Almost got Crispy. Pushed him to put on the brakes, but Relating Wave is right there. And now Relating Wave. Flip reset to slow it down, and Cheese, the secondary defender there, had it all lined up. No problem for FUT as they once again send Strictly Business back to the blue half.
First reset there, but on the other end of things, slower shots coming out from FUT Esports. 50 towards Cheese does it on his own.
Playmaker for Justin. He technically gets an assist here, sure, but Cheese right through Relating Wave, almost like he wasn't there. 3-0, 2 minutes left. And 3-0 might be the other scoreline here very, very soon. There is just nothing going the way of Strictly Business right now. They had a sign-up life midway through game 1, near the end. Since then, nothing. Crispy back at midfield, had nothing in the tank. Justin easily wins that ball. Now Relating Wave with Chronic going up to the ceiling already, and he'll take that ball too. Only one to beat. It's Crispy. Everybody trying to scramble back in time, and they have. And Crispy spots them enough time. Relating Wave meets Justin, and that's it. As Chronic will dive down, just got a piece of that from Aqua.
And even when you think that Strictly Business are sort of semi-figuring it out, it's just FUT Esports just running away with this ball. And the one thing I will really commend FUT on that is given some struggles to Strictly Business is their levels of communication are just a step above right now. Even when somebody has the opportunity to make it clear, they will call themselves off in the opportunity that a stronger one can follow after. So this is just another version, another level of themselves that we have yet to see here in this Open.
Something that the top pros have learned that many ranked grinders don't. Relating Wave blocked by Chronic. Here's the follow by Crispy. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And FUT has been the embodiment of that, but this time Strictly Business sends the house. They had to, and they're rewarded, but they've got to continue to be aggressive, and that's going to be very, very
dangerous. That was a little bit awkward there. FUT Esports almost all committed and just threw themselves at that ball, and it's a rare moment, but good on Strictly Business for capitalizing. Either you need 2 more with 30 seconds on the clock. Relating Wave, trying to make a center, trying to make a shot. It's wide.
They've been close. Would have made this real interesting. Strictly Business have once again come alive at the end of the game, but too little, too late, and Chronic has a hat trick to put game 3 away.
On to the board. She's off the sidewall here, and Chronic to finish. 17 to go, just feels like too much, just not enough time to get back into it. FUT Esports, one of, I would argue, their best performances, because this is still a very competitive matchup against Strictly Business, but my goodness, have they played a clean, not only game 3, but series overall here in the uppers.
Cheese will make one last save. This ball will touch down. Even dove in front just to make sure there was not going to be any touch. We're done here. DFH in the rearview mirror, and pretty soon Strictly Business about to be, if FUT has their way, as they've got a commanding 3-0 lead here in this upper quarterfinal.
I honestly, like, you think about the story of this FUT Esports roster, right? Because everybody was not really, I think, talking about them as much as they at least should have been, right? This is a team of players that on all of their rosters have always been incredible. They're that favorite third man that you could have, or second man. But this is the first time that after all 3 were either let go or left on their own accord, came together to make just the most super-powered dark horse team I think anybody could have imagined at this moment in NA history.
Strictly Business will take their timeout. Now that they're down 0-3 to FUT Esports. Again, not out of the tournament if they don't come up with a best-of-7 reverse sweep. But 1 foot out of it, especially with what's waiting for them on the other side with Shopify Rebellion, who, again, it just feels weird seeing that they're in the lower bracket, but that's what happens when they have to play NRG in the group stage. So here we are. A minute left here in this timeout for Strictly Business to try and turn things around. And again, at the end of games, Herc, they've shown signs of life. It's that first 3.5 minutes that they just get completely overwhelmed, especially by Justin. They don't have an answer for Justin.
They don't. And to add it into the mix, Chronic getting involved now in this game 3-2, right? You had Justin already, like, in his own world, solo playing, setting Cheese up and whatnot. I argue that Chronic now being involved in it too is allowing Justin to play even more free. There has been nothing they can do. They have a really good aerial game as well, so getting the demos and that you would like, getting the bumps are gonna be that much harder for Strictly Business. Unfortunately for them, their playstyle just doesn't align to slow FUT Esports down at this moment, and we're gonna see if the timeout, if there's anything in their back pocket or in their arsenal to be able to make some sort of a significant change.
Crispy's got 2 of the 3 goals that Strictly Business have scored. They have not been shut out in this series. It's been 2-1, 3-1, 4-1. Buckle up. If that pattern continues, it'll be over very quickly. Utopia the site for a must-win game for Strictly Business to keep their upper bracket hopes alive, and that timeout yielded a 2-second goal from Justin.
You said Justin was the one to look out for. Absolutely, did nothing changed. It 50s out to the side. Justin ready to carry on in. It's the same story as last time. If anything, you gave Justin a minute to breathe and grab some water.
Well then, Justin's on it again. Aqua's there. What Chronic can do here? Can he chase this down? No, Reloading Wave is all over it. I just feel like this Strictly Business team does need to be a little more proactive on the offensive end. They've been very conservative, and that has worked against AWD. That worked against Immigrants. It's not going to work here. Chronic runs into Reloading Wave in the air, still won that ball through. Justin's got a clear lane to shoot through, and Aqua shuts it down.
This one, Aqua takes his turn. Moves upfield. Finally, they'd breaken out of their own half. We'll see how long it lasts. Centers out, and Justin cuts it off almost immediately. You can see this rotationally from FUT. The name of the game is just to cut off every SB play as it starts to form. Another shot, double commit.
Oh, what a play.
Works for now.
Reloading Wave has Aqua. There's a good pass to him, but still the shot blocked away before it even became a shot. Crispy now trying to take out Justin. Got neither the ball nor the car. Chronic wins this ball. Cheese trying to drop that past Reloading Wave. That's a great defensive effort from Reloading Wave, who has been nothing but solid his entire career. Has elevated every team he's been on. Justin now double tap on the way. Just missed it wide.
They're trying to play a little bit faster here. But nothing is coming about it. Straight into the nose of Reloading Wave. Does he get some time? Nope. Another cutoff from Chronic. It's a great backward read from Aqua over to Reloading Wave. They try to work together to get on out of this half, but not only has the mid line just been completely owned by FUT, so has the back half, the front half, the entire field just seems to be orange.
Justin playing that one up, and Reloading Wave had to track the whole way. Got this off of Chronic, and Cheese and Justin just about collided to very little effect. Chronic got this back down, but Cheese gets nudged by Reloading Wave, and there's Justin to blow up any kind of counterattack. They still have a chance to get something going here as Reloading Wave tried to recover from that bump, and then couldn't convert on the shot. And a miscue there is going to cost Strictly Business, at least for now. Crispy trying to keep the attack alive. Aqua now into the second half of a must-win game is denied by Cheese as Reloading Wave just a little too slow getting up to it.
That could have been really not good for them. Double demos traded out from both ends. 50 forward upfield actually bounces out in favor of FUT. I actually thought there's no way that this play is slow enough to go into the net, but no, it does.
Well, the demo certainly helped, but it's demoralizing to give up a goal like that. Oh boy. Spot in the top 4 is only 2 minutes away for FUT Esports. We've seen them score off a literal 50 from the side wall. We've seen them score with a bank shot. How else are they going to put one in? Reloading Waves pop that out to center. There's a good demo by Crispy to take out Cheese. Loose ball in front, but Cheese on the respawn as Chronic Wave dashing ahead to try and catch up to it. And FUT try to put their foot down once again. Off the backboard, it's free! Cheese right between the eyes!
Much space, almost way too much space to work with. Chronic forces it from the ceiling, double down to self-pass over to Cheese. It's a 3-0 round. And FUT Esports at this point, they're just having fun.
You ever watch basketball, you see a guy going for a dunk and the last defender there just kind of peace out, like, nah, I don't want to end up on the poster.
Yes.
That was a relating way of trying to avoid the demo. And then Cheese will get in the way here. Justin gets credit for this goal because I think Cheese had run interfered or at least threw off relating wave. And, well, we sit there on pace for a 5-1. We're getting there.
At this point, you see if you go for the Brazil for the means, it's a good catch from Cheese side. They double it to him, and
yeah.
when he misses. Okay.
Well, we're all having fun out there. A little more than a minute to go. We just need to get the token strictly business goal to give themselves just a little bit of hope, something to look forward to as time winds down here. Chronic across midfield. Relating wave can only delay the inevitable. Wave up here, looking for Crispy, found him, needs one more touch, has it, and Justin the save. There's the goal from Aqua.
Inevitable 1 SB goal that comes through. I will say, done in style. Justin had to have made what was virtually an impossible save. The way he had nosedived and faced backwards, nothing in the tank, full commit from SB. I'm not going to count them out entirely just for the cope of I love the game. But
I am.
Okay, I've seen EU do some crazy things, okay?
You know, so have I. I've seen North American teams do some really goofy things. Full set comes to mind, but no, I think we're good here. 30 seconds left, though. Crispy will at least try to make it interesting. Chronic there to make the stop. Justin there, and now they're just playing with their food. Great pass out to Cheese. Only relating wave compete. He's chased off to the corner. Cheese brought it down to Chronic, and I don't even think they're interested in scoring another goal unless it's a worldie. Aqua trying to get on the other side of this, and time is going to run out here on Strictly Business, who, I mean, listen, they were dealt one heck of a hand, finally getting a quality opponent here in this fourth open. They got another one waiting for them tomorrow as that dies on the goal line. Strictly Business drops down to face on Rebellion. FUT goes through to the top 4, still perfect in the open.
You cannot sleep on this team. They are the dark horse of the Open 4, trying to make their road to Paris. They look incredible. And like I said, this isn't the end of the road for Strictly Business. This is a learning experience. And I think, if anything, this sets them up with a lot of good tape ahead of going against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow in the lowers. But as far as FUT Esports is concerned, that was probably their strongest, cleanest showing yet.
That was, yeah. I mean, again, no shutouts, but they only concede 4 goals in 4 games in their 4 wins, and they're through to the top 4. Put her through. SSG, NRG, coming up next.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
up for my funeral. Take a bow. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as the bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral. Yeah, feels like I'm back in 14 with a chance for a grip tape. Up in my jeans, I was burning through a check. Putting gold up on my neck, putting yellow card on repeat, trying to ollie down the steps. I wanna find all the pieces so I can stitch together all of these broken promises that have stuck forever. Telling myself that everything will be fine. Get through it all every time. Not as sad as out of mind. Everybody talks, want more than I've got. When did I this all? Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral. Take a bow. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as the bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral. Watching the time fade away. Turn the page. If I could find my way back, I tell myself it's a trap. Don't grow up, don't give in. Trust me, they won't ever win. All the highs, all the lows, all the pain they don't know. I take a bow. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as a bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral. Call me crazy or delusional. Dress up for my funeral.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
The streak continues for FUT Esports. 4 up, 4 down, strictly business allowed. 1 goal per game. That was all they were allotted, and it was not enough here. The sweep through, and they're in the top 4. I'm joined by Adam Baguette, the coach of FUT Esports. Sir, congratulations on the win. Gotta ask you, man. Gotta talk about this right away. After Boston, You guys blew the roster up, dropped all your ranked points. Hot decision there, and the boys are validating the heck out of you right now. 19-0 in this tournament. You have yet to lose a game. Walk me through what that decision was like after Boston.
Yeah, the whole roster change. I mean, a lot of people were questioning why we decided to lose points, and my general manager, Laf, and we kind of sat down and realized that if we kept our points or kept the same team, you know, sure, we'd be high in points, but we wouldn't really make the major, because, I mean, we only took 2 games out of 25 against top teams in split 1. We lost 23, and we knew that our roster was just not good enough to compete. So we decided, you know what, let's blow it up. Rather start with Cheese as a core and build off of that than, you know, end 5th in points and just not make any line at all.
I gotta ask what the vibe's like on the team right now. 19-0, I feel like there's gotta almost be a pressure of like, we gotta lose at some point right here, but Cheese is so good at keeping the vibes high. Like, how are the boys feeling?
Yeah, one thing that we have on our team is that everyone is great friends. I think roughly, you know, the age gap is also very small. Everyone has similar hobbies, interests. They've all gotten to know each other a lot. You know, Cheese having teamed with Justin before, it allows for a lot of natural chemistry. So we're always happy, you know, win or lose, bad day of scrims, good day of scrims, no matter what. We're never upset, we're never sad. We always just take that as motivation and continue to improve.
Well, you guys have been improving a lot, but tomorrow's the big day, Championship Sunday, and we got 3 teams still in the running that you're going to be playing one of, either M80 or SSG or NRG here. We got SSG Energy coming up here right after this. Who you think's taking it? Who's going to be in the other semifinal?
Honestly, I'm going to have to give it to NRG. They're obviously more consistent, and I think I just believe in them more in general. When it comes to the, you know, Friday and Swiss, they start off slow, but Saturday and Sunday, I think that's when they start to lock in. And so I'm going to have to give it to them. It's going to be close, but definitely going to have to give it to them.
It's going to be a close one. I'm excited for us to play it. Hey, Adam, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Congratulations on being proven right on the decision. Good luck tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
All right, thank you so much. See you.
The tale continues to be written before our very eyes. FUT Esports blow the roster up, lose all their season points, and then have yet to lose a game. Top 4 guaranteed in their first event out as a team. And hey, they might be top 2, maybe top 1 tomorrow here, Herc. This has been incredible.
Oh, yeah. They have just been such a joy to watch. I mean, I have been such a fan of Cheese for quite some time, and the same with Justin. And this is one of those rosters that you just want to see succeed. But the addition of Chronic is just one of those special players that you never really thought, you know, you'd get like a Chronic and Cheese kind of moment, or a Chronic and Justin, let alone the combo of the 3. So this is a very special roster. Obviously, the org recognized that as well, and it's all paying off as they expected.
Yeah, I mean, Stacks, it was interesting to hear Adam talk about how important it was to the team's synergy that they are all like a similar age, they all have similar hobbies, and how easy that makes them to gel together as a roster here.
Yeah, again, it's not always about getting the most talented players or, you know, the most skilled. It's about having the right players all together. And you can just tell that the vibes on this side, at least while they're winning, are fantastic. And, you know, we'll see what happens if they finally hit the roadblock.
I was locked into that series watching FUT win against Strictly Business. I'm going to be even more locked in the day they drop a game, which might be tomorrow, folks. So make sure you got it locked in here. Twitch.tv/Rocket League. We got one more match up there at the top. 3 matches down for the day. I'm excited to get into this final one. The reigning, defending Rocket League champions of the world here, NRG Esports, for the final match of the day, taking on Space Station Gaming here. Zach, formerly Scribbles, coming out of retirement and making a deep run here already in the first outing back. Is it enough? Can they take on the big dogs here in North America?
Honestly, I look at this and I'm just scared for them because you quite literally don't know what version of NRG you're gonna get. You don't know if you're gonna get the one that, you know, drops matches to the most random team or gets taken out by, you know, the Gen Gs of the world, or if you're getting the NRG that had never failed in the history of time and they didn't know what the word losing meant. So I'm nervous for SSG. A lot of this is going to be coming down to their level of consistency. Clearly, they've done a great job here in this open. They were seed number 2. I think it was the 3-0 stomp on Dignitas that really just let people know like what they were bringing to the table for this open number 4. But this is low-key one of the furthest moments they've had so far, so it's just a big question mark.
We'll see. I mean, I'm excited to see the question mark last season. Here, Stacks, was for Space Station, like, oh, they clearly have all the skills, but do they have the mental strength to hold up to the pressure? And formerly Scribbles, now Zach, as you saw on your screen just a moment ago, he's a player that always we would see him doing these pre-game rituals, trying to get himself calmed down. It was a thing that it was clearly important to him that I think he felt like he struggled with. And then when we saw them on land, that was something that they struggled with a lot, was the pressure of the spotlight, where you'd see this team just collapse in front of opponents they should absolutely be beating. This is the most pressure Zach's going to have felt since coming out of retirement, is right here today, and it's only getting stronger tomorrow because they're guaranteed to play on Championship Sunday. How do you feel like we're going to see Space Station line up today once the kickoff drops?
Well, I mean, what they have going for them is, first of all, their backs aren't against the wall here. It's not absolutely must win. But this is kind of the litmus test for the Space Station roster. It's like, okay, you've played some other teams, that's cool. This is where you find out, okay, how good are you really? And, you know, at least it's against NRG. It's not like, you know, it's not Championship Sunday NRG. It's not, you know, the Terminators. However, you're still, I think, a significant underdog anytime you go up against this roster. And, you know, I guess, we'll see. This is, what did Bates say on First Touch? I got to see it. Well, now we're going to see it. We'll see exactly how good Zach is. We'll see how good this whole Space Station roster is against the toughest competition they've
sure. I don't know. It's going to be a big one, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag NRG, hashtag SSG. And Herc, I do agree with Stacks. It's hard to go against NRG, especially with a team that's unproven at this level. But I don't know, but it's like SSG. Are they unproven?
I don't think so. I really don't. This is they went, let's see, they went 3-0 on Kraken Seas. They went all the way to Game 5 against M80. I don't think this was like a complete reverse sweep. No. They took it Game 1, they dropped 2, and then they won the final 2. So they seem to be holding their own just fine. Again, my mind, obviously, as a Dignitas fan, just goes straight back to that 3-0 sweep. It was terrifying. They look so good. A lot of this I still stand by, rides on the shoulders of what version of NRG we are going to be getting here today.
It is an NRG that the fact that the Space Station's backs aren't against the wall means that they have a little bit of wiggle room on that pressure like Stax was talking about. It also means that NRG doesn't have to be the world beaters we know that they can be right now. And sometimes we see them take advantage of that. Sometimes NRG is saying, oh, we don't have to win right now. Cool, we'll be fine. Let's just go and play some Rocket League. And then they actually get caught by an opponent that's taking the match a little bit more seriously or something. So we'll find out which one it's going to be. Let us know who you think is going to win in the fan vote there. Hashtag NRG, hashtag SSG. And I'm excited for the players to get into it here, Herc.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I honestly, I want to see what this SSG roster can do if bringing in Zach was the right move. Obviously, clearly it has been, but I'm curious what they're going to do against somebody like NRG. NRG for North America has always been the bar. It has now become the standard of, levels of consistency that we have not seen in years, even just across the world, right? So now that they are faltering just a little bit, or wavering, not necessarily faltering, but wavering a little bit in terms of their consistency, this is the time for young teams like SSG to really step up to the plate and show why they're better.
Chat's got NRG taking this one down, and I think if we were to do predictions, it would be all of us as well going with NRG. It is their match to lose. Yeah. Can SSG prove them wrong and advance to top 4 right here, right now? Loser faces M80 first thing tomorrow morning. It's going to be a fun day of Rocket League. Final match of the day, and we've saved the big dogs for last. Let's see them. The reigning world champs, NRG, taking on Space Station to close out playoff Saturday.
They occupy the same side of the color wheel, but occupy opposite sides of the pitch here. NRG versus Space Station. Everybody and their mother expecting NRG to take this one, but with Zach back on Space Station, can they punch above their weight class?
Here we go. Game 1 presented by Progressive. this is going to be an interesting one because way back in the day when we saw Reveal and Scribbles, now Zach, they announced the Space Station roster back in January 2025. In the very first Open, they actually beat NRG, and that is the only time that those two have ever done that. They did wind up losing to them in the finals of that Open, so NRG did get the revenge, but ever since then, NRG has dominated this matchup like they do most North American matchups. So Space Station, you're playing with house money, you're playing against the best team in NA. Let's see what you got.
Space Station, a couple of tries here in the first minute to get something going. Free touch for Diaz, no boost, leads nowhere. I feel like anything we say about NRG is just kind of beating a dead horse with how often they do well. We just need to see something different. And with Zach back, it does look a little different. Diaz credited with the goal.
Yeah, some open space here, like in the midfield. Daniel is trying to float up there with Zach, but he cannot reach the same heights, and he gets that double tap pass down to Diaz. Welcome back, Zach. He is here and ready to fight for the best in North America. It's great to see him back. It's great to see Space Station contended versus NRG, but how long can they hold it? NRG, we always say it, it's all about their defense. They are the #1 defense in this tournament, which seems to happen pretty much every single North American Open, and they're doing it yet again. Comes down to, is the offense clicking today? And Atomic is trying to get something started here, while Daniel's sitting around waiting, loitering. That is what we expect to see. Like, Atomic is going to be upfield, I think, a decent amount. He's been doing a very good job this past probably year and a half, being so creative on the offensive mark for the NRG, and it's really elevated their game as a team.
Really has been arguably their best player at times as well, but everyone on NRG has occupied that spot at one point or another. Atomic certainly in that conversation is Daniel going for the bump, and it was just enough to open the seam for Atomic. NRG strike back.
Yeah, a little flat-footed on defense, Space Station, because they just didn't know exactly how this bump was going to go. Reveal's there, and then Atomic just throws it past Daniel. Diaz is up, but it's just so incredibly hard to read those one-timers, and it doesn't work out for them. So NRG, battle back.
The big question mark for me for Space Station was Diaz. Like, can Diaz find consistency? Didn't see a lot of it last split. And with Zach here, back in the center of the team, he gets it easy. Beast Mode thinking he could get to this ball. Daniel expecting Beast Mode to get a 50, but it was a clean hit from Zach there to throw it right over the whole defense.
Yeah, that was extremely free from NRG. That's not what you would expect out of them. And Space Station will definitely take a free goal against this great defensive NRG. Let's see if NRG can wake up. We always talk about, game ones early in tournaments. NRG is not always the same exact team, but let's see if they can capitalize back on the offensive side. Somehow Daniel squeaks it by and gets it to the near post.
I felt like this was savable from Zach, despite how awkward it was. So he lands here, and you see his hesitation.
He could have
car turned around.
Yeah.
But if he just backflips there, I'm pretty sure he just saves it. I mean, it might go right back to NRG there, but the hesitation is what causes the goal to go in.
Yeah, sloppy play so far, I think, by both teams. Like in this game one, I think both of them are going to be looking to do better as we go forward, but a little bit of a free goal on both sides of the field now.
You give one up, you take one away. Here's a quick double tap, saved right into Reveal. They just need to get a clear out. Diaz looking for Zach. Diaz getting back to it with another clear, but midfield is NRG's. Space Station continue to look for a way out. NRG will give them the first touch. No dunk for Zach. Perfect touch up to Daniel from Beast Mode.
That's what NRG, they do that so well. Like on defense, they're always trying to look for that quick pass out so they can counterattack right after. See some physical play coming out, but it doesn't amount to too much. But Diaz is on a demo spree here. But NRG can't get that quick double tap. Beast Mode just going to look for the early challenge, but Zach will get the clear.
Even there, Zach pulling off on that 50. Chance to control it. Battling in the corner, Reveal, top of the box, off the post, trying to force it in, but NRG, get out muscled. Reveal finally punch it in.
Oh, Reveal is very happy this finally went in because that first shot needs to go in. Diaz, though, fights strong. Beast Mode comes in. Atomic's there as well. Mass confusion on the defensive line for NRG, and Reveal finally finds the back of the net, but it's still sloppy play, I feel like, across the board for both these squads, and it's getting scrappy out here.
You know, NRG, until we get to the later half of Sunday, this does happen. Gotta get themselves warmed up to it. The perfect play comes out when it matters most for them. But Space Station also, I think, showing you a lot of good looks. We talk a lot about Zach coming back to this team, and he's been at the forefront of success here in game number 1. Just have to hold on to the lead.
Here he is as third man, gets challenged pretty quickly. The fake comes out, Beast Mode with a shot. Diaz, big save, and now the counterattack opportunity, but Reveal throws the ball just a bit away to lose out on the chance, but Diaz follows strong. Beast Mode is there, Daniel is also there, and clears to the corner.
Honestly, dude, Gibbs, that was probably one of the slickest, like, fakes that I've seen from Daniel. Like, the window was so tight, somehow that gets saved.
Yeah, out of everything we've seen in this game
of
so far.
all the fakes, that one actually gets saved, even though it was one that probably would have sold you more than any other one.
Yeah, now less than half a minute left. Space Station holding on to a 1-goal lead. They just need to get this ball out of their half and waste as much of this clock as they can. Reveal's got a good opportunity here. He fakes out Beast Mode, which allows Diaz to get the clear. Daniel, though, will throw it deep, but it is to no one. Space Station killing this clock down.
Reveal jumped up into the air. Diaz demos Beast Mode. Time expires. Ball still in the air. Beast Mode not able to catch it, and Space Station will draw first blood here in game number 1.
It's a good sign for Space Station. A scrappy game, and they get away with it, and they get the win. And again, you're coming in against underdogs. Everyone who plays Energy will be that underdog, and Space Station will take it. It might not have been the prettiest game in general, but Space Station does not care. I think both these teams are going to level up as they play as well throughout this match. So we'll see if this continues. But Space Station, limited opportunities on offense, but they get the job done.
Diaz at the top of the scoreboard with MVP honors with 1 goal off of 2 shots, but 2 assists and 3 saves as well. So getting a lot in the box score. But Zach, even though he was at the bottom, did a lot to open things up for Space Station. And despite some of the mistakes that Space Station had, even Zach, when it looked like he had a save in his own net, but second guessed himself on what he could do with the ball, Space Station kind of had NRG pushed back a little bit in game 1 here, Gibbs.
Yeah, here and there. Like, it was weird, that 1 goal that was just the midfield challenge win. I feel like that it's kind of a turning point where that's not a goal that Energy gives up a lot as well. And but it's just those plays where Space Station is like, hey, we're going to be in your face. We're going to try and attack these balls because we know we have to against Energy. We have to keep up that speed. Otherwise, this could get away. Because if Energy gets time and space, we know about their aerial fakes. We know about their aerial pre-jump passing plays. So you got to be involved in every single play. And Space Station, you know, got away with a couple where they surprised Energy, and see if they can do it again for 2 straight games.
Atomic. Wow, Diaz. 0 boost coming off the backboard, and you make that stop. I was on Diaz POV. I see Atomic shoot that. I'm thinking it's a goal. Well, unfortunately for Atomic, it's not. Great save from Diaz. He continues the save your antics. Reveal also with a great catch. Follow-up actually gets around 1. Beast Mode rips it off of him, and Space Station feeling some early pressure from NRG as Atomic bumps Zach out of the way and opens up the space for Daniel.
Yeah, there's some great physical play. At first, like Daniel, he drove through the box and Diaz had to dodge him, so it made him awkward on that back wall as well. And then we get another bump play there out of Atomic, so Daniel could secure the goal. So if Energy begins to add that into their rotational mix, going for these bump plays on Space Station, it's going to make things very difficult for that defense. We saw it there.
Beast Mode already up. Excellent distribution. Doesn't matter how fast he's going, how fast the ball is going, where he is. The XYZ doesn't really matter for Beast Mode, but if you just delete him, the XYZ is null. Here's Diaz back with the shot from Reveal, and Space Station hit him right back.
Yeah, Space Station did their own counterplay on the physical aspect of the game, but Daniel actually got a good respawn, but it was not enough anyway. That 50 spills out like into the middle. No one is ready on that back line for NRG, and Space Station, they answer back quickly.
And get the kickoff here as well. Atomic seeing he had the space to catch up to that ball. Diaz had Zach at the top of the box, but they get stuffed in the corner. And Zach got speed quickly on the 50. Diaz late to the play. No boost for Atomic, and he doesn't get the bounce he wants either. Still, Beast Mode helps him out. NRG managed the last few touches well enough there to hold on to the midfield. Space Station out here on a mission to see how many times they can force NRG to respawn.
Yeah, for sure. See, Daniel again going across the crease. Didn't get any bumps. Again, Diaz doing a good job dodging those, but you got to keep your head on a swivel if you're Space Station right now.
Whoa.
But Reveal doing it himself. Somehow it was almost safe, but Diaz comes in to clean it up. And what a play by Reveal to just attack this ball and just push it through everyone.
He's the bunker buster, dude.
Yeah.
He's moving forward, throws the demo out. Let Zach come in. Okay, Reveal. Everyone's stepping up right now on Space Station. We got great defense from Diaz. You got Zach breaking things open. Now Reveal's getting involved. Space Station had a lead here 2 minutes into this game.
Again, they're already up a game. If they can steal another one early, that is exactly what you want. When you're playing Energy, it's always about game 1 and 2. Let's get ahead of them because you know they're going to figure it out at some point. So it's what it's about for Space Station. Feels like a game that they desperately want to have a chance to win this match. Beast Mode back on defense, getting the save. A bit awkward. Diaz has a chance at shot and Reveal with the rebound. What a save by Atomic, pitching it off his own crossbar. Follows it up with another save as well, and Beast Mode comes in to help.
On Zach had cut as well. No quick clear for NRG. Beast Mode forced to carry it out from his own corner, and they still break out. Beast Mode will steal the boosts. Zach's got momentum anyway. At 50's perfect. No Reveal. He thought about going, but ball just got away, and that's the trouble. NRG just can stop you dead in your tracks with a perfect 50-50. Beast Mode demoed again. They are not stopping. Their mind is on one thing. But this explosion. Reveal. Back down. Couldn't find it out to Diaz. Space Station still have the lead, still keeping NRG swiveling.
Yeah, the only problem with these physical plays, there are times when the Space Station has no boost left because both corners have already been taken by Energy. That happened there for Reveal. Couldn't get the pass out because he was on no boost on that back wall. So they're just going to be mindful of that. Daniel has a chance actually here, so it has to be thrown away by Space Station. Diaz will get the clear. He's going to go heads up against Atomic. A Reveal will help him out just a bit. Can he get a pass out to anyone? No, it's cleared to the side by Energy.
Kick straight back out to Zach. And they get the midfield boost. Reveal with decent control. It was just hard to get around him.
Space Station's doing a good job, though. I feel like this midfield game, they're getting very physical, like as we see again here. That shot almost goes in by Beast Mode, but it's a very difficult task there. But Space Station is
so close for no one being around.
Yeah. Daniel, Space. Oh boy, this is getting awkward. Diaz can he? Wow. Gets help from Zach just in time. Beast Mode though again has a chance. Zach has an opportunity for a shot. Throws it deep. Atomic's just back in time.
Okay, my head's on a swivel now. Reveal. Good short catch. Didn't have any boost. He wasn't going to be able to do anything. Gave Zach a chance at it. But Atomic's having a pre-flip back into the ball. Still gets in front of it. Daniel's now got a free chance, but Diaz up immediately. Beast Mode right behind with another catch. Aerial play. Double tap. It's wide, or not wide, but it wasn't going in. Here's another one. Atomic wraps back around, pops over another. Space Station under more pressure. Beast Mode wants that corner boost, and he will get it. Daniel gets the ball. Beast Mode flashes back to Atomic, but Reveal reads the fake again and gets the ball out of harm's way. One more try for Beast Mode at the end of regulation. Flip reset. Denied. Atomic on the pass. Daniel, no chance. Diaz had it. Reveal picks it up. He scoops it out of Atomic's pocket. Puts it on the ground. Space Station up 2-0 in the series.
Space Station, the heroics on defense with no boost, including of Reveal. 0 boost, knows he has another defender, reads that fake. That was the play there to seal that win. Great communication by Space Station to know they have 2 defenders there, so Reveal can play for the fake. Absolutely fantastic by them. And again, none of them had boost. I think one of them grabbed 1 corner boost during that whole onslaught. Besides that, they were making save after save with 0 on the clock. And we have a timeout by your world champions, NRG.
Dude, they're not going to put it on the highlight, but that last catch from the 50 from Reveal in the corner versus Atomic, you're talking about like them being boost starved and somehow still able to get back, make a save, get a touch, buy themselves a little bit of time. That was the one moment where if Reveal doesn't just completely just thief the ball out of Atomic's off of Atomic's hood, like very likely NRG get a real shooting chance, and Reveal just totally denied all of it. What a play at the end of the game from him. And Space Station got those 2 game wins, Gibbs. You were talking about it.
Yeah.
NRG are gonna download you eventually, so you gotta stack the wins as quickly and as early as possible. They're doing it here.
Yeah, the timeout buff for Energy, you know, it's probably coming in, but we'll have to see. I feel like Energy is a little bit off. They've had a couple like double tap opportunities where the shot at the end of the double tap's a little bit flat. It goes and lands on the goal line. It's been, I think, in both games they had a chance at a double tap to score. Both times they hit it too low and the ball just lands flat. There was someone from Space Station, I think it was probably Reveal actually, on both plays, has 0 boost. It's like the only way I defend this is if I just sit on the goal line and wait and hope they shoot it too low. Both times that happened, and it's those small differences at times where if Energy feels a little bit off because of they play more defensive, low-scoring games, it can get away from them at times, and it can get a little scary. They usually find ways to win it anyway, and that is the biggest thing now is like, yes, it's a timeout for Energy, but Space Station has to take this time to try and figure out how to win 2 more, because it is going to be incredibly difficult.
The bumps were definitely throwing NRG off their mark. Several times there were some bumps off ball where NRG tried to position aggressively, and then they just get chipped. It wasn't even just those demos. Those little chips that forced NRG to just move back a little bit, give SSG a couple of inches of space. How do NRG adjust to Space Station's effort? Well, you're not gonna do much. Zach, he does it all himself here, and nothing Daniel could do.
Zach just speed wins, and that's all that was. He was so quick off that sidewall, like Atomic couldn't read it. Beast Mode tried to come in to help Daniel, who was belly flopping on the ball. Just an awkward play by Energy, but at the end of the day, it was Zach with the speed to get it by the 3rd man of Atomic, and Energy looks confused right now.
And to Space Station's credit, last game, I think we saw NRG cough up the ball like that. NRG feeling it a little bit. They're able to respond quickly last game. Here they go again. Atomic, no follow-up touch. Another good clear for Reveal down the field. Zach stole the boost away in the corner, and the bump. Atomic, somehow his car just stopped moving. Not sure how he accomplished that.
Powered through that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he flipped right as the bump happened, which just canceled everything out of it.
That's crazy. There's Atomic again. See Daniel taking the advanced approach there. They're not winning those 50s. Beast Mode does stay back.
This is interesting, though. Energy, like as that 3rd man, Beast Mode was up a little bit too far forward there again. That was almost just a wide open net. It just went a little bit wide, so Energy's got to figure this out quickly. Right here, Atomic has to dive back just in time. Now Beast Mode's got an opportunity, but so far the 3rd man on Energy seemed a bit off throughout the series.
Zach feeling that pressure really well. Okay, Zach, sure. Atomic gets there in time. Diaz, nothing he can do with that ball. But we were all wondering, Zach back on SSG. How's this team gonna look? He's had a lot of great looks on the ball. He's felt the pressure nicely on defense. Everybody on Space Station, though, getting involved, as comfort was the big thing we talked about with this roster. Zach gets over another one, and they look very comfortable right now. Atomic just gets out from under Diaz. Beast Mode, heavy touch. Makes it easier for Zach to just get it away from him. Diaz also demoing Daniel. Atomic with no boost. And just short. NRG are over here, Gibbs. But are they dictating the pace of play? 'Cause somehow they're getting weaved around by Space Station.
Yeah, it feels like they're being outplayed. There was almost like an opportunity by Space Station to get a bump on Atomic and score another one. but Zach just kind of messed up his flipper set just a bit. So it could have been a 2-0 game at this point. And it's those small things, like same with that beast mode heavy touch, you know? He could have done a lot more with it. Now Atomic's got an opportunity, but Reveal, it feels like he's winning every challenge he's going for. Gets the demo as well. Now Zach's got an opportunity, passed himself off the wall, but Atomic will get the big clear that is desperately needed for energy.
Beast mode, feathered the boost, back to Atomic. Daniel's on small pads, sitting up above the midfield line. He does get that 50. No boost spawns for Atomic. He gets the demo. Boost spawns for him now as Beast mode has the ball. Atomic right behind. Daniel following suit shortly, but Zach unbeatable on the back wall. Beast mode has the midfield. Got it over one, and that's good enough. Beast mode finally able to break through the space station defense.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a miscommunication by Diaz. I think he thought he had some help, so he went early to make Beast Mode do something, but Reveal has no boost, cannot get back in time. The boost starving by energy pays off there, and Beast Mode getting it done to tie this game up, in which it feels like a must-win game for energy.
Quick reset from Diaz. No follow-up for Space Station. Atomic just holds the ball in the air. Beast Mode already there, returning fire. What looked like a setup for Space Station turned into a chance for NRG. Zach with a deep clear, cut off by Beast Mode.
Atomic now trying to get something done on the offensive side. We talked about how he's been so good over this past year, which really helped Energy become world champions. Right now, Reveal, though, going for the bump. Beast Mode, what a patient play by him. Does not jump and gets the save.
Space Station with a little bit of space here. Zach had to catch that. Beast Mode was ready to pounce on any skip that ball would have coming down. Still, Space Station so good at breaking out. Diaz expecting extra touches. Beast Mode happy to get the space. Atomic with a light pre-jump look, but had nothing to look at. This is kind of just a dump ball right now for NRG, battling in the corner. Getting the boost steal as well. So you're getting some good pressure.
Yeah.
Space Station's defense has played well enough. Got to be careful, Reveal. Close third man is able to wrench the 50 away from Daniel. It's Reveal looking for the clear route back to Diaz. Full tank of boost. Reveal back towards the midfield. Scoops it around Daniel. Beast Mode got in the way. Atomic on the back wall, and NRG no problem here on the defensive end. Diaz not gonna let Daniel get the touch. Daniel did get that boost. Still Diaz found his corner. Dangerous ball. Here's the shot. No bump. Reveal has the save as NRG look for the final goal here at the end of regulation. Atomic back over to Beast Mode. No chime.
And credit to Energy with the boost control when they're like on the offensive side. Oh, right off the kickoff though. Space Station with the play, and they're up 3-0.
You can't do that against NRG. They do that to you. 3-0 in the series. They just might sweep the top dogs on their way to the top 4 slot.
Wow. Welcome back, Zach. The kickoff plays come out for Space Station at the perfect time. Gotta love the overtime kickoff, man. Oh, so good to see. Space Station, they survived on defense for a while there in the back half of this game to get to that kickoff. Oh, and they made it work.
Already used the timeout as well. They get about 30 seconds plus to sit on that one. Man, just straight zeros for Atomic and Daniel. They each only registered 1 shot in that game. Beast Mode registering 5 and picking up the only goal as well. And only 1 registered save. Was not a high shooting game from either team, Gibbs. Only 4 for Space Station, but 50% accuracy, you'll take that.
Oh yeah, Space Station has not been shooting a ton, but their conversion rate has been exceptional, and sometimes that is what you need against the top defense in the league. So Space Station coming out, they're up 3-0. We talked about this earlier with Shopify Rebellion, who was down 3-1. The hardest game to win is the final one. Can Space Station do it? If anyone's going to reverse sweep, you would put money on Energy being able to do it. But right now, Space Station on the defensive side look fantastic. Can they close it out here and just end it early?
Yeah, I mean, look, outside of the belly flop from Daniel, I don't feel like NRG are really playing that poorly. Like, they're giving you NRG looks. They're giving you touches like that. But, on a better day, maybe that's just in the net for Beast Mode. So maybe they are a little off. But that's That's a crazy bar to be, like, holding NRG at. They've earned the bar, but still.
Yeah, they've been playing all right. Like, I feel like their third man has been a little bit confused at times, but I thought that game was actually going really well. But that's the beauty of the kickoff, right? If you can get that kickoff to work, you can get those wins. And that's what Space Station did there. And it was, again, credit to their defense on limited boost. They've had to do a ton of that throughout the series, and they're making it work.
The going's been good for Space Station. Will it ever get tough? There's one back to Diaz with the corner boost. That's a heavy touch. Still, he got the 50. Beast mode right there for the follow-up.
Zach, though, will throw it again deep. Daniel is ready for it and actually controls this very well. So reveal has to be on his back foot, but he will control it off his own back wall. Diaz is there in support, will take over, but Beast mode is waiting there ready. Seems like Energy's a little bit more calm, cool, and collected on defense right now. Beast mode another big win in that midfield. So seems like Energy, like, yes, there's a lot of pressure on them, but it doesn't feel like it so far throughout this game.
Oh, that's a beautiful skip for Beast mode. Zach with no boost gets up just in time. Rebound denied. There was 2 available for the save. Reveal is the one who picks it up. Diaz gets his own corner boost as well. NRG, try as they may. The blue net was not on the schedule. Atomic drills this one around. Now NRG start to get a couple of 50s. Daniel up against the Diaz just gets all of that. Daniel looked like he had better position on the ball. He had a little bit more boost, but Diaz just came in with momentum, ripped it away, forced NRG to redraw the maps here. Daniel denied with another clean touch out to the side from Zach.
Oh, great bump there by Diaz to open it up just a bit and give some breathing room, but Daniel now has a lot of space, gonna do it himself and gets the dunk on Diaz.
Daniel finally hitting the bowl. A couple of times, had a carry, had a couple of free tries, beautiful roll into the ball, and perfect 50-50. And there was no chance Diaz was getting that ball out. Daniel got all of his car on top of that ball. Excellent push from him.
And that just feels like exactly what Energy needs. Some more kickoff coming out by both teams. The double fake almost works out in Space Station's favor, but Beast Mode is the first one to gain possession off of it. But that was a great sign for Energy fans, is to see Daniel when he's got a moment where he's got space, where he just did it all himself. And that is what you expect out of him, playing that third man role, is like feed Daniel that ball with 100 boost, he can make magic happen.
No, if you're just tuning in, yes, the score bug is correct. No, it is not flipped. Space Station are winning the series 3-0 right now. In the upper bracket here, first open towards the Paris Major. NRG have woken up. Daniel almost finding a way to get a 50 there to Beast Mode. Beast Mode tripping Zach up. Was thinking about a pass. Instead, just tried to shovel some obstacles out of the way. Another attempt here from Atomic. Sidewall double fails. Beast Mode up high. Good form right now for NRG.
Yeah, I feel like Space Station is getting a little bit too throwy away, I guess, on defense is the word. We're just throwing the ball right to Daniel, who's just waiting there with full boost. So they got to figure out a better way to clear these opportunities so they have a better chance on the offensive side of things, because, again, they only have 3 shots in this game again, and Energy's on 5.
This might be their chance, but an NRG wait right on the midfield line. Diaz slips through a couple of NRG defenders. And Space Station break through this. They got to pick the moment to attack the ball. They tried to attack in between the pass. They do force Beast Mode back to the corner. Almost a loose ball for Daniel. Reveal sits right underneath it with a demo. Diaz, he's looked solid all series long. Reveal rips it. Oh. The double. Zach was available in the area. Beast Mode has to save. Diaz, same side, too weak. Atomic with another save. Reveal receiving the back pass. Tried the Zen touch and failed horribly, but still found Zach. Weak shot. Boost stolen by Reveal. Diaz on small pass. Reveal wanting the ball. Back to Diaz. Saved by Daniel. And will pop it up. Zach up to the ball quickly. Pitches it away. And Atomic happy that ball didn't bounce out.
Now it's Energy's turn on low boost to make some good plays on defense, and they get the job done. Half a minute left. Space Station still looking for their first.
Reveal. Got the 50. Zach.
Great fake.
Flushing one out. Yeah, the first fake good. Hard to fake NRG twice in a row, though.
Yeah, the Energy is just sitting 3 men back and like, you have to beat all 3 of us. So Diaz is going to go up against Atomic. He's got to win this to his teammates. It just goes midfield, and as this time ticks down, Daniel going to look to kill it. Beast Mode will follow up. Can they get it on the ground? And they will. Energy take their first game. Looking for the reverse sweep. 1 down, 3 to go.
Daniel, the sole owner of a goal in that game, preventing the sweep. Also, a lot of really great touches from Atomic on defense. There's two possessions in particular where he is the last line of defense. Daniel and Beast Mode both got beat. Atomic's got to get a catch, has to buy time for his team. He does exactly that. 50s start going their way. Gibbs, you talked about Space Station on defense. Got a little hairy, got a little chaotic. Didn't have that same poise and control we saw from them. It started coming together near the end there. They had a good push. And this time a lot more shots, 8 shots from them, but unable to actually find the net.
Yeah, they finally found some offense in that back half of that game. I felt like early on, Beast Mode was doing a good job in the midfield, challenging and trying to control the pace of play to keep the ball on the blue side of the field. But Space Station did find some looks at the end, but Energy's defense, they come out on top, and really just came down to one solo play by Daniel was the difference in this match. So Space Station, I think they still should feel rather confident that they can win one of these next 4 games, but it's still Energy, and that's always in the back of your head. You know that these guys are the GOATs of North America, so it's still a tough.
They're not sweating. They're not sweating. I'm sure they're like, oh, dang, we're down. I feel like I can hear the Beast Mode post-game interview already. Like, oh, yeah, we're down 3-0, but honestly, we're not going to mess up again.
Oh, yeah, he's probably just bummed.
Yeah, 4-3 win.
Yeah, he's probably just bummed because he's like, I had a lunch date, and now I got to, push it back 30 minutes. That's all. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, whatever.
Bro's got his country butter out.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Whichever brand it was. Eating cereal out of his butter bowl. Daniel's got the bowl cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned there because of the no boost, but they did get back in time. And yeah, here we go. The Energy down 3-1. Space Station. Just find that one play. Put all the pressure on. Get that first goal of this game. Put all the pressure onto Energy. Because right now I feel like they're not going to feel the pressure until they're losing in this game.
Yeah, Space Station still very much in control of the series. However, Daniel could make things a little squirrely this time. It doesn't go NRG's way, though. No boost for Diaz. Reveal gets a bump, though. Almost looked like it would have turned into something. Easily covered, though.
Yeah, it seems like there's always 2 men back for Energy, so if you are going to go for these bumps, you're going to have to find a way to get 2 members of Energy to cross that midfield line, which right now it seems like they're pretty happy with just allowing Daniel to do his thing and then play some solid defense. So we'll see if that opens up as this goes on, maybe with some demos by Space Station.
Yeah, that's really kicked down, hasn't it? NRG haven't gotten deleted nearly as often. Space Station, more of this on defense. A lot of low boost, a lot of dimes that you're picking up off the ground. Beast Mode, denied by Reveal. It's hard flips for Space Station on defense. They don't have the boost to follow up those first saves. Diaz finally gets his own canister, but still forced to chuck it away. And NRG continue to mount the pressure. Beast Mode decides to take, but it was a heavy touch. Diaz thought Beast Mode was going to get there. Beast Mode just stopped boosting. It's like, fine, Diaz, you want to overread that? I'll let you look like a fool. And now Beast Mode in the air. High ball, Zach. Nice catch.
Yeah, Beast Mode's having a lot of heavy touches lately, just trying to throw it deep, and maybe that's a game plan of them. It's like, yeah, Space Station has no boost. You're better off keeping it above their head. Atomic has a chance of double. He can't reach it, so Daniel will take over. Try and get it back midfield. Can't do too much with it because he runs out of boost.
Still, Space Station.
Big win by
Beast Mode. Get there, but look, Reveal's there first instead of an NRG attacker. That has really been part of the defensive success. Their positioning more at the point of where's that rebound going to be? If I don't have the boost, it's got to feel a little more uncomfortable sitting that far away from the net when you're only on small pads. But Space Station have done such a great job managing that on defense. It's feeling almost a little bit like MIBR. You remember their zero boost defense that they had in Boston. Feels a little bit like that right now for Space Station, but they're making it work.
Yeah, the only issue is then there is just no counterattack, right? They just have to boom the ball down because they're trying to get boost for all their teammates. They're trying to just get like a small reprieve of 10 seconds, and they just never have enough boost to get that counter right now. So Energy is happy with this performance so far.
Zach just drove by the ball. NRG starting to lose control of it a little bit. 50 goes right out to Diaz. Heavy touch. Atomic gets to the 50, reveals dead. Beast mode. Able to shuffle it back out to Atomic. Quick reset. Nothing more. Daniel wanted to go steal that corner boost. He left early, seeing that play was about to get blown up. Now got back for a 50. Beast mode. Gonna hold the ball back for Atomic. NRG refuse to let this ball go until it gets inside the blue net. Daniel next up, and Reveal stuffs him with no boost. Zach just chucking it away, looking for a demo. Atomic narrowly avoids him. Daniel sends it packing. Diaz just trying to keep it out still. A minute remaining. NRG lurking, beast mode on target. Zach's got the save. It's 12 boost at a time, but 12 boost is all they need. Atomic wins the first touch off the ceiling. Diaz is bumped. No dunk. No dice for NRG.
And Diaz finally has some boost, gets the clear over beast mode. Here's that counter attack we were talking about. The pass down by Zach. He can't get the double tap angle for the shot, so it goes awry, but we're still sitting at 0-0, even though Energy has controlled most of this game. Space Station just needs one.
Oh, what a flick from Reveal. Zach leaves it for Diaz, goes underneath, and beast mode with a perfect grounder, no bounce. Daniel he only has 11 boost. Atomic was sitting on the back wall. He's not gonna be able to do anything about it. He will actually get a decent 50, gets pushed back. Zach, no boost spawns. Wow, spawns right there for him, all right. And he gets through. How the Space Station survived for 5 minutes of energy offense. Now they're getting deleted, no boost for beast mode, no problem. Zach, he wants one more. He ain't gonna get it. Diaz right underneath Daniel, and we go to OT.
All right, watch the kickoff, everyone. We saw this last time, Space Station in Game 3.
And no weird stuff on the kickoff this time. Space Station do get the first look. Reveal bombed it. Daniels missed the ball. Beast mode up for it. Atomic got bumped. Diaz coming around. Daniels forced to jump early, and now Space Station pulling NRG on a string. Atomic no boost. He can't get the ball. It's off the bar. Beast mode. A little bit of boost and a little bit of time, but the midfield held by Space Station.
Space Station finally getting some offensive pressure off that kickoff. Can they hold it? Diaz holds the ball in. Space Station. Zach's going for the push off the waterfall curve. 2 members for Energy. Go for it. No boost on Energy. Space Station need to capitalize now. Diaz versus Daniel. Wins it. Has a little bit of boost in the tank, but Beast Mode will beat him to it.
Daniel redirects. No power. Into the dirt. And Reveal. Not able to get through Atomic. Zach's the last man back. And he makes it happen again on the 50. Daniel sends it high, but nobody from NRG can go. Beast mode. Where's he going?
I don't know. This is interesting. Energy's making mistakes on the defensive line. Daniel leaves the ball because he knows there's no one available for Space Station. But Reveal with 100 goes up, beats Daniel, cannot beat Atomic as well.
Can't get a bump. He's right next to Beast mode. Beast mode feeling pressure, getting up, trying to read that touch early. Then he gets deleted. Atomic's got a full tank, and now he's chipping it away, but nobody's there. Okay, Atomic just can't do anything with the ball. Still, Beast mode gets a chance at it. Beast mode! No! How many times have we seen him just sink it right there? And Beast mode can't anchor anything right now.
Diaz, limited boost though. Daniel had an opportunity, can't get it by Space Station now. They're on the back foot in this overtime. Diaz though, great 50 challenge win. He has some boost in the tank as well. Zach will come to help, and Reveal has to just wait back in line. Beast mode though, with the pass down, Diaz clears it away. Space Station holding on.
Zach forced to dump it away. Beast mode's got a full tank. Trying to trip him up. Oh, wow. Beast mode sends them right back packing. We keep playing.
We saw space beginning to open up for both teams, and finally Beast Mode, with the limited space he has, gets the ground pinch pass to himself. And the world champs are not done yet. That's 2 in a row for Energy.
Yeah, I think Beast Mode was upset he didn't get that last try. And that was such an odd push for Beast Mode too, because he got that first touch and he decides to go to the side wall instead of pushing straight towards the back wall, trying to force the 50 in the corner, or maybe forcing something towards center. Instead, trying to trip Space Station up on where they're predicting the play is gonna go, and then he just weaves around everybody, gets a perfect bounce to get the rebound and get the goal. While Beast Mode, he hasn't played at his peak. He did peak right at the end there to get NRG on top. They were on the ropes for like the last minute of regulation and then almost all of that overtime, Gibbs.
Yeah, it just feels like a battle right now between these two teams. Space Station do call their timeout here. Feels like the golden rule almost, like once you lose 2 in a row, no matter where it is, you call that timeout. So Space Station will do it here to try and figure things out for Neo Tokyo, because again, you do not want to go to Champions Field against Energy, who have won 3 in a row. So it's a quality time to call this timeout, but Space Station, the offense has just kind of gone quiet, and they got to figure out a way to squeak a couple by Energy to take this win.
Not for lack of trying. Winner's tilt is real today. Shopify Rebellion went down 3-1 against Next to New and came back big time to win that series in 7. Now you got NRG having to fight back from 3-0, and it was not comfortable. I've seen so many 1-0 NRG games that just look one-sided. But Space Station looked like the better team for the back half of that game.
Back half for sure. Yeah, that overtime
half was NRG for sure.
Yeah, that overtime, like with the kickoff win by Space Station, then they just held the ball in there for like a full minute and a half, and it just felt like, all right, Space Station, just find a way, just one shot, that's all you need. They couldn't get it done, and then we saw cracks kind of on both teams. The field kind of opened up at times, at awkward times. We were like, why do they have so much space? And finally, Beast Mode finds that crack and makes good use of it with that ground pinch pass to himself. So, but this is what world champs do. They're not out until they're out, right? So, Energy battling back, but they're kryptonite, Jordy. It is Neo Tokyo now.
Well, first killer's not on the pitch, so I don't.
I mean,
not on this pitch. Not on this pitch.
I'm just saying, historically, Energy has had some bad moments on this map too. So.
Wait, have they? Wait, what's their?
Oh yeah, like Atomic.
Yeah. Oh well, okay. Besides the side flip.
Okay. Well, besides the first killer off the back wall, it's the same thing.
First killer has like 10 Neo Tokyo nightmares.
I mean, all of NA, I feel like does in these majors. So, what are you gonna do? But let's see what happens here.
Vatira.
Yeah, exactly right. Europe is just good at Rocket League, but we're in North America. Space Station trying to take the crown off Energy's head and move into that top 4 and push Energy to the lower bracket.
Space Station, as my good friend Achieves would always say, you did a lot of good in that last game. You might not have won it, but you don't have to change too much. You just need to find the finishing touches. Reveal, he's getting touched up there. Deleted. Diaz won't get a real shot on net, but he's credited with one regardless.
And speaking of pressure too, Zach, you know, he returns out of retirement. It's like, all right, big pressure situation now that you've got yourself into where it feels like a must win yet again. See how he performs. I felt like he was booming the ball down the field a little bit too much last game, but that could have just been because of the boost situation. Nice. Dude. Psycho there into the pass, and this is NRG Beast Mode. Are you kidding me?
Let's be honest, Beast Mode wanted that. All right. I mean, it's a beautiful, you know, Beast Mode, beautiful pass to Atomic. You wanted that though. What a disgusting play there from Beast Mode. Of all the plays you could do, like, oh, let me do the catch, let me buy some time for my team. No, how about I just send it right back to your half? That's nasty.
And all the momentum is on Energy's side. The timeout as well for a Space Station, it does not matter. Beast Mode coming out big yet again. The big game 5-1, and now the pass here, game 6. He almost gets another goal right there. Space Station has to stop the bleed.
Look, man, the world is vibrations. This is vibes based, okay? NRG, when they put when the vibes are like this, the other team starts feeling it. They start getting disrupted. All the feel good you had, all the confidence you had gets wiped away when Beast Mode comes to play. Daniel, underneath on the reset, but nothing for it. Both defenders there for Space Station to knock it away. Try to get this downfield. NRG feeling comfortable in the blue half. They've had plenty of pressure in the series over here. Nothing to do right now, though. Still, Space Station are getting starved out.
Space Station finally finds a clear. It was a good play by Zach. He had no boost, but this time he didn't boom it. He tried to play the low 50 game, and it worked out for them. So Space Station now on the offensive side have to find a way to get enough boost and counter, but Daniel will get a big clear. Diaz is there to meet him, though. And Space Station cleared it right back to the other side with Beast Mode with limited boost.
Good catch from Zach. But yeah, Reveal, that was just... Positioning from Atomic was unbeatable. Reveal, there was no way he was getting to that ball, and Space Station now trying to hold on to this midfield. Diaz, instead of going for that boost, the midfield boost, trying to protect it, didn't want to give Daniel any space. I think you can feel the fear right now for Space Station.
Reveal, though, good challenge there to keep the ball just in energy tap for a split second longer. Allow his teammates to collect some boost. And he's been doing a good job on his challenge game, on defense as well. I feel like he's had a really good match so far. Beast Mode, though, with the win on limited boost, almost gets another. But Zach, great patient play there. Daniel, though, will keep this ball deep in the blue side of things. He's got some boost as well. Ooh, kind of a misplay off that wall, though, so it allows Space Station to get out.
Yeah, but then just right back into the corner. Diaz couldn't catch the ball, used all of his boost. Not the perfect push, but Atomic is getting shoveled. Wait, is Reveal gonna get through? There's just no way Reveal got through them. Diaz, that was about as easy as he could make it. Reveal opens him up.
We see Daniel fly by, we see Beast Mode fly by, and Diaz secures the goal. Atomic on no boost. Reveal playing the patient game, and Energy fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Space Station right back in it.
You called him out, Gibbs. Reveal's been finding ways through, has been good on the 50s. Diaz. Actually, not going to get much here. Atomic trying to find a way back to Daniel. Reveal says, you want to sit there? I'll just push the ball again.
Last minute of play. Oh, Atomics, he's got the aerial dribble. Can he get the pass out? He cannot. But it does put pressure on the Space Station. Diaz just has to boom it out. Zach waiting on his corner boost, gonna wait for this play to develop, and he should be pretty comfortable here, but he just throws it away a bit. Beast Mode has a chance at a shot or a pass. He gets it down to Daniel. Daniel with the low shot. Beast Mode with the redirect, cannot get it into the back of the net. Diaz gets the clear.
Yeah, a tough angle for Beast Mode to actually get momentum on that ball towards the net. Diaz, nice. Just hop up, let the ball hit his car, just up enough. Keep Space Station having chances here on defense. Midfield boost was taken by Atomic. No boost for Beast Mode, back to Atomic. Diaz was ready for the pass, got in the way. Space Station, the end of regulation. Here they go again. Under immense pressure, Beast Mode once more. Diaz gets there in time, bounces for Atomic. Beast Mode up early, Diaz who spawns for him. Atomic had flown up early, nowhere near the ball. Overtime, still golden goal here for Space Station.
Here we go, another kickoff. Nothing too crazy on this one. Space Station just needs one moment. That's all they need to take down Energy. Energy needs this game to force Champions Field.
I thought Daniel would get better power on that shot, but it ends up rolling off of his wheel. Beast Mode up high again. Reveal sits underneath. Back to Atomic, but can't stay near the ball, and Daniel forced to wait. Gets good power, pushing it up. Only Atomic was ready for the ball. It rolls for Zach. Zach moving downfield. Reveal is there. Reveal with the first touch. Rebound! Oh, what? No!
It doesn't go! It doesn't go! Diaz, though, he collects the boost, he collects the ball. They're going to try again. Space Station gets beat by Daniel. Daniel by himself. With the pass to Beast Mode. To Atomic for the goal! We're going to Champions Field.
What? The game can't end like that? How in the world does Space Station not score? Instead, NRG just put it right back. We're going to Game 7.
Space Station, they needed one moment. They needed 1 inch. If that ball is just a little bit more in the net, this game is over. This match is over. But NRG find a way to bring it to 7, down 3-0, win 3 straight nail biters. And here we go. Champions Field for everything.
For the longest time, I thought plot armor was just copium. I think I might be a believer. This is ridiculous. Beast Mode hits a psycho pass to start the game.
Yeah, look at that.
Space Station sends 6 players at the net at the end of the game. NRG are all flopping around like fish on the beach. And somehow the ball doesn't go in. And then they just get them on the counterattack right after.
Oh, Diaz, if that's an inch lower, that's bar down and in. But instead, the counter right afterwards. All 3 members of Energy getting involved. It's what you expect out of Energy. And man, oh man, Space Station. They've been so close in 3 straight games, like really. to close this out, but they couldn't get it done. So now we're all tied up.
I don't think Space Station had nearly as much on offense that game as they did in the previous one that NRG won 1-0. What are you supposed to do when beast mode just hits the final gear, man?
But this is why also, you know, shout out to production making this the last match of the day. This is what we kind of expected. We expected a battle. Space Station is that like up and coming team with the roster move that everyone is hyping up. Energy are obviously your kings of North America. We expected them to be tested. Maybe not like this, but it all comes down to the last 5 minutes.
Tell you what though, no matter the result here, I'm excited to watch Space Station tomorrow. What a battle this has been against NRG, even on this comeback. They have not made it easy for NRG at all. It is not a one-sided affair. Space Station have come to play. Daniel, downfield to beast mode. He eyes up Atomic. And Atomic is most of that. Space Station trying to settle things down.
Daniel got a little bit of space here again, but just has to throw it away. The ball was a little bit too close to his bumper. Some demos coming out in that midfield will open up a little bit of space for Space Station to recollect their thoughts and boost. And reveal has Diaz, goes for the pass, going for the shot. Atomic, big save. Zach is not there for the rebound. So Energy survived the first scoring opportunity.
Yeah, Zach could not go for the rebound.
Yeah, he was
just nothing there, even though beast mode got bumped in the back of the net. They see Atomic there. You had reveal back. Diaz decides to take, and he runs into a frag. Reveal. Is this 50? Can't get the follow-up against Daniel. Zach's posted on his boost. It finally spawns. Here comes Space Station. Comfortably uncomfortable defense. But there's a little gap you could get back to the ball. Reveal does close it.
Oh, and then there was a Rule 1 there for a split second. I'm not sure who broke it. I think it was on the Space Station side. Just keep that in mind as we go here throughout this. But Atomic, no one expected that ball to go across that goal line, so no one was there for the follow-up.
No play for Space Station. Reveal. Got Daniel seeing red. Turned his targeting computer off, and it's just pure feeling there. Going for the demos. Beast mode pops it up over one.
A little bit of space here for Atomic. Gonna play it slow. Just trying to get that 50 midfield. Beast mode to himself. Diaz, though, meets him there. Atomic has another opportunity. He's gonna throw it a little bit deep. And Reveal gets a big clear. Diaz is upfield, gonna look for that midfield pass, but gets beat out yet again. I feel like both teams on offense, they're waiting for the ball to come to them while the defenders are coming in and attacking it. So both these teams are gonna have to come meet that ball just a bit quicker. Reveal's got a little bit of an opportunity, but just kind of throws it away here as well.
Daniel racing for the corner boost. He's got it. Now Reveal sitting like a duck. He avoided.
Oh boy.
Just was able to waddle away, but Beast Mode fires a rocket into the pond. And it's 1-0 NRG.
Yeah, this was awkward. We got two members of Space Station with zero boost on that back wall, and then Diaz is just flat-footed on the goal line. Not a great touch there by Zach. He was the only one who had boost at first, and it allows it to turn into a pass for Beast Mode, and he capitalizes again. Some crazy kickoffs coming out by both teams with the fakes. Nothing comes of it, but Space Station now down a goal. Have to find a way back.
Quick rebound, but Atomic has him beat. You could try. You can put in as much effort as possible. You can even look good doing it. But NRG will make you fight tooth and nail the whole way. And here they go again. Double commit from Space Station. And more Beast Mode committed as well. That is not what you want to see from NRG, but Beast Mode's still weaving around. And they just left one on the table.
How? I have no idea how Daniel missed that.
And now Diaz just flipped it. Beast Mode, he doesn't get that. Reveal scoring. Zach.
Oh, man. This is wild. Wild, Jorby. Space Station's alive. Here we go. Here's an opportunity.
Now Zach. Reveal there. Oh, it's a free ball. Beast Mode, he can't get there. Rebound. Woo. Daniel gets there. NRG feeling it. They fought back 3 straight games. They have the lead for now. They're going for zero boost bumps on Space Station, but they can't connect. Beast Mode not getting nothing. NRG get it all. Atomic 2 goals.
Sometimes when it's game 7, it gets weird. The pressure ramps up, but with mistakes and everything, it does not matter. A big mistake there by Space Station. Energy finds another one. They're up to 71 on the clock. Space Station needs something.
Well, if your kids are watching, you might want to cover their eyes for what NRG are doing to Space Station in this attempted reverse sweep. It's looking like it just might be theirs to take. Daniel up high, down low. Diaz gets a hard clear. But what else can Space Station throw? Only 3 shots total on net in 4 minutes of Game 7. Diaz has no boost, no chance he's getting the ball.
45 on the clock. Beast Mode's just going to waste time here in the corner of Reveal, trying to do something. Daniel's up front, too, going for bumps. They want more, but this could cost them. Diaz, a little bit of space against Beast Mode. Zach is now going to have to meet Atomic. He does beat him out, but the clear comes out. 30 on the clock. Energy about to pull off the reverse sweep that Space Station was fearing even when they were up 3-0, and it's coming to fruition.
I think over the last 3.5 games, Gibbs, or almost 4 games, NRG have only allowed, what, 2 goals from Space Station?
Yeah.
In the last 4 games. Completely shut down. Last hope for Zach. He's missed the flip reset. He's missed the window. Winner's tilt, full effect. NRG reverse sweep Space Station into the top 4.
They're not done until they're done. Until that clock hits 0 and they've lost 4 games. Energy down 3, did not matter. They battle back, they find a way. It wasn't pretty at all times there, Jorby, but it doesn't matter. Energy, this is what they are kind of known for, some scrappy play at times, but they find ways to win. They do it again here.
Despite them not looking like the best at times, we still got the NRG flash. We got that Beast Mode psycho pass. That was sweet. Beast Mode with a failed attempt at a crazy reset double tap opposite angle side of the ball. He misses that one, but then comes right back and does a little weaving. And man, NRG, they're just so tough, man. How? Every single time. You think you got their number. You think you finally figured it out. And you get beat anyway.
It's just wild. It's just wild, too. Like, Zach, welcome back to the RLCS. Yes. These are the high-pressure moments that you're going to be seeing a lot more of, because I do expect Space Station to be in a lot more of these battles with the top teams in North America. But we all know, North America, there's one team. It's a one-team region at times. Energy showing it again here. Congrats to them. Moving up.
It's Beast and the boys. The boys being all the rest of North America. NRG, still the top dog until someone does something about it. Will they ever? I want to know what the desk thought about that craziness. Guys, please tell me.
That was cinema. That was cinema. That was amazing. That's what you pay the price of admission for. NRG, reigning world champs, get their first ever best of 7 reverse sweep, which might sound like, really? They haven't pulled that off again before? It hasn't happened in 3 years, Herc. The last time that happened was Optic versus FaZe in 2022-2023. 2 organizations that aren't even in Rocket League anymore. That tells you how long ago that was. What a performance.
That was actually insane. We were like talking about it. We're like, no, there's no way. Like, blah, blah, blah. As soon as the time I got called, even the first game after, you're like, no, there's no way. It was the up and down bounce save that went to mayhem that you could just feel the shift of, all right, we're all back. It's NRG's world. We're just living it.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
I mean, I kind of had a feeling this is where we were going after Game 5, but then like after Game 6, it was just unbelievable. Like to watch this series and to see the incredible turnaround. I mean, Space Station looked phenomenal. Like the overtime winner here in Game 3 was like, okay, right off the kickoff, it's like it's inevitable. It's NRG on Saturday. They're gonna get beat, then they're gonna come back and beat them on Sunday, and same thing they've done like 2 other times. And then the world just changed. Are we gonna see? We're not gonna see the beast mode.
Watch Atomic. Watch Atomic.
How does this not go in?
Like, what do you mean?
And what about the beast mode like psycho into pass that opened the scoring in that game? That was unbelievable.
An incredible performance from the world champs. We're joined by the coach Sathu to talk about the moment, but what a day, what a I don't even know where to begin. I want to start with Atomic making the save in overtime in Game 6. Like, what was it like for you guys? What were the comms like at that moment?
You know, just in big moments like that, it's pretty common for like all the comms to just go silent. So, because everyone's kind of focused on making that little touch that they need. So in this case, Atomic making his adjustment on the goal line. So it was just dead silence. But then it's back into rapid comms.
Oh, the focus, Herc.
I honestly, if you'd said anything, I think you saying that it would be dead silent is the last thing I'd expect it to be in that moment. I did want to ask, obviously at the beginning of it, it did feel like SSG were kind of running away with things. And I know, you know, with Zach coming out of retirement, I don't know if you expected him to be playing on that level, but what has it been like to see Zach out of his, like, obviously like the shortest retirement on the planet, but like, do you think much has actually changed from when we first saw him?
I think, honestly, no. I think he's still a very similar player. I think they brought him in to do what he was doing a year ago. He's a great player, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, you know, while we were kind of staging this comeback, a very similar thing happened last year in the first regional against SSG, and there was a very similar Game 7 then too. And maybe we scored a few more goals back then, but similar idea in the fact that they kind of just started to crumble at the end. So we knew it was coming. So I was happy to see him again in that sense.
You know, one guy we saw front and center throughout most of that highlight reel near the end, Beast Mode. I mean, we could ask you about all three of these guys and the different kind of series they have, but can you just talk us through, you know, kind of the transformation of Beast Mode in that series alone there, where, you know, things were not so great at the beginning, and then all of a sudden it's like he flipped a switch around Game 5.
Yeah, the thing is, it's just like nothing. It felt like nothing was kind of going our way early in this series. I think we built up decently. I thought what we were actually playing was decent Rocket League, but it just felt like nothing was going in today. And the kind of the scary and nice thing for us, you know, and part about Beast Mode is the fact that he can just, like you said, there's a switch that he can flip, and just any moment in any game, it's very much against the momentum, he can just cause something to happen. That's like the special thing about Beast. So just to have that on our team is a blessing.
Seth, you mentioned earlier that you've been in a similar situation to this previously against SSG last season, but not, according to our statistician, not exactly this spot. And we've talked previously about like what's left for NRG to accomplish. First best of 7 reverse sweep for you guys as a team. First one in the leagues for the last since 3 years ago in 2022, 2023. How does it feel to have another accolade under the belt?
It feels amazing because, you know, that one's all about resilience, and we, like you said, have never had a best of 7 reverse sweep, so it's cool to add it. It's cool to know that we're capable of doing so. I'm very proud of just the fight back from the guys. I'm glad that they, you know, fought with me. I was yelling, I was screaming. They turned up the intensity, and we got into it, and I'm just so happy with how they bounced back and showed that resilience.
We love it. Sathu, congratulations on the win. I'll let you go. Good luck tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Thanks, Wade.
Alrighty, NRG on top yet again here, folks. Had to go to 7 against Space Station, but they are through to the semifinals. Space Station has a dance with M80 first thing tomorrow. And then the winner of that faces off against the new hotness in North America, FUT Esports here, Herc. It's an exciting top 6 here in North America for Open number 4.
Oh my gosh, these are some of the most outstanding performances we've gotten from everyone. I think, Seth, you described it perfectly, getting to see NRG's new levels of resilience as well coming out onto the pitch here in Open number 4. It's shaping up to be so exciting. No matter what match on what end of the bracket, you are getting some really, really good Rocket League.
Yeah, man, Sax, for me, the biggest question mark going into tomorrow is Space Station versus M80. And Zach in particular, like, it's like, what a way to be welcomed back to the main event. I feel like this is going to be a mental battle to reground yourself after being that close, especially that Game 6 overtime ball bouncing on the goal line. Like, get that out of your mind. Like, he's got their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, well, and I think the great thing about Space Station, and I think that you can credit their coach, Xpear, for this, is they do have a short-term memory. They don't, historically, they don't seem to let themselves get too down over something like that. So I think that they will come back very well grounded and realize that, yes, sure, FUT hasn't lost to anybody yet this week, but they've got a pretty good path to get another shot at NRG. It's really theirs for the taking, I think. So I think understanding that, they're going to be fine tomorrow.
We'll be fine as well. It's going to be a great day. Folks, if you enjoyed the Rocket League action you saw here, make sure you get your tickets to Paris. It's going to be one of the best events we've ever had. Every event, I feel like that's kind of true for every event at this point, Herc. Like we're constantly figuring out how to make better events, and the fans continue to show up in more ways, and the players continue to put on even better performances. So it goes without saying, but there's something special about Paris.
Oh my gosh, I feel like, you know, there's been so much owed to the French community for a while in terms of just them setting the standard as far as like being exciting in-person fans, and now other people are going to get to experience something that a lot of people didn't get to a while back with them. So Paris is something special. I feel like it's also just like that dream location for so many people around the world, because you grow up wanting to go there for so long, and having that mixed with Rocket League is going to be a lot of really special memories for a lot of people.
It's going to be a really, really good time, folks. I hope to see you guys there. Make sure you get your tickets if you have the opportunity to go. Tomorrow, we've got 5 matches. We don't know what the last one's going to be yet because we haven't gotten teams into the grand finals yet. We're going to start things off with Shopify Rebellion versus Strictly Business. Then we'll have M80 versus Space Station Gaming. NRG and FUT wait for the winners of those 2 matches, and the winners of those semifinals will compete for the title of Open Champion here in North America for Open number 4. It's going to be a great day. I hope to see you guys there. Thank you so much for watching here today. 9:30 a.m. Pacific is when the pre-show begins. We will have our first match half an hour later at 10 a.m. Hope to see you guys there. Thanks so much for watching. Excited to see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. Take me back when you said there's nothing better. No oxygen, breathe you in like this will never end. And your heart beats like a drum. Now I'm glad we're young. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together.